When the things you burn can materialize in reality, what item would you choose to burn for yourself first? You just burned a stack of joss paper at the grave, and a system notification sounded in your mind. Burning paper to materialize, system binding successful. From this moment on, every joss paper you burn will be converted to cash at a 1-to-1 ratio. Moreover, every 24 hours, the host will receive a delivery of burnt paper. Immediately, a bank card appeared in your hand, embossed with golden letters stating a limit of 1 billion. You took the bank card and went to a nearby bank, inserted it into the ATM, and entered the card password. Your current savings balance is 1 billion. You pressed withdraw and entered the amount, but the ATM's daily withdrawal limit is only 20,000. What a useless machine, only allowing a maximum withdrawal of 20,000 per day. Looks like I'll have to go to the counter, but there are so many people there, I probably won't even get called for half a day. Suddenly, you had a clever idea. You waved to a beautiful woman in black stockings in the hall. Come here for a moment. The sweet-looking woman blushed, feeling a bit shy and her heart racing, surprised that such a handsome guy called her over. The beautiful woman walked over on her long legs in high heels, feeling honored to serve such a handsome man. Hello, what can I do for you? You pointed at the ATM and said, I want to withdraw half of what's on this card and put it on another card. Can you help me with that? The woman walked up to the ATM and smiled. Sir, how much would you like to withdraw? Before she could finish speaking, she was shocked by the numbers on the screen, covering her mouth and widening her eyes. She looked at the balance on the ATM, then at you. You have 1 billion in your card? You calmly nodded and said. Yuma felt her heart racing. With 1 billion in the card, this man was so calm with just a simple Perhaps to a wealthy person like him, 1 billion is just a drop in the bucket. Of course, he wouldn't react like an ordinary person. Your voice rang out again. Deposit 100 million separately for a term deposit. Can you calculate the interest for 1 year? Yuma smiled and said, Sir, for a 100 million term deposit, the annual interest would be 11.4 million. I suggest you deposit a bit more. You smiled and politely declined. I can't put all my eggs in one basket. Not wanting to push further at the counter, you opened the door to leave. However, a middle-aged man called out to you, Young master, please wait. You turned to the middle-aged man behind you, puzzled. Is there something you need? The man respectfully presented a black card to you, saying, Young master, this is a black card prepared for you by our bank. With this card, there are no limits on large transfers or withdrawals. Just as you were about to leave the bank, you suddenly stopped. With 1 billion more in your account, you certainly wouldn't be living in a rental anymore. You weren't one to spend money recklessly, so you asked the bank manager, Manager Zhao, do you know anyone in real estate near the university town? Manager Zhao replied with a smile, of course I do. Young Master Yan, please wait a moment. I'll make a call to get you some benefits. I see you didn't drive. I'll have Yuma take you over. You weren't in a hurry, so you casually said while sitting on the sofa, alright, go ahead and make the call. Manager Zhao walked to the bank entrance and made a call to his friend, Old Xiao. A delivery guy named Yen will be coming over to buy a house. Give him a discount. What relative? No, he deposited 100 million with us. Please don't overcharge him. Just give him the internal price. Mr. Xiao from the real estate company exclaimed excitedly, what did you say? The person coming to buy a house is actually a billionaire? Old Zhao, thank you for bringing me such a big client. Once this deal is done, I'll treat you to a meal. At the bank, you went to 4 more banks and also deposited 100 million in term deposits at each. The 500 million you withdrew was stored in 5 different banks, each offering you 11.4 million, totaling 57 million in annual interest from all 5 banks. That means, on average, you could have 4.75 million for living expenses each month. The life of a wealthy person is just beginning today. At this moment in the car, Yuma asked, Young Master Yin, how old are you? You smiled and replied, I'm 23 this year. Yuma was a bit surprised, thinking, at such a young age, a guy as outstanding as you must have many girls pursuing you. This question cleverly allowed her to gauge your relationship status, helping her internally consider if she still had a chance. You answered honestly, I'm currently single. Yuma's face lit up with excitement as she sweetly said, since you're single, let's add each other as friends. I can introduce you to a girlfriend later. You found her a bit strange. This girl seemed to be thinking something that made her blush. You wondered what she was shy about. Could it be that she was thinking of her crush? You showed her the QR code to add you on WeChat, saying, just scan this. Yuma added you on WeChat, then hit the brakes and said, Young Master Yen. Arriving at the Shangshur real estate company near the university, you walked in with your hands in your pockets. Seeing your attire, the real estate agents lost interest and looked down. The atmosphere in the sales hall was a bit quiet. Not minding the lack of attention, you knew your wallet was full, money was your confidence. At that moment, a graceful figure with long legs approached you, saying, "Hello, sir, I'm salesperson Su Ching. Are you looking to buy property? What is your budget?" You looked at her and smiled, noticing her cute dimples and a hint of youthful innocence on her face. With a casual demeanor, you replied, "As long as my heart is willing, there's no limit. With 500 million in my card, money is nothing to me." The seasoned salespeople playing games nearby looked up at you with disdain, whispering to each other, "What a show-off." The prices in this area are already outrageous, especially since this is near the university town, a highly sought-after school district. I was just waiting to see how he would embarrass himself. If Su Ching finishes her introduction and he can't afford it, that would be entertaining. A salesperson named Li Lu stepped forward and rolled her eyes at Su Ching, saying, "Why are you even bothering with him? He's not going to be able to afford it. You know our prices here. The cheapest is around 400,000 to 500,000 per square meter." Su Ching disagreed, correcting Li Lu, "You can't judge a book by its cover. As salespeople, we should treat all clients equally, not discriminate. Maybe this young man is just low-key." Su Ching's words made you feel a bit differently about her. Looking at Li Lu's chuckle, you might as well serve him slowly. With that time spent serving, you could sell several apartments. Besides, I'm doing this for your own good. Li Lu acts like he knows everything. His attitude is really off-putting. You feel a bit irritated, looking at Li Lu with displeasure. "How can you be so sure that I can't afford it?" Li Lu crossed his arms and argued logically, even if you earn over 10,000 a month delivering takeout, that's just 120,000 a year. This is the Magic City. What can you do with 120,000 a year here? You probably can't even support yourself." Just as you were about to say something, a BMW owner walked in and said, "I want to buy an apartment. Can a salesperson introduce me?" Li Lu, with his keen eyes, spotted the BMW car key in the man's hand and immediately ran over eagerly. "Hey bro, you're here. What kind of place are you looking to buy?" After the two left, Su Ching started introducing options to you. "Young man, we have small units of around 20 to 30 square meters available. We also have units of 100 to 200 square meters. What size are you looking for?" After thinking for a moment, you said, "Let's go for the 200 square meter unit." Su Ching kindly reminded you, "The 200 square meter unit costs 80 million. Are you sure about that?" You nodded in affirmation. "Yes, but I need to wait for someone to come before I can apply for a discount to make the payment." You overheard a few salespeople whisper sarcastically, "Sure, they'll definitely say their friend can't make it and will come back another day to buy. They just don't change their attitude." Just as the words fell, a middle-aged man who looked like a leader walked in through the door. Seeing the man, the salespeople immediately straightened up and greeted him in unison. "Hello, Mr. Xiao." Mr. Xiao ignored them completely and, under the surprised gazes of everyone, hurried over to you. "Young Master Yen, I'm sorry, I had an upset stomach on the way and arrived late. Have you chosen your apartment? Which step are you at with our sales team?" A collective gulp echoed as the salespeople struggled to swallow. "What is Mr. Xiao doing here?" "Manager, this young Master Yen has selected a 200 square meter furnished apartment priced at 80 million. Su Ching was the first to break the silence. Turning to Mr. Xiao, who was sitting next to you, she said, "Young Master Yen, I can offer you a discount to 60 million. How does that sound?" You frowned and replied, "Mr. Xiao, that's a bit expensive. Don't treat me like a clueless kid. Just give me a reasonable price. Business isn't about making a one-time deal, it's about long-term customers." Your expression remained calm and composed, as if you were accustomed to buying luxury homes. Mr. Xiao was taken aback. He hadn't expected that this delivery guy wasn't just an ordinary person. He decided to get straight to the point. He spoke straightforwardly, "Young Master Yen, you're also someone who speaks plainly. I'm good friends with Zhao, the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank. I'll give you the family price, half off, so it's 40 million per unit." The salespeople were stunned. What? A school district apartment originally priced at 80 million could be discounted by 40 million just like that? This was unprecedented in their real estate company. Such a discount had never been offered before. 40 million was likely Mr. Zhao's biggest concession. You pulled out your bank card and handed it over, speaking calmly. "All right, for 40 million, I'll take 5 units. You made a shocking demand right off the bat. The salespeople's mouths dropped open in shock, staring at you. What? He's buying 5 units at once? I must be hearing things. Is he here to buy a house or is this a wholesale deal? That's 200 million. He's only in his early 20s. There's no way he can afford that much." Mr. Xiao had already heard about you from President Zhao, so he wasn't too surprised. After all, someone who knows how to deposit 500 million certainly has their wits about them. You clearly have foresight. This isn't a mindset typical of just any rich second generation. Buying 5 school district apartments means you definitely have your own clientele. Mr. Xiao cheerfully took the bank card and genuinely praised, "Young Master Yen, you have an exceptional eye. Investing in school district apartments is the best investment right now. Wealthy people are willing to spend on education for their children. Young Master Yen will surely profit greatly in the future." You indeed thought so. With 500 million in fixed deposits, the interest would only be settled at year-end. As for school district apartments, they can generate rental income monthly or quarterly. Once the rental income covers the cost of the apartment, you'll be in profit. Mr. Xiao urged Su Qing. "Su Qing, why are you just standing there? Hurry and take young Master Yen to sign the contract." Su Qing smiled politely at you and invited, "Young Master Yen, please follow me." After the two signed a stack of documents, Su Qing led you to the payment station, asking you to enter your password. With the payment successful, you made the transaction smoothly under everyone's watchful gaze. The salespeople looked on in astonishment. That was 200 million, and it actually went through. To be so young and able to pull out 200 million without batting an eye is incredible. He really is impressive. The salespeople looked at you with a mixture of admiration and surprise. Holding the 5 property certificates, you fanned yourself and casually remarked to Mr. Xiao, "For a real estate company to grow stronger, it needs more salespeople like Su Qing. It seems a bit beneath her to just be a salesperson." Out of all the salespeople, only Su Qing attended to you, so you decided to return the favor. You are someone who values reciprocity. At this point, Mr. Xiao realized you were hinting at something. Being a smart man, he made a decision right then. "Su Qing, starting today, you are the sales director." Su Qing was taken aback, excitedly saying, "Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Thank you, young Master Yen." As you walked out with the property certificates and keys, you couldn't help but comment, "Some salespeople are like a bad apple. One rotten apple spoils the whole barrel. Their abilities are mediocre, yet they look down on others." Mr. Zhao's heart sank. Trouble was brewing. Mr. Xiao was sweating nervously. This was a billionaire. If he didn't manage the man's feelings well, his real estate company might not survive. Mr. Xiao hurriedly asked, "From what young Master Yen said, is there an incompetent salesperson who didn't serve him well? Please let me know who it is. I'll deal with them personally." As I mentioned, I still had deliveries to make. It was a test of Mr. Zhao's authority in front of his subordinates. Mr. Xiao decided not to press further and called out to Su Qing, "Su Qing, please see young Master Yen off." Su Qing walked with you to the door and suddenly blushed as she asked, "Young Master Yen, can I have your contact information?" You looked puzzled and replied, "What's your reason?" Su Qing expressed her gratitude, saying, "You helped me secure such a big deal today. I'd like to invite you to dinner as a thank you." You chuckled playfully, "A beautiful girl asking me out? If I refuse, that would be uncouth." "Alright, I also have something to ask of you." Su Qing asked curiously, "Young Master Yen, what do you need my help with?" You stated your request, "Help me rent out 4 of the school district apartments. The tenants should have a certain social status. For the one I will live in, please find me 3 roommates." Su Cheng smiled teasingly, "Well, it could be me and my 3 female tenants. What would it be like to have beautiful female roommates?" You felt a hint of anticipation and nodded, "That sounds about right." Su Qing assured with a smile, "Don't worry, young Master Yen, I will definitely find suitable tenants for you, and they'll be attractive too." After saying that, Su Cheng returned to the office and coincidentally ran into Li Lu. Li Lu flaunted the signed contract, boasting, "Aren't you envious, Su Qing? That BMW guy I just served. He signed a 20 million deal, and the down payment was 2 million. My commission from this one deal is 20,000. All in all, I could make 600,000 a month." After speaking, Li Lu looked forward to everyone's reaction, but strangely, despite boasting, there was no response from anyone. The other salespeople looked at him with expressions of concern, as if he were a bit clueless. Mr. Xiao, sitting on the sofa, had a face that darkened ominously. Li Lu turned to Su Qing and asked about the delivery guy. "What about that guy? I bet he couldn't afford even one apartment and left in shame." "I told you he couldn't buy anything." Before he could finish, a group of salespeople interrupted him. He had connections before he came here. He bought 5 units for 200 million in cash at half price. Li Lu's face turned pale, nearly collapsing in shock. "What? Half price for 200 million? Paying cash for 5 units? How is that possible?" Li Lu suddenly felt that the contract in his hand wasn't appealing anymore. If he had known that delivery guy was so capable, Su Qing wouldn't have even had a chance. "Damn, I thought that BMW guy was a big client, but it turns out he let a golden opportunity slip away. What a huge loss for him." Li Lu felt a wave of regret. Mr. Xiao witnessed everything and understood what was happening. Li Lu was more of a liability than an asset. Mr. Xiao slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Haha, you won't need to come in tomorrow. If you can't even identify quality clients, we don't need this kind of waste in the company. Mr. Zhao's voice struck like thunder in Li Lu's ears, leaving him feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. Despair etched on his face. He couldn't help but plead, Mr. Xiao, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I can't lose this job. Mr. Xiao snorted coldly. Where were you when young Master Yin was here? If you had known this would happen, why didn't you act sooner? Li Lu broke down, almost in tears. These billionaires are just pretending to be poor. It's like they're deliberately messing with me. Do rich people enjoy this wolf in sheep's clothing game? The other saleswomen giggled behind their hands, reveling in his misfortune. Mr. Xiao snorted coldly and decided to punish them too. You all are fired. Out of so many, only Su Qing served properly. Young Master Yin, what do I need you all for? This month's salary is cut in half, and performance bonuses will be deducted. Without exception, those who had previously gossiped about you all received their just punishment. After saying this, Mr. Xiao sent the recorded video and left a voice message. Young Master Yen, I've already fired him. Upon receiving the video, you opened it and couldn't help but send a voice message. Mr. Xiao, why go to such lengths? Spare him where you can. Mr. Xiao was taken aback. Had he made a mistake? Even Li Lu's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. Could it be that you were willing to forgive him? You sent a voice message. Hana, all I want to say is, Mr. Xiao did the right thing. Firing him was the right move. Li Lu gritted his teeth in anger. That delivery guy must have done this on purpose. Walking outside with the property certificates, you felt invigorated. With 500 million in fixed deposits, you would earn over 50 million in interest each year. For school district apartments not only generate substantial rental income but also help you build strong social networks. With both interest and rental income, you'll have ample earnings at your disposal. You could easily relax anytime, anywhere. Inside a Mercedes, Yumomo waved at you. Hey there, young man. You were surprised as you got into the car and asked, why haven't you left yet? Yumomo smiled warmly. I waited for you to get in. It's uncomfortable sitting alone. You couldn't help but compliment her. You're very thoughtful. Yumomo felt a wave of sweetness. The young man complimented her. She felt closer to him and was determined to win him over eventually. Then she asked, where to next? Home. I can give you a ride. You didn't want to go home just yet. You had other plans for the day. Let's go to the Four Joys car dealership. I still need to get my own car. As a qualified wealthy person, owning a luxury car is a basic requirement. With 1 billion in wealth and having allocated 700 million, it's time for you to enjoy yourself. Yumomo frowned and couldn't help but critique, young Master Yen, as a billionaire, the cars at Four Joys car dealership simply don't suit your stature. They lack any class. You were taken aback. You really couldn't think of anywhere else to buy a car. Where else would you go besides a dealership? Yumomo immediately suggested, you should go to the International Car Dealership. They have all kinds of SUVs, RVs, and sports cars, much more variety than a regular dealership. The cars at the International Dealership come from all over the world, and their service is top-notch. They won't discriminate against you based on your profession. You were quite satisfied. Alright, let's go there then. Yumomo drove you to the International Car Dealership and said goodbye. Alright, young man, I'll take my leave now. Bye. You waved to her. Bye. You stepped into the International Car Dealership and were immediately dazzled by the array of cars. Welcome to the International Car Dealership, sir. What kind of car are you interested in? A polite salesperson approached you. You replied, please introduce me to your SUVs. As my first car, I prefer something practical. An SUV is convenient for family outings or grocery shopping. The salesperson enthusiastically began, sir, we have various SUVs like Lexus, Rolls-Royce, and Maybach. Do you have any specific models in mind? You didn't pretend to know better, saying, please introduce all of them to me. I want to experience them all. The salesperson didn't mock you for being a delivery person. Instead, she remained very polite and patient, which made you quite satisfied. In the end, you set your sights on a Maybach. The salesperson patiently explained, this vehicle features a 6.0-liter V12 naturally aspirated engine that produces an astonishing 630 horsepower. It is also the most luxurious SUV in the world. The salesperson stepped back a bit with her phone. Let me take a few photos for you, sir. Thank you for visiting the International Car Dealership. You're welcome to come again. Keep working hard. I believe one day you can make this car your own. Frowning, you thought, what's going on? Why is this salesperson acting like this? It seems she thinks I'm just here to look and fulfill a fantasy. You couldn't help but say, no, I haven't bought this car yet. The salesperson was a bit skeptical. What did you say? You want to buy this car? You replied earnestly, yes, isn't this car for sale? Can I not buy it? The salesperson thought you might not understand the pricing and emphasized, but this is a Maybach S650 Pullman. The price after tax is $15.85 million, and with options, it's nearing $20 million. Would you like to consider other models? You interrupted her, pulling out your bank card. I'll take it, let's swipe. The salesperson stood there in shock. What? You calmly said. I said I want it. It's just a few million. Is that even a lot? The dealership salesperson snapped back to reality, holding the bank card excitedly. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll process the payment for you right away. The card was successfully charged for $15.85 million. The shocking transaction left the salesperson in disbelief. This was over $10 million, and it actually went through. The salesperson struggled to swallow, having only expected to help a delivery guy fulfill a fantasy, but never imagined this delivery guy would turn out to be such a surprise. Wow, with your wealth, you still deliver? You're so humble. Are you going to add options to this car? If you don't, the price will still be $15.85 million, but adding options will definitely be a thrill. Quick, go ahead and add the top options. You wouldn't want to skimp on your new car. Adding a few $100,000 in options would still keep the total around $20 million. The owner of the international dealership, seeing you sign the contract, hurried over. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen, and I'm the owner of this dealership. Since your order exceeds $20 million, on behalf of the dealership, I'd like to offer you a $2 million purchase voucher. Please accept it. You quietly tucked the voucher into your pocket and thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Because you spent $20 million, the paperwork and registration were completed quickly. Just over an hour later, you drove the Maybach with one hand towards your school district apartment. After parking the car, you played with the keys to your apartment as you walked home. As you opened the door, a girl inside looked at you in shock. Who are you? How do you have my house key? Get out! Do you hear me? If you come any closer, I'll call the police. Jian Yanran glared at you menacingly. Seeing this fierce-looking girl, you couldn't help but chuckle. This is my house. Jian Yanran retorted, if it's not my home, then whose is it? You looked at her playfully. How can you prove this is your home? Jian Yanran pulled out a rental agreement from her bag. This is my lease. You understood now, she was the co-tenant. Jian Yanran seemed to realize something and asked, wait, are you also a tenant? You shook the property certificate in your hand. No, I have the final say over all the rooms. Jian Yanran's face lit up with realization. So you're the landlord. By the way, I'm Jian Yanran, a Chinese language teacher at the university. You introduced yourself as well. I'm Yan Dong, a delivery person. After saying that, you flopped onto the sofa, feeling quite exhausted after a busy day. I'm sorry for mistaking you for a creep earlier. Let me make dinner to make it up to you, Jian Yanran said with some guilt. At that moment, a voice echoed in your mind. Someone has arranged for you a Kalman King, valued at $50 million, with bulletproof features. You'll receive your new car tomorrow. You searched online for the car and discovered it was also an SUV. Jian Yanran brought out 2 dishes, a stir-fried Shanghai green and some chicken wings for you to try. After taking a bite, your expression brightened. This is delicious. You enjoyed the meal in silence. The next morning, you found a car key and a purchase contract on your bedside table. It seemed to be for the $50 million car. Your Kalman King has been parked downstairs in the community. You picked up the car key from the table and rushed downstairs, eager to experience your new car. This luxury vehicle, along with another top-tier car that appeared out of nowhere, attracted a lot of attention from passers-by. Wow, a Mercedes can cost hundreds of thousands. The top models even exceed $1 million. Is that a G-Class? Pfft, do you even know cars? Don't just say anything. This is a Maybach S650 Pullman, with a price tag over $15 million. Someone immediately guessed the price. You weren't surprised. In this neighborhood, even a square meter costs $400,000 to $500,000. It's normal for the residents to be affluent and knowledgeable about luxury cars. What about that car next to it? It's so flashy. What kind of car is that? The homeowner who recognized the Maybach stood in front of the Kalman King for a while, scratching his head awkwardly. I don't even recognize the badge on this car. The owner took out his phone and took a picture of the car. I took a screenshot to look it up online, and others also took out their phones and started checking for themselves. Oh my, this car called the Kalman King has a top configuration price of $55 million, and there are only 12 Rolls-Royces in the world. Compared to it, it's simply a younger brother. Anyone who can buy such a luxury car must be a big boss, right? Everyone just feels shocked. this car is too shocking. You are also admiring this car, the whole car's silver tone, sharp diamond-shaped edges, but sitting on the ground gives people a sense of the wildness and ferocity of a terrestrial beast. You smiled as you walked towards the stunning car. Seeing you approach the car, Jiang Yanran quickly called out, "Hey, landlord, come back. Didn't you hear that car costs 50 million? Jiang Yanran's shout drew the attention of the onlookers, who turned to you. Someone couldn't help but say, "Hey, delivery guy, don't come any closer. This car is beyond our level. Just getting close and touching the key could get you scammed. You couldn't afford it even if you delivered for 10 years. Before he could finish, your palm was already on the car door. The fingerprint recognition succeeded, and as the door opened, an AI voice chimed in. Amid everyone's astonished gazes, the heavy door of the Kalman King opened with a satisfying click. In front of everyone's disbelieving stares, you confidently got into the car. Leaning out, you asked Jiang Yanran, "Teacher Jiang, would you like a ride to school?" Jiang Yanran, sitting in the passenger seat, stammered, "Is this car yours?" With a calm and unassuming demeanor, you replied, "Why else would I be here?" Your low-key response left everyone speechless. What? This 50 million luxury car actually belongs to this delivery guy? Even a delivery guy drives such an expensive car? At that moment, you walked away confidently. Your school district apartment was only a minute or two drive away. When this land beast parked at the university entrance, it caught the attention of the students. Wow, what a cool car. It looks like something out of a sci-fi movie. Though some girls had researched various luxury cars to marry rich, this Kalman King was too niche. They didn't recognize the car at all, and one by one, they quietly took out their phones to look it up. When they found out, their mouths dropped open in shock. This car costs 50 million. This must be the most expensive SUV in the world. The girls looked at you with newfound admiration. Just as everyone was admiring the car, Jiang Yanran got out, and some students were instantly stunned. "Miss Jiang," one bold girl asked, "Teacher, is this delivery guy your husband?" Jiang Yanran's face flushed red. She intended to clarify your relationship but ended up saying, "No, he's my boyfriend." You looked at Jiang Yanran in confusion, wondering when you had become her boyfriend, considering you had only known each other for a day. "Please, bring me another dozen. You have a new delivery order. Please complete the system assignment promptly." The sudden notification for a delivery order felt out of place amidst the grandeur of the 50 million Kalman King. Before today, you had never considered any connection between the two. The group of college students burst into laughter. A wealthy god who delivers? What a taste for life. This must be one of the experiences of the rich. Jiang Yanran had already walked into the university campus with her long legs. A fresh-faced female college student approached you. "Hey there, can I add you on WeChat?" You smiled and took out your phone. "Great!" The innocent girl exclaimed in surprise. "That was so easy. I thought I wouldn't be able to add you." You chuckled. "I could never bring myself to hurt a girl's feelings, especially someone as lovely as you." The female student blushed and shyly said, "You have such sweet words. What should I call you?" You replied candidly, "My name is Yen Han. Yen is in strict, and Han is in cold." The girl nodded seriously. "Got it. I'll remember that." She skipped away happily. As she walked away, she gave herself a victory sign, thinking, "A handsome and wealthy delivery guy added me on WeChat. My love life is about to take off." Meanwhile, you reflected in the car, realizing that wealth attracts romantic interests. Money truly can change a person. In just 2 days, beautiful women surrounded you. The Bangshu Momo, the real estate company's Su Qing, your co-tenant beautiful teacher Jiang Yanran, and the eager freshman girl who just approached you all made your life increasingly interesting and colorful. You parked next to another delivery driver and asked, "Hey, can you tell me how to get to Mino's restaurant?" The delivery guy glanced at you and quickly rode off on his electric bike, thinking, "We're both delivering. Why do you get to drive a car worth tens of millions?" Feeling helpless, you asked another passerby for directions and found the restaurant. You took the car key out and walked in to collect order 26. Before long, the owner handed you a Western meal. "Delivery guy, your order is ready." You took the meal and opened the navigation in your car, which was planning the route to the legendary Taochani Pin. Following the directions, you finally arrived. You carried the takeout upstairs and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, hello. The delivery door was slightly ajar. After waiting for a while, no one came to get the food, so you called out, "Hello, is anyone there?" At that moment, a weak female voice came from inside. "I'm so hot. Help me, please. I think I'm dying." The sudden female voice startled Yen Han. What was happening in this room? To clarify the situation, Yen Han had no choice but to barge in. On a soft double bed, what caught Yen Han's eye was a Western beauty with silver short hair, her cold and proud face now tinged with a blush. The white shirt she wore was soaked with sweat, and beneath the wet fabric lay a glimpse of her snow-white skin. The black bra was also exposed to Yen Han's view, and this Western beauty had quite a fierce side. Below, she wore a body-hugging skirt paired with black stockings. Those black-stockinged legs were writhing restlessly. Yen Han swallowed hard, placing the takeout down. "Beautiful lady, your takeout has arrived. Are you okay? Remember to give me a 5-star review." The beauty's delicate hand suddenly grabbed Yen Han. "Please, save me." Yen Han's heart raced. I'll take you to the hospital." The beauty bit her lip tightly. "There's no time. Lives are at stake. Are you going to just stand by and watch?" Yen Han closed his eyes, struggling with his thoughts before finally making a decision. "Alright, if I don't go to hell, who will? Beautiful lady, I'm coming to save you." Over an hour later, the blush on the beauty's face faded, and as she regained her composure, her beautiful eyes glared angrily. "Bastard, who told you to touch me? How dare you do that to me, Theodora?" "Theodora." Yen Han blushed, at a loss. "Huh? I. The beauty yanked Yen Han's collar, pushing him onto the bed. "Humph, why am I the one being submissive? Why not the other way around? Why should I be conquered by you?" Before Yen Han could react, the beauty had already leaned down, her red lips pressing against his. After a long, passionate kiss, over an hour later, a hint of a queenly smile appeared at the corner of the beauty's mouth. "That's more like it. I violated you, not the other way around. My name is Theodora, daughter of an American tycoon, and I serve as the president of your company's branch in Long Country." Yen Han, confused, asked, "What just happened? How did you end up like that?" A sudden sharp glint of murderous intent appeared in Theodora's beautiful eyes. "A bastard subordinate slipped something into my drink, and when I took a sip, I felt something was off. I made an excuse to go to the bathroom and returned home, forgetting to close the door. When you delivered the takeout, it was just when the drug was taking effect. Thanks to you today. Otherwise, I would have certainly died in that room. I will definitely inform my family to send the best assassins to execute him slowly. How dare he have such filthy thoughts about me?" Yen Han shivered, forcing a bitter smile. "So, I saved your life?" Theodora looked at Yen Han. "That's right. Man, come work at my company. How can a man of mine be delivering takeout?" Yen Han firmly declined. "No, I still prefer delivering takeout." "Theodora, alright then. What's your name?" Yen Han smiled. "My name is Yen Han." Theodora praised. "That's a lovely name. Let's go, I need to get to work." The two linked arms and walked down the stairs affectionately. After what they had just experienced, the originally cold expressions on both Theodora and Yen Han's faces were now tinged with a hint of crimson. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, a man in a white shirt rushed over, his face filled with jealousy. "Theodora, why are you walking with a takeout delivery guy? Why is your face so red?" Theodora shot a murderous glare at the man in the white shirt. "Jean Boujang, speak to my man with a cleaner mouth." Jean Boujang, his face flushed with anger, retorted, "Your man? Clearly, I am your fiancé. How can you do this to me?" Theodora fastened the white button on her chest and looked at the man with extreme disdain. "I have never acknowledged that engagement. It was just your one-sided wish." Jean Boujang's face darkened ominously, wishing he could kill Yen Han with his gaze. A delivery worker from the lower social strata, just an inferior person. How dare he take away his woman and obtain something he himself had never gotten? Jean Boujang gritted his teeth and glared at Yen Han. "You, a delivery worker, I advise you to stay away from Theodora. Do you know what her family means?" Slap! A loud slap rang out, and Jean Boujang, stunned, covered his face. "Dora, we grew up together, and you hit me for a delivery guy?" Theodora crossed her arms, her red lips moving. "You scared my man." Jean Boujang couldn't take it anymore. "Dora, stop being willful. Uncle will never agree to you being with him." Theodora's lips curled into a sneer. Once I, Theodora, have made a decision, no one can change it." Jean Boujang, humiliated and furious, said, "I just don't understand. What makes a delivery guy better than me? Isn't it just that he's better looking?" A hint of pride appeared on Theodora's face. "Being handsome is enough. At least our offspring will have good genes." The man scoffed. Can looks put food on the table? What era is this? Be realistic, Theodora. In today's society, a man without money is nothing. Yen Han smiled slyly and asked, "So, you're quite wealthy then?" Hearing this, Jean Boujang's face showed a hint of pride. "Of course I'm wealthy. Do you know what brand of car I drive? A 2 million yuan fully paid BMW. What do you have to compete with me for, Dora?" Jean Boujang felt a surge of pride. "Humph, kid, are you scared now?" Yen Han looked at him with interest. "Did you just say you have a car?" Jean Boujang nodded. "That's right, a BMW." He emphasized the word BMW, as if owning one was a remarkable achievement. Yen Han smiled and said, "I have a car too." Jean Boujang looked at Yen Han with disdain. "Oh, you, a little electric scooter?" Theodora frowned at Yen Han. "You have a car?" Yen Han smiled. "Yes, and it's also a four-wheeler." Jean Bouging's gaze turned cold. If your car isn't more expensive than mine today, just for daring to compete with me for a woman, I can make you regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, a security guard happened to pass by them. The guard said to the man, Mr. Kato, don't get into a spat with this guy. In the end, you'll be the one losing face. Jean Bouging immediately clenched his fists and glared at the guard. You filthy security guard, how dare you look down on me? The guard shook his head helplessly. I'm just stating the facts. That delivery guy is indeed much better than you. Jean Bouging laughed in anger and provocatively said to Yen Han, come on, show me your car right now. I want to see how I can't compare to a delivery guy. Yen Han casually reached into his pocket and pulled out a car key. With a light press on the key, a car horn sounded from a distance. Beep beep. The lights of a Kalman King car flashed in the distance, and the heavy bulletproof doors opened automatically. A strange glint appeared in Theodora's beautiful eyes as she asked Yen Han, do you really have a car? Yen Han played with the car key, smiling brightly. Of course, a delivery worker who can deliver to the Thompson Riviera can't be an ordinary person, right? Jean Bouging stared intently at Yen Han's car, his throat rolling, and after a long time, he managed to squeeze out a sentence. What kind of car is this? How come I've never seen it before? The security guard looked at Jean Bouging with disdain. That car is called the Kalman King. If you don't know it, you can look it up online. Jean Bouging pulled out his phone and started searching. 5 minutes later, his breathing became increasingly rapid, and his voice turned unnatural. What? This car of his actually costs 50 million? Yen Han started the car, glancing at Jean Bouging with disdain. Driving a BMW, what are you trying to show off as a rich guy? One should be low-key like me, you know? Jean Bouging's mouth twitched, and deep inside, he felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping. You drive a 50 million SUV to deliver takeout, and you say you're low-key? Low-key my ass. If you weren't low-key, what would you be like? Yen Han's car had already taken Theodore away. The security guard complained, I told you long ago, don't compare yourself to others, don't show off, or in the end, the only one losing face will be you. You're just too stubborn to listen. How's that for you now? Jean Bouging's face turned red, the feeling of humiliation making him furious. I can't do anything to a delivery guy, but I can't handle a little security guard like you? The security guard was unyielding. The boss of Tangchenipin is my uncle. You can call someone important to check. This little security guard really isn't someone you can mess with. Calling you Jean Zong is giving you face, but don't push your luck. The security guard looked proud. Without connections, could he really be the head of security at Tangchenipin? Jean Bouging clutched his chest, anger surging, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! What is wrong with this world? Are delivery guys and security guards so impressive now? TMD. It's simply upside down. After working hard to reach the position of Jean Zong in a consortium, in the end, he's not even as good as a security guard or a delivery guy? What was it all for? Should he have just delivered takeout or gone straight to being a security guard after graduation? Jean Bouging began to doubt his life choices. Yen Han drove the Kalman King, weaving through every corner of the city. The usually congested roads suddenly became spacious, with all the drivers keeping a safe distance from Yen Han. No one dared to overtake his car. With a 50 million vehicle, who would dare get close? If there was a scrape or a rear-end collision, they wouldn't be able to afford it even if they sold their house. Even without scrapes or collisions, who would be foolish enough to overtake his car? What if they got targeted for revenge? This made Yen Han reflect. Being invincible is so lonely. You have a new delivery order. Beep beep. His phone vibrated, and a new WeChat message popped up. Mr. Yen, are you off work? The note on the phone read, Real Estate Company Su Ching. Yen Han glanced at it but didn't respond. He still had orders to deliver, and the next one was about to be late. After completing several orders, he finally had time to pick up his phone. 9:30, Mr. Yen, are you off work? 9:40, there's a new restaurant that's really good. Do you have time to go try it with me? 10:30, Mr. Yen, what are you doing? 11 o'clock, why aren't you replying to me? Yen Han was stunned. This chat style felt increasingly familiar. He suddenly remembered, wasn't this just his past self? Now, the roles of men and women had reversed? Yen Han felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. He replied calmly, just busy, didn't see the messages. Su Ching, upon receiving the reply, was overjoyed. Mr. Yen finally replied to her. So happy. Yen Han sent another message, do you want me to pick you up? Su Ching quickly typed, no need, I'm near the restaurant. Yen Han sent a voice message directly, send me your location, see you soon. A few minutes later, Yen Han arrived at the restaurant. The entrance didn't allow parking, so he had to find a parking spot first and then walk to the restaurant. A familiar female voice suddenly rang out, Yen Han, is that you? Yen Han turned around in surprise and recognized the other person, Chen Ran. Long time no see. Chen Ran was Yen Han's ex-girlfriend, and they had parted ways unhappily over money issues. Chen Ran chatted casually, "How have you been lately?" Yen Han replied indifferently, "Not bad." Chen Ran said with a look of relief, "So that means you're not doing well?" "Luckily, I didn't give you a few years. After all this time, you're still nothing but a delivery guy." Chen Ran then asked, "Have you found anyone since we broke up?" Yen Han honestly replied, "No." Chen Ran laughed, "Well, which normal girl would waste her prime years on a delivery guy? Maybe a village girl, naive and easy to fool, would be suitable for you." Yen Han's reaction was minimal. He now had 500 million in fixed deposits, 5 properties in school districts, and still had 300 million in liquid assets. To Yen Han, Chen Ran was just a clown now. Sometimes watching a clown perform could be quite entertaining. Chen Ran continued to talk to herself, "Ever since I left you, I've had a complete turnaround and my life has been getting better and better. I drive a Maserati, you deliver food, so your perspective is limited. Let me educate you, a fully equipped Maserati costs 4 million. Chen Ran's tone was filled with strong bragging and self-satisfaction. Yen Han's response was minimal. He simply said, "Oh, as long as you're happy." Seeing Yen Han like this, Chen Ran became even more excited. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see me doing well?" "It doesn't matter if you're unhappy, some people are born in Rome. And some people, their whole lives are just like that of cattle and horses." At that moment, Su Qing walked over with her long legs and black stockings, affectionately linking her arm with Yen Han's. "Honey, why didn't you say hello when you came?" Yen Han looked at Su Qing in confusion. What was going on? When did he become her husband? It wasn't until Su Qing playfully winked at him that Yen Han realized she was helping him out. Yen Han wrapped his arm around her waist. "I was just about to find you." The affectionate interaction between Yen Han and Su Qing stunned all the men in the restaurant. A goddess-level beauty like Su Qing was actually the girlfriend of a delivery guy? The men present were both surprised and envious. Chen Ran looked at Su Qing with a grim expression. Su Qing's angelic face and devilish figure could outshine her in every way. Why could Yen Han find someone even better looking than her after they broke up? Chen Ran, unwilling to accept it, asked, "Are you his girlfriend?" Su Qing nodded, "Yes." Chen Ran felt extremely uncomfortable. "Sister, are you crazy? Dating a delivery guy? A love without bread won't last long. He can't even afford the daily necessities, and you're still young." Su Qing sneered, "Oh? You might be wrong. My husband can provide me with a great sense of security in material aspects." Thinking of Yen Han buying 5 school district houses for 200 million in cash, Su Qing found Chen Ran utterly ridiculous. Money might be precious to others, but to Yen Han, it was just a number. Chen Ran scoffed, "A delivery guy's salary is only enough to fill his stomach. Are you satisfied with that?" Su Qing disagreed. "As long as it's someone I like, how much he earns doesn't matter." Chen Ran found Su Qing unreasonable. You can't explain anything to someone as naive as you. One day you'll regret it." With that, Chen Ran angrily left. Yen Han rubbed Su Qing's delicate nose. "Little girl, when did I become your husband, huh?" Su Qing's shy face turned red as she said sweetly, "Oh, you helped me get so much commission and even promoted me to sales director. I should help you out." Yen Han awkwardly smiled and replied, "I'm really sorry. Adding in the help with renting out my house, I owe you another favor." Su Qing smiled and said, "This is what I should do." Hearing their conversation, the nearby tables of guests suddenly realized, the little beauty must either be selling houses or cars. This delivery guy's identity is not simple. No wonder he can find such a high-level beauty. The restaurant Su Qing chose was a Japanese cuisine place. Before long, the dishes were served, including a salt-baked lobster, pan-seared steak, salmon, and cheese prawns, among others. After they had eaten their fill, the two left the restaurant together. Yen Han pressed the car key, and the door of the Carmen King automatically opened. Su Qing looked at the SUV with admiration. "This car is so impressive. Mr. Yen, this car must be worth several million, right?" Yen Han smiled and said, "Not quite. Guess again." Just behind the Carmen King, in a pink Maserati, Chen Ran looked at Yen Han and Su Qing getting into the car with jealousy. Chen Ran asked the rich second-generation man next to her, Li Xiao, "What car is that in front of us?" Li Xiao sighed, "That one is really valuable." Chen Ran swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask, "Is it more expensive than your 4 million Maserati?" Li Xiao sighed and said enviously, "That car could buy me 10 Maseratis, and still have 10 million left over." "What? So that means it costs 50 million. Chen Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. Remembering how she had just been showing off to Yen Han, she felt a flush of embarrassment, as if she had been slapped in the face. Looking at Li Xiao beside her, she suddenly felt less appealing. How could someone driving a 4 million Maserati be worthy of her? It seemed that Yen Han had really made it big. No, she had to find Yen Han's contact information. She wanted to get back together. Even if it meant Yen Han wanted to sleep with her, that would be fine. But why was Yen Han delivering food while driving a 50 million car? At that moment, Li Xiao spoke up. Ran, what are you thinking? Why is your face so red? Shen Ran came back to her senses and awkwardly said, it's nothing. Shen Ran's expression and demeanor made Li Xiao feel uneasy, though he couldn't quite pinpoint why. Li Xiao parked the car at the hotel entrance and said, Ran, let's get a room today. Shen Ran looked troubled and said, oh no, Li Xiao, I got my period today. I'll definitely give you one when it's safe. Li Xiao, not too pleased, said, alright then. I'm leaving. Shen Ran went to the hotel room alone. She called her mom. Mom, guess who I saw today? Yes, it's Yen Han. The car he drives is worth 50 million. Why is he delivering food? Shen Ran's mom, Wang Yume, replied, in just 3 years, it's impossible to drive such a luxury car while delivering food. Shen Ran was a bit confused. So what's going on, Mom? Should I go find him to get back together? Wang Yume spoke in a knowing tone. Let me analyze this for you. Your boyfriend is probably just the driver for a rich person. If his boss finds out he's using their car to deliver food, he definitely won't let him off. Getting back together with him is useless. The main thing is to get close to his boss. Shen Ran suddenly understood everything. It turned out Yen Han was just a driver. She thought he had really made it. After hanging up with her mom, Shen Ran found a boy's number in her contacts, noted as Lick Dog No. 99. Dialing the phone, Shen Ran coldly said, haven't you always wanted to date me? I'm giving you a chance. The eager dog licker No. 99 replied, Goddess, just say the word, and I'll go through fire and water for you. Shen Ran got straight to the point. I want the contact information of your colleague Yen Han. Dog licker No. 99 asked unhappily, what do you want him for? You two have already broken up, right? Shen Ran, a bit impatient, replied, that's none of your business. I can't rely on you for even the smallest things, so stop saying you love me. With no other choice, the dog licker said, Goddess, wait a moment, I'll send you his WeChat. A triumphant smile appeared on Shen Ran's face. Little dog licker, no one dares to disobey her. Yen Han, who had been busy all day, went straight to the bathroom to take a shower as soon as he got home. Today had been quite colorful. Ran sent a friend request. Yen Han casually accepted it. He had no idea what his ex-girlfriend Shen Ran wanted to say. Ran sent several messages. Yen Han, have you not found anyone all these years because you were waiting for me? After all this time, I've calmed down a bit. I was young and immature before. Yen Han, can we go back to the past? Yen Han saw the messages but didn't reply. Undeterred, Shen Ran sent a voice message. Haven't you always wanted to hold my hand? I can even agree to a kiss. Shen Ran, in front of her phone, wore a confident expression. She had treated Yen Han this way, and given how much he had valued her in the past, wouldn't he obediently take the bait? However, her voice message only filled Yen Han with disgust. After being together for so long, he had always thought Shen Ran was pure, but he never expected her to show this side. Yen Han was now a wealthy man, surrounded by beautiful women every day, enjoying the company of all kinds of stunning ladies. He decisively chose to block her. Shen Ran waited a long time without receiving a message. Over an hour later, she couldn't help but edit a message. You don't want to do it with me, do you? But my mom taught me to have principles since I was little, so I want to wait until the wedding day. Your message was not sent. The other party has enabled friend verification. You are not yet their friend. Shen Ran was furious. Yen Han, how dare you block me? You've really grown some guts. After finishing his shower, Yen Han comfortably lay on his big bed. Someone sent you a package of clothes. Someone sent you a piece of Vacheron Constantine worth 50 million. Please collect it at the Vacheron Constantine counter with your ID the next day. Someone sent you a stake in a Supreme Dining Group. You will receive 70% of the shares and become the largest shareholder. The shares will take effect the next day. So much at once? What day is it today? Yen Han was indeed a bit shocked. After calming down, he went to bed to sleep. Early the next morning, Yen Han received a package. After opening it, he frowned tightly. Huh? JK? What the hell is this? And there's a little skirt. Yen Han rummaged through the package for a while and finally pulled out a pair of black stockings. The corners of his mouth twitched. And there's stockings too? Who sent me this? The deceased's family is really careless. They even got the gender wrong. In another envelope, there was a contract for the transfer of shares. This should be the shares of that restaurant. Yen Han decided to drive to the Vacheron Constantine store first. It seemed there was a watch among the things sent to him yesterday. Half an hour later, a black Carmen King pulled up at the Vacheron Constantine store. The two young girls chatting at the entrance suddenly fell silent, staring in shock at Yen Han's car. No way! What a handsome SUV! It must cost several million, right? Another girl rolled her eyes. Have you no knowledge? That's King Kalman's car. It's the top model. The price after tax is over 50 million. What? So expensive? That must be a wealthy big shot. Right. Hurry and open the door for the owner, he's about to get out. The two quickly opened the store door and respectfully looked at the car. To their astonishment, a figure in yellow emerged from the vehicle. A yellow helmet, a yellow uniform. It read 8 big characters, Meituan delivery, fast delivery of anything. The two girls were stunned, their faces filled with questions. A Meituan delivery guy? The owner of a 50 million luxury car is actually delivering takeout? Both girls felt a strong sense of disparity. Why was there such a vast difference between them, who were also in the lower service industry, and Yen Han? Yen Han looked at the two girls who had worked hard to open the door for him and smiled brightly. Thank you, ladies, for your hard work. He pulled out 600 yuan from his pocket and handed it to them. Here, a tip. The two young ladies broke into happy smiles. Thank you for your generosity, please come in. In a good mood, Yen Han walked into the store. Outside, the two girls began to whisper to each other. He gave a tip of 600 all at once. This delivery guy is really nice. No wonder he can drive a 50 million car. I'm not jealous at all that he can drive such a nice car. He deserves it. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. If not, I want to marry him. Vacheron Constantin, one of the major luxury watch brands, has exquisite craftsmanship and design, including materials. Under the ambient light of the display case, the watches sparkled. No one in the store chose to mock Yen Han. Everyone greeted him with warm smiles. Welcome to the Vacheron Constantin store. Sir, what kind of watch would you like to buy? Yen Han casually tossed his ID over. I ordered a watch online. I'm here to pick it up. After checking the ID on the computer, the staff exclaimed in surprise, Oh, sir, it turns out you spent 50 million to buy our store's treasure. You really have good taste. Please wait a moment, I'll get it for you. While Yen Han waited, a man and a woman walked into the store. The couple approached the counter. Let's see this year's new models. Suddenly, the guy spotted Yen Han. Yen Han? Is that you? Yen Han was also a bit surprised. You're my old classmate Yang Dongyu? Both Yen Han and Yang Dongyu were finance majors, but they weren't in the same class. Yang Dongyu looked Yen Han up and down. Oh, Yen Han, why are you delivering takeout? With your grades, you shouldn't be doing this. Although his tone carried a hint of regret, there was no emotional fluctuation in Yang Dongyu's eyes. Yen Han smiled wryly. Maybe I'm just not suited for the smooth corporate world. Yang Dongyu chuckled. That's true. Everyone has their own comfort zone. Delivering takeout is good too. You have freedom every day, unlike me, stuck inheriting the family business, even though the income is decent. But there's no freedom at all. Yang Dongyu complained a bit, looking quite disdainful of his current life. Yet, Yen Han sensed a hint of boasting in his words. Yang Dongyu tapped on the display case. How much is this watch? The Vacheron Constantin salesperson smiled and said, Sir, this watch costs 3 million. Yang Dongyu pulled out his bank card from his wallet and dramatically slapped it on the table. I'll take this watch, just swipe the card, no need to give me change. In reality, there was only 3,000,001 yuan in that card. He was just trying to show off in front of his girlfriend. Yang Dongyu chatted with Yen Han for a few more moments. Yen Han, I want to buy something later. I'll ask you to run errands for me, okay? I'll give you a little extra for your trouble. Alright. At that moment, the salesperson from Vacheron Constantin also took out a watch box and handed it to Yen Han. Young man, this is your overseas and the shopping invoice. The Vacheron Constantin overseas. As Yang Dongyu and the other person reached the door, they turned around with difficulty, looking at Yen Han in shock. Yang Dongyu's lips moved. Overseas? Isn't that the limited edition watch worth 50 million? How could Yen Han afford it? Even though Yang Dongyu was reluctant to believe it, the fact was right in front of him. Yang Dongyu's girlfriend, upon hearing the price of the watch, completely disregarded Yang Dongyu's presence and threw a flirtatious glance at Yen Han. Yen Han had little interest in such flirtation. Yang Dongyu's expression darkened. How could this bitch flirt with another man right in front of him, without considering his feelings? You have a new delivery order. The voice from Yen Han's phone contrasted sharply with the watch he was wearing. Yen Han patted Yang Dongyu's shoulder. Old classmate, I'm off. I have an order to deliver. Yang Dongyu's eyes widened in surprise. You bought a 50 million watch, yet you still insist on going out to deliver takeout every day? Yen Han wore a lazy smile. Well, staying idle is still staying idle. I can't sit still. After saying that, Yen Han's relaxed figure walked out. Under Yang Dongyu's displeased gaze, Yen Han confidently got into a Carmen King car. Yang Dongyu felt as if he had been hit by 1,000 blows. What? This car is also Yen Han's? The staff in the Vacheron Constantin store looked at the direction Yen Han left with envy. Driving a 50 million car, wearing a 50 million watch to deliver takeout, the wealthy nowadays are really low-key. What do you know? That's called experiencing life. If I could, I would also want a delivery guy as a boyfriend. The staff earnestly advised Yang Dongyu, Sir, you know such a wealthy classmate. You should make good use of your advantage and hold onto his leg tightly. Yang Dongyu's mouth twitched, looking at the staff in disbelief. Huh? What? Me? Hold on to his leg? The staff replied, yes, this kind of opportunity, if you miss it, you'll regret it for a lifetime. Yang Dongyu felt as if he had been hit by billions of blows. It had always been others trying to curry favor with him, clinging to his leg. How did it come to this, that he had to cling to Yen Han's leg? Yang Dongyu regretted coming to Vacheron Constantine today. Damn it, he felt like he was humiliating himself. Yen Han's new order was actually a delivery to a bank. Yen Han had even deposited money there before. He dialed the customer's phone. Hello, delivery. Yumomo walked over in high heels. Hello, young man, we meet again. Yen Han looked at Yumomo in surprise. So it was you who ordered the takeout. Give me a 5-star review, okay? Yumomo playfully smiled. 5-star review? Sure, but can I make a small request? Yen Han asked with a smile. What request? Yumomo's face turned shyly red, gathering a lot of courage to say, can you hug me? I've never been in a relationship, and I want to find out what it feels like to be in love. Yen Han pulled her into his arms tightly. From now on, I am your 1-minute limited time boyfriend. Yumomo pouted. Your time is so short. Yen Han retorted, don't talk nonsense, the reader's time is short, I'm very lasting. Yumomo rolled her eyes. You're so dirty. The scene of the two cuddling together ignited the fury of a man who walked in from outside. The man quickened his pace and pulled Yumomo away. Momo, why are you hugging a delivery guy? Are you sick? I can hug whoever I want. Who are you to control me? Does your family live by the sea? Why are you so nosy? The rich young man pretended to look aggrieved. Momo, after all this time, don't you know how I feel about you? Umomo felt a wave of disgust. Ugh, don't come here to gross me out. Just because you like me, does that mean I have to like you? Wasn't my previous rejection clear enough? How ridiculous. Umomo showed no mercy. The rich young man couldn't vent his anger on Umomo, so he took it out on Yen Han. You delivery guy, someone like Momo, a beautiful girl, you don't deserve to even think about her. Otherwise, I have 1,000 ways to make you die. Yen Han chuckled and retorted, oh, then you think you deserve her? The rich second generation proudly rolled up his sleeves and said, of course I do. Look at this limited edition Rolex on my wrist, it costs 10 million. That watch, even if you deliver food for a lifetime, you could never afford it. After the rich second generation finished showing off, all the bank staff looked at him as if he were an idiot. The rich second generation felt a wave of heat on his face. What kind of looks were these people giving him? Shouldn't they be envious? Shouldn't they be shocked? However, what the rich second generation didn't know was that Yen Han had deposited 100 million in the bank a few days ago, and that scene still lingered in everyone's minds. To everyone, the rich second generation Chen Xiao was simply unaware of his own mortality, daring to prance around in front of a billionaire. He probably wouldn't even know how he died in a moment. Yen Han sighed and said, speaking of watches, I actually have one. Rich second generation Chen Xiao scoffed. What kind of broken watch can you wear? Don't embarrass yourself with that trash from Taobao that costs a few hundred. Yen Han calmly replied, it's a Vacheron Constantine. Chen Xiao laughed as if he had heard a joke. Pfft, you, Vacheron Constantine? You must be dreaming. Do you know what Vacheron Constantine represents in the watch world? Yen Han rolled up his sleeve, revealing a brand new watch on his wrist. Do you recognize this watch? When Chen Xiao saw the watch on Yen Han's wrist, it was as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. Huh? I don't recognize your broken watch. What? This watch, is it the Vacheron Constantine worth 52 million? Well-informed Chen Xiao immediately recognized the watch on Yen Han's wrist. Chen Xiao stuttered. Why, you're actually wearing it while delivering food. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Yen Han's mouth. If you're trying to show off your wealth, you've got the wrong target. Next time, remember to open your eyes. Chen Xiao felt a wave of confusion inside. What do you mean open my eyes? How was I supposed to know you were wearing a 50 million watch while delivering food? If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to show off in front of you. Yen Han waved at Umomo. Let's go. See you next time. Umomo sweetly nodded. Okay, when I'm not busy, I'll ask you out. After saying that, she lowered her head, blushing, looking as cute as a girl in love for the first time. She had never been on a date with a boy alone before. Chen Xiao couldn't help but feel jealous to the point of madness. Umomo's cute demeanor had never been shown in front of him, but he didn't dare to confront Yen Han. Rich people play with cars, rich people play with watches. Spending tens of millions on a house or a car is a necessity, but spending 50 million on a watch is already considered a luxury. Someone who dares to wear 50 million on their wrist is not someone Chen Xiao can provoke. Yen Han walked outside and pressed the car key. The door of the Carmen King automatically opened. Yen Han sat in the car, gave Chen Xiao a disdainful smile, and then stepped on the gas and drove away. Chen Xiao stared wide-eyed in shock again, excitedly shouting, "This car? Isn't that the SUV worth 50 million? There are only 10 in the whole world. Even Song Xiao and Fan Xiao couldn't get one. It turns out he bought it. Wearing a watch worth 50 million and driving a car worth 50 million. Damn, this coldness must be intentional, right?" Someone in the bank couldn't help but say, "Hee hee, what's this? He has deposited 100 million in our bank, and he has deposits in several other banks too. And I heard it's also a 100 million deposit, just from the interest. He can live off several tens of millions a year. If I were him, I wouldn't be delivering takeout. I would have already laid flat." Sigh. I'm really envious of him. At such a young age, he can just lay flat. We are just unfortunate, working like oxen in life, and still like oxen in death. Listening to the conversations around him, Chen Xiao was terrified, his scalp tingling. What? How old is he? And he has several hundred million in liquid assets? Isn't that more than my ancestors? Here it is. Supreme Chain Restaurant. Hey, why does this name sound so familiar? I remember now. This is the restaurant where I got shares. Yen Han mumbled a few words and walked towards the restaurant. A fellow delivery worker happened to overhear Yen Han's words and teased, "Bro, it's still broad daylight, and you're already daydreaming. Supreme Chain Catering, that's a company worth 10 billion, even 1% of the shares is worth more than our entire lives. Is it something for poor delivery workers like us to think about?" Yen Han didn't bother to explain much to this colleague, just smiled perfunctorily. "Ha, I was just saying it casually." The two entered the store together, waiting for their orders. After playing on his phone for a while, Yen Han noticed that the restaurant hadn't prepared his order. "You have received a reminder for your order. Please complete the delivery in a timely manner." You have received a reminder. In a short time, Yen Han had received several reminders. Helpless, he walked to the counter and urged, "Can you speed up the order? It's been over an hour, and I'm about to miss the delivery time." The female manager looked at Yen Han impatiently. "Why are you rushing? If you miss the time and get a bad review, it's your problem, not ours. We serve the food at the time we set, you deliver it at that time." Yen Han looked angrily at the manager. "Can you at least be reasonable?" The female manager, in a bad mood, replied, "I won't be reasonable. What are you going to do about it?" Their argument attracted a fat man. The fat man's name tag read, Operations Manager Bai. Manager Bai looked at the female manager. "What's going on here? Why is it so noisy? What's the situation?" The female manager smiled obsequiously at Manager Bai. "It's nothing, Manager Bai, just a delivery guy urging for his order." Manager Bai touched the female manager's hand, glanced at Yen Han, and said, "Today our restaurant is hosting a large business banquet. The senior executives from the company will be coming here to eat. We don't have time to prepare your order." The female manager, somewhat confused, asked, "But Manager Bai, what if the customer calls?" Manager Bai smiled sinisterly. "Baby, just say the delivery guy didn't come to pick up the order. It's not that our restaurant won't make it for him." The female manager admired, "So it can be done this way." Yen Han was furious. What kind of ridiculous business is this? Seeing that Yen Han still wouldn't leave, Manager Bai became a bit annoyed. "Why are you still standing here like a telephone pole? I'll compensate you $200 for your order loss. Now get lost." "Did I tell you to get lost? Didn't you hear me? A complaint costs $500, but this Manager Bai only wants to give him $200 to brush him off." Although Yen Han didn't care about the money, he couldn't swallow this insult. Smack! A loud slap landed hard on Manager Bai's face. "Clean your mouth. I didn't hear clearly. Who did you tell to get lost?" President Bai covered his face, only feeling a warmth in his palm. He looked at his hand and exclaimed, "Blood! It's blood! You filthy delivery guy, how dare you hit me? Ha, you're finished." Security! Where are the security guards? Someone's causing trouble and hitting people. With President Bai's shout, more than 20 security guards rushed out, wielding batons, and stood in front of the group. "President Bai, which bastard dared to lay a hand on you?" President Bai pointed at Yen Han. "It's this filthy delivery guy. Beat him to death. Don't worry about any consequences. I have plenty of money to cover medical expenses." The burly security guards rolled up their sleeves, revealing tattoos on their arms, glaring fiercely at Yen Han. "Bastard, why did you choose to mess with our President Bai? Today, you might just be carried out." A customer, feeling a bit sympathetic, advised Yen Han, "Young man, you should run. These security guards have all been in before and just got out not long ago. Fighting is just a daily routine for them. They've even caused fatalities before, and they hit hard." Yen Han was absent-minded, directly ignoring the kind reminder. His face remained calm. "Don't worry, I bet they won't dare to touch me." Upon hearing Yen Han's words, the security guards burst into laughter. "Ha, this stupid delivery guy must have watched too many anti-Japanese dramas like Yen Xuanying. Hit him." A group of security guards raised their batons, ready to strike Yen Han's head. Just then, another man who looked like a leader appeared. "What are you all huddled together for? Don't you have your own work to do? The shareholders are about to arrive. Have your meals prepared? What do you want to do to this delivery guy?" President Bai, covering his swollen mouth, stepped forward pitifully. "Uncle, this filthy delivery guy just slapped me. Look, it's bleeding. I just wanted to teach him a lesson." Yen Han glanced at the name tag on the leader's chest, General Manager Yang Wei. After hearing his nephew Bai's words, Yang Wei angrily said, "What? A mere delivery guy, a bottom dweller in society, dares to be so bold as to hit someone here? He must be dealt with, otherwise, any Tom, Dick, or Harry will dare to cause trouble in our place, and we won't be able to keep the restaurant open." Yen Han couldn't help but speak up. "Clearly, you all deliberately delayed the meal. When I urged, your nephew insulted me, and I couldn't hold back my anger and retaliated." Yang Wei glanced at Bai. "What's going on? Is this true?" President Bai loudly defended himself. "Uncle, don't listen to his nonsense. This delivery guy, seeing our store manager is somewhat attractive, has been pestering her for her WeChat. I couldn't stand it and scolded him a few times. Who knew he would directly hit someone?" The beautiful store manager cooperated, saying, Yes, this delivery guy came in just now and looked at me lewdly. That kind of gaze is really disgusting. Like a pervert." Yang Wei looked at Yen Han with a hostile gaze. "Ha, you delivery guy, how dare you turn the tables and slander my nephew? You almost fooled me." Yen Han pointed to his head. "You can check the surveillance." Yang Wei snorted coldly. "There's no need to check the surveillance. My nephew has been raised by me since childhood, and he has never lied. I already understand the situation here. Come on, beat this delivery guy into a cripple." Yen Han realized that Yang Wei just wanted to protect his nephew and had no intention of seeking fairness. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed. "Yang Wei, who do you want to cripple?" A dozen powerful men walked into the restaurant side by side. "Let's see who dares to bully someone." Yang Wei walked over with a spring in his step, grinning as he said, "Directors Liu, Yuan, and Li, why are you all here so early? You could have given me a heads up so I could come to pick you up." The three directors didn't even bother to look at Yang Wei and pushed him aside. The group searched around the restaurant hall and soon spotted Yen Han. They walked up to Yen Han and shouted in unison, "Hello, Chairman. We have come to meet the chairman." The restaurant instantly fell silent, the atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at Yen Han in shock. The diners were stunned. The delivery person who came with Yen Han was dumbfounded. The entire restaurant staff was astonished. Bai Zong, the female manager, Yang Wei, and others were also taken aback. Everyone present exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe that this delivery person was actually the chairman. What was going on? Some whispered, "The chairman of the restaurant personally came to deliver food. This is truly a rare sight. Maybe he's incognito." Bai Zong and Yang Wei are in big trouble. They are simply asking for it, daring to confront the chairman. These three had just been trying to bully Yen Han, and now they were likely in for it. Some staff members who had been bullied by them were now reveling in their misfortune. Yen Han looked at the directors with some surprise. "How did you recognize me? I don't think we've ever met before, have we?" The second shareholder chuckled. "We checked your information right away. We've seen your profile, and you look even younger in person than in the photos." Yang Wei felt his head buzzing, recalling how he had offended Yen Han to defend his nephew, his clothes already soaked with cold sweat. He stepped in front of Yen Han and slapped himself hard across the face. "I'm sorry, Chairman. I didn't educate my nephew well and looked down on you. I really deserve this. I'm apologizing. Just pretend I was talking nonsense earlier." Yen Han's face was cold, and with a snort, he had already made his attitude clear. Director Liu had a bad feeling and angrily asked, "Wang Zong, as soon as I walked in, I heard you say you wanted to beat up the chairman. Tell me, what's going on?" Under Liu's questioning, Yang Wei was sweating profusely, unable to withstand the pressure, and had no choice but to explain the situation truthfully. After realizing Yen Han was the chairman, Yang Wei dared not embellish the story. Upon hearing this, Director Liu was furious. "Yang Wei, you little insignificant manager, do you really think you can act like a big shot and take a dump on the chairman's neck? What a piece of work!" The other directors were equally furious. "Yang Wei, you really have some nerve." Director Liu turned to Yen Han and asked, "Chairman, how do you want to deal with Yang Wei?" Yang Wei felt parched and his heart raced to his throat. This delivery person only needed to say one word to decide his fate. Yen Han looked at Yang Wei as if he were a dead man and asked Director Liu, "What do you think, Director Liu?" With that one sentence, Director Liu understood. The chairman was handing the power of life and death over to him. If he didn't handle this properly, he might also be expelled from the board by Yen Han. Director Liu instructed the HR manager beside him, "Shall he, effective immediately, dismiss Yang Wei from the position of General Manager of Supreme Catering, and also dismiss Bai Haitao from the position of operations manager, and fire the store manager, Su Ling. These three will never be employed by the group again. Anyone who got a job in the company through Yang Wei's connections, get rid of them all. Supreme Catering Chain Group will not tolerate nepotism. Director Liu publicly announced the death sentences for the three. Yang Wei, his nephew Bai Zong, and the female store manager were all dumbfounded. They never expected that offending a mere delivery worker would lead to so many people being implicated. The diners in the restaurant applauded and cheered, deserved it. Now you're dumbfounded, huh? You bullied the delivery guy. Let's see if you dare to look down on people in the future. This time, I give a thumbs up to the delivery guy. Yang Wei, unwilling to accept it, said, Director Liu, after all these years, I may not have any achievements, but I have put in hard work. Please, give me another chance. I promise I won't dare again next time. Director Liu ignored him and turned to Yen Han. Chairman, are you satisfied with this handling? Yen Han didn't see any major issues. Alright, let's leave it at that. The delivery worker who had entered the restaurant with Yen Han was now stunned. He never dreamed that Yen Han actually had shares here. Moreover, he was at the chairman level. They were both delivery workers, yet one was so much more impressive than the other. Remembering how he had laughed at Yen Han when he came in, the delivery worker felt a wave of shame wash over his face. Director Liu invited Yen Han. Chairman, our company is having a gathering, and the chefs in the restaurant have prepared some new dishes. Would you like to try them with us? Yen Han smiled and politely declined. No, I still have deliveries to make. The other directors suggested, then let the waiter pack some for the chairman to take along. It'll be convenient for him to eat on the way. Unable to resist, Yen Han had to let them pack it up. The new order was headed to an office building. This was a software app development company, filled with programmers and the like. Yen Han placed the delivery on a workstation. Hello, your delivery. Upon seeing Yen Han, many female colleagues couldn't help but exclaim, wow, what a handsome delivery guy. Why can't I ever get such a handsome one when I order delivery? The four-eyed guy who ordered was filled with jealousy. Among the group of infatuated female colleagues, one was his secret crush. The four-eyed guy threw a bag of trash at Yen Han's feet. Delivery guy, you're going downstairs soon anyway, so throw this trash for me. Throwing away trash was just a small task, and if he had asked nicely, Yen Han wouldn't have minded. But the four-eyed guy's attitude in throwing the trash showed he didn't regard Yen Han as a person at all. Yen Han's gaze turned cold. My job is just to deliver food, not to help you throw away trash. The four-eyed guy's eyes glared at Yen Han like a venomous snake. Aren't you just a lowly worker? I ordered delivery, so you should naturally provide me with service. A chill spread across Yen Han's face as he snatched the meal from the four-eyed guy's desk and directly tossed it into the trash can. If delivery workers are lowly, then don't eat it. The four-eyed guy jumped up from his chair. You filthy delivery guy. What are you doing? I still want to eat. You threw it in the trash. How can I eat it now? The four-eyed executive's face darkened as he angrily said, Do you believe I'll give you a bad review? A complaint can cost you 500, right? You'd have to work your ass off for many days to earn that 500, wouldn't you? You still have time to kneel and apologize to me. Yen Han scoffed disdainfully. Kneel and apologize to you? I think you're dreaming. With that, Yen Han turned and walked away. The four-eyed guy threatened, You wait, don't think I won't dare. Yen Han didn't take it to heart at all. With several hundred million in fixed deposits, he wouldn't care about a small fine for delivering food. Delivering food was just a way for him to experience life. Yen Han leisurely drove his SUV towards the Matewan station. At the Matewan site, the beautiful site manager Shin Xiaoya looked at the negative reviews and complaints on the computer backend, shaking her head and sighing. Sigh, this dead Yen Han, there's really nothing I can do about him. Another negative review and complaint. Boo-hoo, my performance this month. Speaking of Yen Han, it was as if he had a grudge against money. When encountering unreasonable and annoying customers, Yen Han never showed any leniency. Even if he received negative reviews, complaints, and deductions, it didn't matter. Therefore, Yen Han was indeed the king of negative reviews at the site. Shin Xiaoya felt a headache coming on. Sigh, my life is tough. I can only use my own salary to make up for you. Dead Yen Han, when you come back, you must compensate me with your abs. Shin Xiaoya mumbled discontentedly while eating fries. Suddenly, a wild roar echoed outside the site. The Matewan delivery riders resting inside looked outside in surprise. Damn! There's a luxury car. What kind of car is this? I've never seen anyone drive it before. I don't recognize it, but this car is way cooler than a Rolls-Royce. It must be expensive, at least in the tens of millions. How did such a tens of millions luxury car come to our site? Could it be that some brother's delivery process led to a poor customer experience, and the luxury car owner came to settle the score? Just as a group of delivery guys were discussing, the heavy door of the King Kalman suddenly opened automatically. Yen Han, dressed in Meituan delivery attire, stepped out of the car. All the delivery workers at the entrance of the site were stunned at the sight of him. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Brother Yen, it's actually you. You've upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. Brother Yen. The commotion outside also attracted site manager Shin Xiaoye. Clenching her fists, she angrily rushed out. What car is this, dead Yen Han? Do you dare to come back to me or not? Another negative review and complaint. What do you want? I haven't pinched your ear for several days, have I? A group of Meituan brothers quickly shouted, "You station. Calm down. Brother Yen is no longer the Yen Han he used to be." Shin Xiaoye shot a glare. Heh, what's so different about him? A glance from Shin Xiaoye caught Yen Han stepping out of the King Kalman car. Yen Han, is this car yours? Yen Han nodded. Yeah, just bought it. A group of delivery brothers surrounded Yen Han, bombarding him with questions. Brother Yen, you can't be one of those rich second-generation types who pretend to be low-key and experience life, right? Brother Yen, I've never seen the world. How much did this car cost? Seeing a former delivery brother driving a luxury car, everyone genuinely felt happy for Yen Han. Yen Han chuckled lightly. Sigh, it's not that much, just 50 million. The delivery guys gasped. What the hell? 50 million, and it's just that? Brother Yen, your Versailles attitude is really infuriating. Brother Yen, from now on, you're my dad. You spent so much money on a car. Brother Yen, you must have at least 100 million in your hands, right? Yen Han shrugged and said helplessly, I have to come clean. Actually, the me that you spend every day with is a hidden billionaire. Yen Han's gaze fell on Shin Xiaoye. Shin Xiaoye, at 165 meters tall, with a slim figure, always liked to wear cool short sleeves and denim shorts. She had a slightly above-average appearance, the standard Sichuan Chongqing girl type, often mingling with the brothers at the Meituan site, her personality being straightforward and carefree. She had always interacted with everyone as a brother. Shin Xiaoye, the Meituan site manager. Yen Han's gaze landed on Shin Xiaoye. Site manager, what did you just say? It seems like you want to domestically abuse me again? Shin Xiaoye's face revealed a hint of a little woman's smile. Cough cough, Yen Han, no. Dad, it was just that I spoke too loudly just now. I didn't scare you, did I? Yen Han laughed and said, No. The brothers who ran deliveries together in Meituan teased, Yuzhan, we really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Shin Xiaoye shot a murderous glare at them. Are you all done laughing at me? Have you finished your deliveries or not? Still not out there running deliveries. You all want a beating? Huh? Hey, wait a minute. Hurry up and get a bottle of drink for Yen Han. None of you have any sense. Under Yen Han's extreme discomfort, this Sichuan Chongqing girl tyrant actually gently massaged Yen Han's shoulders and legs. Dad, is this strength comfortable? Yen Han leisurely replied. A little lighter, a little lower. Hey, don't touch my forbidden zone. Station master, don't take this opportunity to be a rogue with me. Shin Xiaoye whispered in Yen Han's ear. Xiaohanen, didn't you always want to see me wear black stockings and dance in Pure Land? How about I wear them for you later? The other riders immediately felt jealous. Station master, you've changed. Why show him and not us? Shin Xiaoye glared angrily. Shut up. Do you all drive 50 million luxury cars to work? Every day not delivering takeout properly, just here slacking off. Have you finished your deliveries? If you can't meet your performance, just watch me break your legs. The delivery workers looked at Yen Han with resentful eyes. Whoa, brother Yen, it's all your fault. You took away Yuzhan's love for us. After joking around until they were tired, some Meituan delivery guys took several photos of Yen Han's car and posted them on their social media. Delivering takeout in a 50 million luxury car, about my super rich colleague. Once the post was published, the delivery guy's social media received a lot of likes. The once aloof goddesses also bubbled up. Can you give me your colleague's WeChat? After Yen Han drove home and walked into the bedroom, a pair of black stockings was thrown at his face. His beautiful roommate Zhang Yanran walked over with a flushed face. What are you doing with my stockings? Disgusting. Landlord, I didn't expect you to do such a thing. Zhang Yanran glared angrily, her bright eyes under her glasses filled with murderous intent towards Yen Han. Yen Han awkwardly said, I didn't do anything. Maybe I just mixed them up while doing laundry. This actually wasn't Zhang Yanran's, but someone had mistakenly sent it to him yesterday. But there was no way to explain that. Even if he explained, Zhang Yanran might not choose to believe him. Zhang Yanran, blushing, threw a roll of toilet paper at Yen Han. You're still quibbling. Why is there toilet paper on your bedside? Don't think I don't know what you were doing. Zhang Yanran snorted coldly. Yen Han was truly more wrong than Doi, feeling aggrieved as he said, I caught a cold. Zhang Yanran, with her long black stockings, sat cross-legged on the bed. You dare to do it but not take responsibility. You're really not a man. how can you do such a thing? What you're doing is wrong. Zhang Yanran's lecturing tone carried a sense of authority like a teacher scolding a student. Yan Han obediently nodded like a student. Okay, I understand. Zhang Yanran's face showed a look of a teachable student. Good, that's a good student. Yan Han couldn't help but laugh and cry. Cough cough, Teacher Jiang. I need to remind you, it's off-duty time now. Zhang Yanran's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. Sorry, landlord, I didn't switch gears. After saying that, Zhang Yanran took the food out of the pot and called out to Yan Han, wash your hands and let's eat together. The sumptuous dishes included sweet and sour ribs, cola chicken wings, braised beef, and cold dishes. Yan Han greedily sniffed the air and exclaimed, it smells so good. Along with the aroma of the food, he also caught a whiff of laundry detergent. Following the scent, he spotted the drying rack in the living room, where a few of his clothes were hanging. Teacher Jiang, did you wash my clothes? Zhang Yanran replied with a gentle smile, yes, I have a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. I couldn't stand your messy room, so I took the liberty of washing them for you. Yan Han teased, with you cooking for me and washing my clothes, whoever marries you will definitely be very happy. Zhang Yanran shot him an angry glare, her face flushed with embarrassment, and said in a mock-fierce tone, what are you talking about? If you keep joking like that, I might just get angry. Unable to resist, Yan Han pinched Zhang Yanran's cheek and said, you're really so cute like this. Zhang Yanran's cheeks turned hot, and she softly scolded him, take your hands off me, don't touch me like that. Yan Han stopped teasing her and began to enjoy the delicious meal. The two sat together, giving off a vibe like a newlywed couple. Someone has gifted you a luxury golf garden villa worth 300 million renminbi. A paper prompt made Yan Han gasp. A villa worth 300 million. He must be incredibly wealthy to have made such a grand purchase. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Yan Han played some games before drifting off to sleep. The next morning, a ray of warm sunlight streamed into the bedroom. Yan Han lazily stretched and comfortably got out of bed. He pulled open the bedroom door, ready to wash up. An envelope slipped through the crack of the door, marked Tiandi Bank Issuance Center. Yan Han opened the envelope and took out the documents and 2 keys inside. The letter roughly stated, Mr. Yan Han, you have purchased a villa in Magic City Golf Garden for 300 million renminbi in full payment. Your estate is Villa No. 1, please move in promptly. This was a paper contract for a full payment purchase. At the bottom of the contract was a red booklet with large characters, Land Use Right Certificate. Holding the 2 brand new keys, Yan Han couldn't help but laugh. Looks like these should be the keys to my villa. Ding ding, you have a new WeChat message waiting for your reply. Yan Han casually clicked on the message. Theodora, Yan Han, I'm going back to my country. Before I leave, let's meet. I've booked a room at the hotel. Immediately after, Theodora sent the hotel room number. With such a warm invitation from a beautiful woman, how could Yan Han refuse? Half an hour later, he arrived at the hotel Theodora mentioned. Theodora's neckline was very low, accidentally revealing skin as smooth as mutton fat jade. Her beautiful legs were still wrapped in shiny black stockings. The gaze beneath her short hair still carried a cold and proud demeanor. Her powerful queenly aura was simply irresistible. Theodora pushed Yan Han down and whispered in his ear, little brother, what you sent me on WeChat, are you trying to usurp power? I don't want that. I, Theodora, will always be the one in power. After more than an hour with Theodora, Yan Han said, I'm going to take a shower. Theodora grabbed him, are you serious? You lie down. Theodora looked down at Yan Han, today, I will definitely make you beg for mercy. Yan Han replied, Sister Theodora, you might have to wait. Theodora's eyes widened in horror, what? No, don't. This is really a terrible thing. Another hour passed, and it was already dark. Theodora held Yan Han's hand as they went downstairs to Starbucks. The two appeared together at various food stalls and luxury shops. Buying for his woman, Yan Han was never stingy. That guy looks so handsome when he pays. I really want to be his girlfriend, to experience having a boyfriend who spends money like an ATM. Just think about it. Your looks, figure, and temperament can't compare to that silver-haired beauty beside him. That girl looks like a noble lady from a Western tycoon family. The guy isn't bad either. He looks like a CEO straight out of a drama. But why is this CEO wearing a Matewan delivery uniform? Given his habit of spending money like water, it must not be an ordinary delivery uniform. Maybe it's the latest custom piece from some luxury brand. The usually aloof goddesses were completely overshadowed by Shia Adora in every aspect. Although the goddesses were proud, they still had a sense of self-awareness in front of Shia Adora. Yan Han's car was filled with large and small bags. He drove directly to his new home. Shia Adora looked at the villas outside the car and couldn't help but ask, why did you drive to the Shi Mountain Golf Garden villas? Yan Han smiled and took out the property deed, because this is my home. Upon hearing this, Shiedora's cherry lips formed an O shape in surprise. What? This place is worth 300 million. Yenhan looked at Shiedora in surprise. Dora, do you know this place well? Shiedora smiled and said, yes. The developer spent a fortune to build this villa, creating an artificial island here. They even built a huge circular golf course with 18 villas as the standard, which is just the landscape for these villas. Moreover, each household has a helipad, and these villas were personally designed by my father. It's incredible that you could buy this place. Are you really just a delivery guy? She Mountain Golf Garden Villas. Yenhan smiled and said, yes, your Yen is just an ordinary delivery guy, from a regular family. Shiedora playfully scolded, I don't believe you. In their conversation, Yenhan learned that her father was a construction engineer who had participated in many villa garden designs, including the White House in the United States. Yenhan said with interest, one day, I must ask my father-in-law to personally create a Western-style dream castle for me. Shiedora rolled her eyes. Who wants to marry you? Yenhan pinched her. You don't want to marry me? We've slept together several times. Shiedora blushed. Oh, stop talking nonsense. It was only twice. The two got out of the car with their bags. Yenhan walked to the entrance of the villa. Ding! Owner of Garden Villa No. 1, Yenhan, facial recognition successful. Please enter. Hey, deliveries can't go in. What? You're the owner? The security guard's words were only half finished when he was stunned by the villa's facial recognition system. Once he regained his composure, the security guard stood straight and saluted Yenhan. Welcome home, owner. Seeing the large bags in Yenhan and Shiedora's hands, the security guard enthusiastically said, Owner, the facial recognition system said your last name is Yen, so I'll call you Brother Yen. Brother Yen, these things are too heavy. Let me help you carry them. With someone willing to do the heavy lifting, Yenhan didn't refuse. The scene of Yenhan and Shiedora entering the villa area was captured by a figure in the distance. Yenhan's ex-girlfriend, Shenran, watched their backs, deep in thought. That woman must be Yenhan's boss. It seems like he's living off a rich woman. I need to find a way to cook raw rice with Yenhan in the freezing cold, so that he can get that foreign girl to give me gold coins. But how should I do it? Shenran's eyes flickered as she began to calculate her little schemes. Yenhan and Theodore had already arrived at the entrance of Villa No. 1. A dozen maids in uniform, all dressed in white stockings with long legs, rushed out of the villa together. Master, you're back? Welcome home. Yenhan looked at the girls in white stockings with some surprise and asked in confusion, Who are you? One maid replied in a cute tone, We are your 24-hour personal maids, mainly responsible for your daily life, the cleanliness of the house, and your hygiene. We are 16 this year and can accompany you for 14 years. After 14 years, new maids will replace us to serve you. Yenhan held Theodore's hand. Let's go in, Dora, together. The two walked into the villa. It was an enormous living room, with imported sofas and furniture, every corner of the room filled with an air of aristocratic luxury. The villa had a private wine cellar, a separate reading and coffee nook, a private cinema, and an exclusive dressing room, among other amenities. 2 floors underground was a place that combined entertainment and leisure. Outside was a garden and an outdoor swimming pool. Walking inside this villa felt more like walking through an art gallery. Late at night, Theodore's graceful silhouette, illuminated by the light, was reflected on the bathroom door. The enchanting and hazy figure, along with the sound of rushing water, made Yenhan feel a bit flustered. Yenhan, can you hand me a towel? Theodore's voice came from the bathroom. Yenhan casually handed the towel into the bathroom. Theodore grabbed Yenhan's hand and pulled him into the bathroom. A night of silence passed. The next morning, Yenhan pulled Theodore's suitcase as they walked out of the villa together. Their cheerful banter caught the attention of a wealthy man, who felt a pang of jealousy. Damn! A delivery guy actually managed to chase after a foreign girl. Why should he? He had never even gotten a Western girl. And this delivery guy, a lowly person from the bottom of society, was actually walking in the same villa area as him. As they reached the entrance, the increasingly angry wealthy man shouted at the security guard, Security, how did you let a delivery guy sneak in here? We pay the property fees to support you, and this is how you serve us owners? Is this how you guard the entrance? The wealthy man disdainfully glanced at Yenhan. Soon, the security guard would definitely help him chase the guy away, and this foreign girl would realize that the poor delivery guy she found would only embarrass her. At that point, he just needed to employ a little trick to strike up a conversation with her. The high and cold aura of this foreign girl made one unable to resist wanting to conquer her. The security guard looked bitter and said to the wealthy man, I'm sorry, but this delivery guy is also an owner here, and he is the master of Villa No. 1. I'm just a small security guard. I have no right to interfere with the owners coming home. The wealthy man was dumbfounded, looking at Yen Han in disbelief. Him? A delivery guy? An owner here? The master of Villa No. 1. How is that possible? A delivery guy, how could he afford it? Yen Han pushed the wealthy man aside. Dude, are you leaving or not? If not, step aside. You're blocking the way for me and my girlfriend. Get out of the way and go be shocked somewhere else. The wealthy man stumbled and almost fell to the ground, while Yen Han and Theodore had already gotten into a luxury car. Seeing the two get into a luxury vehicle, the wealthy man finally admitted the truth. He really is an owner here, but why would he choose to deliver food? The security guard chuckled bitterly. Maybe he's just a low-key rich person. Probably a hidden young master from a super wealthy family. The cold sent Xiao Duo to the airport. Xiao Duo said to the cold, "Come here, let me give you a kiss before you go." Smack with a kiss, Xiao Duo left her lip print on the cold's face. The cold drove away from the airport. You have a new takeout order. Please complete the order in a timely manner. This takeout order was for a birthday cake, so the price was quite high. It was to be delivered to a high-end restaurant. The cold walked in with the birthday cake. After just a few steps, the cold heard a surprised voice. A fair-skinned boy in a waiter uniform walked over to the cold. "Xiao, it really is you. I didn't dare to recognize you from afar just now. Why are you still delivering takeout?" The cold recognized the boy. His name was Zhang Junpeng, a high school classmate. The cold exchanged a few pleasantries with him. Nothing much to do. Zhang Junpeng pretended to be very concerned and asked, "How much can you earn a month running takeout now?" The cold replied honestly, "On good days, I can barely make over 10,000 a month." Zhang Junpeng couldn't help but laugh. "Then you're not doing well, working so hard just to earn 1,000, while I, as a waiter, can make 15,000 a month." The cold felt a sense of superiority in Zhang Junpeng's words. "I'll talk to my boss later. You can come work as a waiter with me. If we run into some rich big boss, we can earn some tips. Hanging out with your brother Peng will treat you well." Though he said this, Zhang Junpeng had no intention of helping the cold. His main purpose was to show off in front of the cold. After all, he couldn't compare with other classmates. Only the cold, who delivered takeout and earned less than him, became his target for showing off. An impatient voice suddenly rang out. "Waiter, why is my food not ready yet?" Zhang Junpeng, holding the dishes, hurried over, smiling as if he had just seen his long-lost father. Coming, brother, here's the food you ordered." The cold glanced at the address on the order and realized that this delivery was for the table Zhang Junpeng was serving. What a coincidence. The cold walked over with the cake. He saw Zhang Junpeng flattering a rich second generation. "Feng Xiao, happy birthday to your girlfriend. I specially asked the kitchen to add 2 more lobsters for you." Feng Xiao was quite pleased and generously took out 200 yuan from his pocket, stuffing it into Zhang Junpeng's hands. "You little waiter really know how to please people. Here's a tip for you." Zhang Junpeng took the 200 yuan, his smile even brighter. "Thank you, boss, you're so generous." For a 200 yuan tip, Zhang Junpeng's flattery only made the cold feel disgusted. The cold placed the cake on the table and coldly said, "Your cake." The internet celebrity girl sitting next to Feng Xiao's eyes lit up when she saw the handsome cold. "This delivery guy is too handsome. He looks like a rising star yet to be discovered. Maybe she could contact this delivery guy when Feng Xiao isn't around." The internet celebrity girl dared to flirt with a stinky delivery guy right next to her, which made Feng Xiao furious. "Why did it take you so long to deliver a takeout? You better sincerely apologize to me right now, or I'll give you a bad review and complain, making you waste half a month." The cold looked at Feng Xiao with icy eyes. "Sorry, but the word apologize doesn't exist in my dictionary." As the king of bad reviews and complaints at the station, the cold didn't care about one more or one less bad review. Feng Xiao was worried about not having a reason to target the cold, but unexpectedly, the cold provided him with an opportunity. Feng Xiao said in a hostile tone, "Oh, so you're quite bold, huh? You don't want to apologize? Do you believe I can make a phone call and get you fired from the delivery industry? In the future, Meituan and Me will never hire you." The internet celebrity sitting next to Feng Xiao immediately lost interest in Yen Han. No matter how handsome the delivery guy was, he couldn't compare to Feng Xiao, who was on a completely different social level. Zhang Junpeng advised Yen Han, just soften up to Feng Xiao. A real man can bend and stretch. You're just a delivery guy, don't narrow your path. Don't be ungrateful in front of Feng Xiao." Feng Xiao really enjoyed Zhang Junpeng's flattery and couldn't help but praise him, saying, "Look at your classmate, just a little waiter, see his awareness. Not apologizing, huh? I'll call Meituan right now and have you fired from headquarters. I'm telling you, I'm not just bluffing to scare you." Feng Xiao took out his phone and started flipping through his contacts. "The president of Meituan is surnamed Wang, right? Firing you, a delivery guy, is just a matter of my word. Zhang Junpeng felt a rush of secret delight. Yan Han, that idiot, why offend someone like a rich second generation? Can you really afford to offend these rich kids? Thinking about how Yan Han would lose his job and wouldn't even earn 10,000 a month afterward, Zhang Junpeng couldn't help but revel in his misfortune. At that moment, a wealthy second generation dressed in designer brands caught sight of Yan Han and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that Yan Xiao?" This rich kid was none other than Chen Xiao, who had harassed Yu Momo at the bank last time and had tried to show off to Yan Han but ended up getting slapped in the face. Last time, he had offended Yan Han, but Yan Han had been magnanimous and didn't hold it against him. Even now, thinking back, Chen Xiao still felt a sense of survival after a disaster. Chen Xiao approached and happened to hear what Feng Xiao had just said. Firing you, a delivery guy, is just a matter of my word. Chen Xiao quickened his pace, slammed his hand on the table, and directly flipped it over. The cake fell to the ground, and several dishes were knocked over. Feng Xiao angrily stood up from his seat. "You damn." Chen Xiao pressed down on Feng Xiao's shoulder. "What are you going to do about it?" Upon seeing Chen Xiao, Feng Xiao forcibly suppressed his curse words. "Cousin, why did you flip my table? Are you crazy?" Chen Xiao kicked Feng Xiao on the backside, kneeled down to Yan Gu and apologized. Feng Xiao couldn't believe his ears, feeling he had been greatly insulted. "What, bro, you want me to kneel and apologize to a delivery guy? Bro, have you lost your mind? I'm richer and more powerful than him. Why should I kneel? I won't kneel." Feng Xiao's face showed disbelief. The internet celebrity next to him and Zhang Junpeng were both stunned. What was going on? They couldn't quite understand. Chen Xiao pulled Feng Xiao aside. "Come over here, I need to tell you something." Once they were a bit further away, Chen Xiao explained the situation with Yan Han. Feng Xiao's eyes widened in terror. "What? He's that impressive?" From Chen Xiao, Feng Xiao learned that Yan Han drove a limited edition SUV worth 50 million and wore a 50 million Vacheron Constantin watch. Moreover, he had 100 million in fixed deposits across several banks. This was no ordinary delivery guy. This was someone you simply couldn't afford to provoke. Thud. Feng Xiao returned to the table, knelt at Yan Han's feet, and slapped his own face hard. "I'm sorry, Yengu, I didn't know you had such an impressive background. I'm just a little waiter. I shouldn't have pretended to be someone I'm not in front of you." This scene stunned everyone present. The internet celebrity stood frozen, covering her mouth in disbelief. Zhang Junpeng's throat bobbed, his lips moved, but he couldn't say a word. The look in Zhang Junpeng's eyes when he glanced at Yan Han now held a hint of awe and fear. This delivery guy classmate of his was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Chen Xiao walked up to Yan Han, smiling as he expressed his apologies. "Brother Yan, now that I know you Momo is your sister-in-law, I have stopped pursuing her. My cousin is just a fool. I'll help you deal with him when we get home." Chen Xiao picked up Feng Xiao's car keys from the ground and tossed them to Yan Han. Yan Han caught the keys, looking at Chen Xiao with some confusion. "Chen Xiao, what do you mean by this?" Chen Xiao chuckled and said, "We've bumped into you twice. Just apologizing isn't sincere enough. This is my foolish brother's new Rolls-Royce Phantom, which cost over 10 million. Consider it my way of making amends. It can't compare to your car, but please accept it." Feng Xiao felt a pang of heartache and reluctance, but what could he do? He had offended Yan Han. No matter how much it hurt, he could only watch helplessly. The diners in the upscale restaurant were all stunned by this scene. They began to murmur in astonishment. "What's going on? Why is this rich second-generation kid in designer clothes kneeling to a delivery guy? That delivery guy must have an impressive background. Did you see? Even his apology starts with a $10 million car. With such a big gesture, he must be afraid of the delivery guy's revenge on him. Mo City really is a place full of hidden talents. Who would have thought even a delivery guy from the lower class could be so extraordinary? From now on, we should be polite to delivery workers. Who knows, they might be big shots." Amidst the crowd's discussions, Yan Han had already become a god in their eyes. Classmate Zhang Junpeng felt a flush of embarrassment on his face. Remembering how he had wanted to drag Yan Han to work as a waiter with him, he felt utterly awkward. In Yan Han's eyes, he was just a jumping fool, right? Yan Han clearly didn't care to stoop to his level. Both were in the service industry, but how could the gap between them be so vast? He could only rely on his charm to earn a couple hundred in tips, while Yan Han didn't need to charm anyone to receive a $10 million luxury car as compensation. Today, Yan Han was no longer the Yan Han of the past. Yan Han tossed the car keys to Feng Xiao. "You'll drive it to my house later. I live at Villano 1 in Shi Mountain Golf Garden. Our maid will take you to my garage." Just in time, the maids at home need a car for grocery shopping. Speaking of which, he really did have a connection with SUVs. His first car was a Maybach, the second a Carmen King, and the third a Rolls-Royce. Yan Han felt he could call himself an SUV collector. Feng Xiao held the car keys, his face flushed with humiliation. What? I'm giving you a $10 million new car for free, and I still have to drive it to your house? Why don't you just fly to the moon? Aren't you being too much? What do you mean your family needs a car for grocery shopping? My car is worth 10 million. This Yen Han was simply outrageous. After slapping him in the face, he wanted him to drive over too. It was like someone saying to you, I want your woman, and you personally deliver her to my bed. The harm isn't great, but the insult is extremely strong. How dare this Yen Han? No matter what, he was still a rich second-generation kid. Did he have no pride? Smack! A loud slap echoed through the restaurant as Chen Xiao struck Feng Xiao's face. Stop being such a pain, just drive it over. Right now, take the car to my brother Yan's place, and think about what I just told you. Remembering Yen Han's terrifying background, Feng Xiao felt a chill run down his spine and quickly became obedient. Ahem, brother Yan, I lost control of my emotions. I'll drive the car to your place right away. Feng Xiao walked ahead, his eyes clear like a college student. Yen Han also headed downstairs. Yen Han pressed a button on the car keys, and the door of the Carmen King automatically opened. Dressed in a delivery uniform, Yen Han got into the car under the incredulous gaze of Feng Xiao and the others. What the hell? There's really someone delivering food in a 50 million car. Feng Xiao was stunned, having never seen such a scene. He quickly took out his phone to snap a picture and posted it on his social media, capturing the strange moments I encounter in life. Why would someone be so desperate as to deliver food in a 50 million SUV? Yen Han poked his head out and said to Feng Xiao, what are you doing? Taking pictures? Feng Xiao was so startled that he almost dropped his phone, his face turning red with embarrassment as he stammered, I'll delete it right now. Yen Han smiled and made a peace sign, just reminding you to make me look good in the picture. Feng Xiao was dumbfounded. Huh? Yen Han's car had already driven away, leaving Feng Xiao in a daze. The super-rich young master driving a 50 million limited edition SUV was surprisingly down-to-earth and humorous. In Feng Xiao's social circle, there were plenty of rich second-generation kids, but none were as easygoing as Yen Han. His cousin Shen Xiao kicked Feng Xiao's behind. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and drive my brother Yan's car over. Feng Xiao muttered under his breath, I feel like you're more anxious than he is. It's like the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch. Chen Xiao shot a hostile look at Feng Xiao. Who are you calling a eunuch? Ha? Are you looking for a fight again? Feng Xiao weakly got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Ahem, well, I'm off now. Yen Han drove back home. As soon as he entered the room, a sharp scream pierced the air. Zhang Yanran was actually changing clothes, and what she took off was a girl's pink outfit. With a cold glare, Zhang Yanran scolded, why did you come back without making a sound? How am I supposed to get married in the future because of you? Yen Han turned away to avoid her gaze, sincerely apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, just pretend nothing happened. Zhang Yanran snorted coldly, questioning him, is a simple sorry enough? Yen Han was at a loss, he had no way to deal with this auntie. Then tell me, what do you want to do? Zhang Yanran lowered her head, her eyes filled with a hint of ambiguity. You should take responsibility for me. I want to cling to you for a lifetime. Thinking about how her family kept pressuring her to marry, and how she couldn't stand the suitors they suggested, Zhang Yanran didn't want to let her parents down, so she set her sights on Yen Han. If she had to choose someone, Yen Han would do just fine. Yen Han was stunned. Huh? I just accidentally glanced at you, and you want me to make such a big sacrifice? Zhang Yanran glared at Yen Han and commanded, what are you waiting for? Come here. More than half an hour later, Zhang Yanran glared at Yen Han. Can you be a little gentler with me? You did that on purpose, didn't you? Someone burned you a Bugatti Veyron, worth 70 million renminbi. It has been parked at the Shi Mountain Golf Garden Villa. Please collect it in a timely manner. Yen Han was stunned. Someone actually burned a supercar for him. And it's a Bugatti, one of the top choices for men. Too bad it's not that limited edition worth several hundred million. There's only one in the world. Maybe the family that burned the paper for me isn't that well off either. Sigh, a 70 million car, I guess I can manage to drive it. Yen Han was filled with excitement. He planned to check out the villa area as soon as it got light. The purchasing requirements and conditions for a Bugatti are extremely strict. Not only must one have certain assets and property proof, but the owner must also have no black history. It is said that to own a Bugatti, one must go to the Bugatti headquarters for an interview, and only if they pass the interview will they be granted purchasing rights. Currently, Yen Han owns a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a Maybach S650 Pullman, and a Carmen King. Cars priced between 10 million and 50 million are almost all SUVs. The Bugatti Veyron, this is the first supercar in my life. As soon as dawn broke, Zhang Yanran went to work. However, a hint of girliness faded from Zhang Yanran's face, replaced instead by a mature charm of a woman. As the saying goes, a young married woman is the most enchanting. Yen Han drove to the villa. He found a place to park and leisurely strolled towards the entrance of the villa area. From a distance, Yen Han spotted a sleek, all-black, brand-new sports car. The design of this car was simply stunning. A 70 million luxury car, the Bugatti Veyron. A female internet celebrity stood in front of the car with a live streaming device, broadcasting, "Hey family, do you see this sports car behind me? This is my 18th birthday gift from my dad. This car is called Bugatti, family. Do you want to know how much it costs? Come on, everyone, give Lily some gifts, and I'll tell you the price." The internet celebrity deliberately withheld the price. This was her money-making tactic. This trick was quite successful, as the viewers in the livestream were already intrigued. "Goddess Lily, I'm going to use my mom's social security card to tip you. I tipped for a carnival. Lily, don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us how much your dad spent on this Bugatti." "I tipped too. Even though I can't afford it, that won't stop me from dreaming about it. Thanks to the good people upstairs." Seeing that the time was right, Lily spoke up. "This car is called the Bugatti Veyron, and its price is 50 million. A voice suddenly interrupted Lily. "You said this car was bought by your dad?" Lily glanced at Yen Han, who was dressed in a Manhwa uniform, thinking he was one of her fans, and smiled, nodding. "Yes, delivery guy, this car belongs to my dad. You must be my fan, right? As a fan, I can grant you a wish, let you stand with me in front of the sports car for a photo, and you can post it on your social media to show off." A glint of cunning flashed in Lily's eyes. She could satisfy this delivery guy's small wish while also establishing a kind persona in front of a bunch of poor losers in the livestream. With her persona established, wouldn't she be able to rake in the cash? The sycophantic fans in the livestream were all moved. The comments were filled with, "The host is so nice. She doesn't discriminate against the delivery guy at all." Yen Han was amused by Lily. This internet celebrity was using his car to live stream, saying she would allow him to take a photo with the sports car, which sounded like she was patronizing him. Yen Han initially wanted her to stream for a while longer, but this Lily was acting generous with his car, like a beggar showing off. Yen Han decided to teach her a lesson. He sized up the internet celebrity. "How old are you this year?" Lily instinctively blurted out, "I was born in 2004. Oh, Yen Han elongated his tone, pointing to himself. "Come on, good daughter, point the camera at daddy." The internet celebrity was furious. "What? You're going too far, brother." The fans were also overwhelmingly against Yen Han. What kind of person is this delivery guy? How can he act like this? Is this delivery guy sick? Exactly, if it weren't for our Lily baby, a 50 million Bugatti Veyron would never have anything to do with a delivery guy like him. Lily, this stinky delivery loser just wants to get famous, trying to find a moment with you. Give him the camera so he can get popular. The internet celebrity flipped the camera directly to Yen Han's face. Just as Lily was about to say something, Yen Han had already pulled out the car key and pressed it. Beep, beep. The sound of the car horn echoed, the Bugatti Veyron's lights flashed, and the entire car seemed to wake up from slumber. The cool sports car door popped open stylishly. Under the shocked gazes of internet celebrity Lily and the fans in the livestream, Yen Han directly sat inside the Bugatti Veyron. In the live broadcast room, the excited viewers transformed into surprised warriors. What? This 70 million sports car actually belongs to this delivery guy? Damn! Driving this car to deliver food is simply a waste. I suddenly want to experience dating a delivery guy. Isn't that what you want? You're clearly eyeing him driving a Bugatti with one hand, seeing through it but not saying it. We're still good friends. At the live broadcast site, Yen Han mockingly said to the internet celebrity Lily, "I don't remember giving birth to you when I was 2 years old. I haven't even gotten married, and my daughter is already this big?" Lily stood there, her face full of embarrassment, feeling an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Her face turned bright red, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Inside, she was on the verge of tears. Damn it! You're wearing Matewan delivery clothes and driving a 70 million sports car to deliver food. Aren't you just messing with people's minds on purpose? This car is yours, you should have said so. If you didn't say it, how would I know it's your car? Is it really that fun to mess with people? Bro, I'm sorry, I didn't know this car was yours. Please don't hold it against a small streamer like me. Laughter erupted in the live broadcast room. So it turns out you're just pretending with someone else's car. Truly, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. The streamer's behavior just now was really clownish, showing off to the actual car owner. I feel embarrassed for her. If it's not your car, what are you even live streaming for? The streamer is really driven by vanity. What is this thing I'm following? Ha, unfollowed. I unfollowed too. The hard-earned fans, once numbering in the tens of thousands, quickly dwindled to just a few dozen. Lily panicked. Family, please don't unfollow. Who hasn't made mistakes? Give me another chance. But Lily couldn't stop her fans from unfollowing her, and she started to cry in grievance. You have a new delivery order. a voice from the Manhwa writer system announced, and Yenhan tossed a pack of tissues to Lily from the car. Beauty, I'm off to deliver food. You continue. By the way, just to clarify, the 50 million is just the base price of the Bugatti Veyron. With taxes and various options, it costs 70 million to get it from abroad to here. Next time you stream, remember to have some common sense. Lily looked at the departing Bugatti Veyron with a resentful expression. It's all your fault. All your fault. No one among the onlookers sympathized with Lily. They all pointed and said, deserved it. To deceive for a few gifts, you have no bottom line at all. Isn't it a bit ridiculous to not even know your own car? With fans unfollowing her and bystanders criticizing her, all of Lily's grievances surged to her heart. Wah wah. This delivery was a barbecue, headed to a high-end community. In Magic City, the housing prices are among the highest. Yenhan carried the delivery and arrived at the 5th floor, knocking on the door. Hello, your Manhwa delivery. After a while, a burly man opened the door and took the delivery from Yenhan. The burly man stared at Yenhan for a long time and blurted out, Yenhan, it's you? This is my old classmate. I'm Pang Xiaolong from our class. Come on, old classmate, come in and sit for a while. We haven't seen each other in years since graduation. Pang Xiaolong was warmly insistent, and Yenhan followed him into the living room. Pang Xiaolong's home was about 100 square meters, fully renovated. It seemed he had been living well these past few years. Come, try this, Mutai ice cream. A small box costs $100. You're the only one I would share it with. I wouldn't dare take it out for anyone else. Pang Xiaolong handed over a box of cold dessert. He deliberately emphasized the words Mutai and the price of the ice cream, as if afraid Yenhan wouldn't hear it. Yenhan took the ice cream and politely said, thank you. Seeing Yenhan's indifferent reaction, Pang Xiaolong felt a surge of secret delight. This bumpkin isn't particularly surprised. He must be pretending to be calm on purpose. It's definitely Yenhan's first time eating such an expensive ice cream. Back in school, Yenhan was the top student, good at studying and handsome, the most sought after in the class, shining brightly. Meanwhile, Pang Xiaolong was just a nobody, completely lacking presence in class. Who would have thought that the once glorious Yenhan has now fallen to delivering takeout? Pang Xiaolong sat next to Yenhan and began to introduce his house. Fortunately, I bought a house, otherwise I wouldn't dare to buy this ice cream that costs 100 yuan a serving. Do you know how much the housing price is per square meter here? Pang Xiaolong deliberately left it unsaid. Yenhan knew he was waiting for him to respond, so he played along lightly. Oh, how much? Pang Xiaolong stood up and exaggeratedly said, so expensive it's worth robbing a bank. 300,000 per square meter. Too expensive. Although Pang Xiaolong kept mumbling about the high price, Yenhan felt that he didn't really care about the 300,000 per square meter price. Instead, he sensed a satisfaction on his face, a feeling of being a winner in life. Yenhan finally understood why Pang Xiaolong invited him over. It was actually due to vanity, looking for someone to show off to, flaunting his big house. Yenhan simply smiled lightly and said, that's great. You can consider yourself financially free now. Pang Xiaolong shifted the topic to Yenhan. Are you delivering takeout in your spare time? Yenhan chuckled, no, it's full-time. Pang Xiaolong paused for a moment before casually saying to Yenhan, full-time is also good. You get to breathe fresh air every day. Unlike me, stuck in the office signing documents all day. Sitting there all day, I feel like I'm almost suffocating in the office. He. Yenhan seemed to catch a whiff of pretentiousness. At that moment, a girl wrapped in a bathrobe walked out of the bathroom. Old Pang, what's so good about chatting with a delivery guy? Your status is different now. Don't lower your status. Hearing the voice, Yenhan already knew who it was. She was Qin Jingjing from their class, one of the famous beauties in school. Though she was at the bottom of the social ladder, countless boys had once flocked to her. Back then, Qin Jingjing kept everyone at arm's length, maintaining her image as a cold goddess. Who would have thought that after being tempered by society, she would turn out like this? Pang Xiaolong said to the girl, Jingjing, this is our classmate Yenhan. Qin Jingjing's heart skipped a beat. Yenhan? The super academic genius with perfect scores? The #1 handsome guy on campus? Once, Yenhan was also her idol. Her dream was to climb into Yenhan's bed and be a strong woman. Qin Jingjing quickly walked to the living room, and when she saw Yenhan in his Manhwa work uniform, all the halo filters in her mind vanished without a trace. Oh, it's Yenhan. Hello, welcome to my home. Qin Jingjing greeted him coldly and then returned to her room. Now that she was young and beautiful, working at a big company with a monthly salary of several tens of thousands, she, a proud daughter of heaven, would never lower herself to marry a poor delivery guy. Even though Yenhan was once the center of attention, now he was just a stinky delivery guy. Recently, she had been dating a project manager who was wealthier than Pang Xiaolong. The manager said that once his terminally ill wife passed away, he would let her take the position of the mistress. Chen Jingjing didn't feel ashamed of being a mistress. So what if she was a mistress? Some women go their whole lives without seeing what she has. They are just envious and jealous of her. Pang Xiaolong felt a wave of secret delight. See that, Yan Han? The goddess belongs to someone like me. The goddess you never got to sleep with, I did. Little did he know, Chen Jingjing had long since been unfaithful to him behind his back. Pang Xiaolong smiled and said, Yan Han, don't leave tonight. I'll have your sister-in-law make you a few dishes. Thinking of the precious ingredients in the fridge, and the chance to show off a bit of a good life, Pang Xiaolong couldn't help but grin widely. Yan Han politely declined. No, I still have some deliveries to make. Pang Xiaolong stood up. Huh? Alright, I won't keep you for dinner then. Tomorrow night at the Supreme Restaurant, it's a class reunion, you must be there. Those beauties from our class, they've all changed so much, now they're all stunning, and they're all thinking about rekindling old flames with you. You can't let them down. Considering that there were a few classmates he was close to, Yan Han agreed. Okay, I'll definitely be there. After Yan Han went downstairs, Pang Xiaolong's WeChat message came through. It had the time for the reunion, the location, and the room number for the private dining area. Pang Xiaolong emphasized, you must come, you're the main character tomorrow. Yan Han found it a bit amusing. Pang Xiaolong was really going all out to show off. Yan Han took out his phone and checked the restaurant online. The Supreme Restaurant is part of the Supreme Catering Group. A smile crept onto Yan Han's lips. Interesting. Isn't that the restaurant I have shares in? Speaking of which, I'm still the chairman there. Sigh. The world is so big, why are all your show-off targets me? Passers-by glanced at Yan Han, unable to help but look at him a few more times. These delivery guys must be under too much pressure to fantasize about being a chairman. That delivery guy looks a bit pitiful. I should go comfort him. An elderly man approached Yan Han. The next second, the old man's eyes widened in shock as, in his terrified gaze, the figure in the delivery uniform suddenly dove into a Bugatti Veyron. Yan Han started the car. The roar of the engine echoed from the Bugatti Veyron. What the hell? I was just going to comfort him, and it turns out the clown is me. Other passers-by were also stunned. Wow, it's the first time I've seen someone driving this car to deliver food. Maybe he really is the chairman of the Supreme Restaurant. This car isn't something just anyone can afford. On the 5th floor, Chen Jingjing, who was changing clothes, happened to catch a glimpse of a Meituan rider getting into a sports car. She quickly called Pang Xiaolong. Old Pang, look downstairs. That delivery guy who jumped into the sports car, doesn't he look a bit like Yan Han? After taking a look, Pang Xiaolong's heart sank. Both in height and weight, he was quite similar to Yan Han, but with a helmet on, it was hard to tell. Reluctant to admit it, Pang Xiaolong said, you must be seeing things. If Yan Han had a sports car, would he still be delivering food? Besides, if it were really him, he would have been showing off with us just now. Did you see how indifferent he was the whole time? He must not be doing well. This delivery guy downstairs just looks a bit like Yan Han. Chen Jingjing sighed. Sigh, that's true. They're both delivering food. But why is there such a big gap between people? If Yan Han were that capable, we could just ride his coattails. Pang Xiaolong sighed regretfully. Yan Han has it tough too. What kind of talent would choose a delivery job? It's those who really have no other options in society. Pang Xiaolong couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. Tomorrow's class reunion would be his stage. Why was he working so hard? It was all for tomorrow's show. Yan Han, are you ready? Tomorrow, I am destined to be the main character. You will see the envy in our classmates' eyes, and those goddesses from our class will all be throwing themselves at me. Pang Xiaolong clenched his fists, excitement bubbling within him. Yan Han drove the sports car, attracting the attention of passers-by. This is a supercar worth 70 million, and even the local rich kids in Magic City can't afford to drive it. Because it's rare, it attracts attention. A cool breeze brought a hint of chill. This is the thrill of a joyride. Two stunning figures stood in front of the car window. Hey, can we add you on WeChat? I want to add you too. Yan Han numbly added them on WeChat. He had 100 friends on WeChat, 80 of whom were super gorgeous beauties. To manage them easily, he saved them with special notes. Girl fan no. 1. Girl fan no. 2. Every day, he was bombarded with messages from 80 admirers, driving him crazy. His life motto was to walk the path of women, leaving them with no way to go. Yan Han glanced at the delivery order, delivery address, Hilton Hotel. This order was quite rich, as the user had ordered condoms, sexy lingerie, and a few small toys. Young people just love to play. Yan Han grumbled and went upstairs. When the hotel room door opened, Yan Han froze. It's you? Chen Ran pulled Yan Han into the hotel room and locked the door behind them, leaning against the door and looking at him. Yan Han, do I look beautiful today? Today, Chen Ran wore a super short skirt paired with shiny black stockings, and a low-cut top that made her look like the leading lady from an adult film. Chen-ran lifted Yen-han's chin, her tone flirtatious. Yen-han, I'm your dear Princess Chen-ran. Don't you recognize your Ran-ran? Yen-han looked at Chen-ran with disgust. Don't get close to me, we broke up. He pulled Chen-ran away and tried to unlock the door to leave. But Chen-ran stripped off her clothes, completely naked, and hugged Yen-han from behind. Don't go, your girlfriend and that rich woman aren't here. I can just be your secret lover. Yen-han, come and have fun with me. Yen-han was momentarily stunned. Rich woman? What rich woman? Chen-ran said, the foreign girl you were with at the Shishan Golf Garden Villa that day, the one you drove that 50 million SUV with, isn't she the one who got you that? Yen-han curled his lips in disdain. So that's what Chen-ran was after. He never expected his ex-girlfriend to have such a face. Chen-ran, to climb up, you really will stop at nothing. Yen-han hoisted Chen-ran onto his shoulder and then threw her onto the bed. Chen-ran's eyes were sultry and dreamy as she caressed her long legs. Oh, Yen-han, you hurt me, you're so rough. Yen-han, weren't you once obsessed with this body of mine? Just today and in the future, I can let you have your fill, just be gentle for a bit. To avoid bringing you unnecessary trouble, I specially ordered a little umbrella. However, Yen-han didn't even look at her, showing no reluctance as he twisted the door lock and slammed the door behind him. Seeing Yen-han leave, Chen-ran hurriedly chased to the door barefoot, forgetting to put on her shoes. She wanted to open the door and run after him, but seeing that she was completely naked, she had to give up that impulsive thought. 2 streams of hot tears flowed down Chen-ran's cheeks as she held a makeup mirror, beginning to doubt her own beauty. Chen-ran, why is it that when you're standing in front of him naked, he remains indifferent? Am I not beautiful enough? Chen-ran's looks were not low. Even without makeup, she could outshine many beauty streamers online. Yen-han simply didn't like her materialistic and casual qualities. When wealth reached Yen-han's level, his criteria for choosing women were no longer just looks and figure. He valued a woman's inner temperament even more. Wanting everything is called being indiscriminate. Yen-han possessed endless wealth, so the choice was his. Chen-ran stomped her foot in anger, her face filled with resentment. What are you so proud of? Just because you've hooked up with a rich woman? If you don't sleep with me, it's a waste. I've given you chances to sleep with me before. One day, I'll find those strong ones to sleep with, and I'll reach heights you can only look up to. I, Chen-ran, am destined to make you regret today. Dudu Yen-han's phone rang. It was a message from Su Qing, the real estate agent. Mr. Yen, can you come to my rental place tonight to help me fix the light bulb? It's too high, I can't reach it. Remembering Su Qing's appearance when he first met her, Yen-han recalled that she was a girl who loved to smile, gentle and kind to everyone. As long as you got close to her, she would be like a happy angel, using her smile to heal and infect you. A smile crept onto Yen-han's lips as he replied, sure, see you tonight. If it were an average straight guy, he would definitely tell her to pay someone to do it. But as a man with high emotional intelligence, Yen-han would never make such a low-level mistake. After delivering a few more orders, Yen-han finally arrived at Su Qing's home. He helped her screw in the light bulb, and Su Qing said, Mr. Yen, my bathroom drain is clogged too. Can you help me clear it? Yen-han gave her a reassuring look. Leave it to me. He quickly took care of everything. To thank Yen-han, Su Qing specially invited him to stay for dinner. It was a pan-seared steak, with red wine, some fruit, and dessert. In the dimly lit rental, it surprisingly created a candlelight dinner atmosphere. As they drank, Su Qing's face turned rosy, and feeling hot, she couldn't help but start taking off her clothes. It's so hot. Yen-han said to her, Su Qing, you've had too much to drink. Su Qing stubbornly looked at Yen-han. No, I haven't had too much, I can still drink. Su Qing took off her jacket and grabbed Yen-han's collar, her breath smelling of alcohol with a hint of sweetness. Come on, let me take a good look at you. Su Chang was wearing a short-sleeved top and frayed denim shorts, revealing her long, cool legs. As a man with normal needs, Yen-han couldn't hold back. 2 hours later, Su Qing lay obediently in Yen-han's arms, and he held her, saying, come with me to a gathering tomorrow. Su Qing looked confused. What gathering? Yen-han replied honestly, at the Supreme Restaurant, Room 1 of the Human Character Pavilion, a class reunion at 8:30 in the evening. Su Qing nodded and said, okay, I'll definitely go. I won't let you lose face. After spending the night at Su Qing's place, the next morning, Yen-han continued delivering takeout. After finishing 5 or 6 orders, he suddenly received a WeChat message from Yumomo. I happen to be on holiday today. Want to hang out, little brother? Yen-han casually typed back, a bit busy. Oh, just come directly to the Supreme Restaurant at 8:30 tonight. Room 1 of the Human Character Pavilion, the one in the center of Magic City. 10 minutes after sending the message, Yen-han slapped his forehead and said, oh no. I just remembered, I asked Su Qing to accompany me to this gathering last night. It was too late to retract the WeChat message now. But how should he handle Yumomo? Wouldn't Su Chang and Yumomo run into each other? Forget it. No point worrying, let's just see what happens at the class reunion tonight. Yen Han stuffed his phone into his pocket and didn't deal with the messages anymore. First, deliver the orders. By 8:20 in the evening, many classmates had already arrived at the Supreme Restaurant. Some classmates, looking at the restaurant's decor, couldn't help but feel intimidated. Who found this place? The decor here looks high-end, the cost must be high. A girl holding her phone said, I just checked online, the average cost here is actually $1,000. Other classmates were also stunned. Oh my, 1,000. Cough cough, it's fine, it's just 1,000 yuan, it's small change. Yes, we're all out in society now, who can't pull out 1,000 from their pocket? Even if everyone was cursing inwardly, when out in public, one's identity is something one gives to oneself. As they walked inside, some classmates began to mutter quietly, if I had known it was this expensive, I wouldn't have come. Exactly, a class reunion, and now we're splitting the bill like this, next month I might have to use my credit line. At that moment, a man and a woman walked over. The man was Pang Xiaolong, and the woman was Chen Jingjing. For today's reunion, Pang Xiaolong had specially worn a custom suit worth tens of thousands, while Chen Jingjing wore a red evening gown. Everyone looked at Pang Xiaolong with envy. Isn't that Chen Jingjing? One of the school beauties. I can't believe she's actually with the student council president Pang Xiaolong. This is what family background does. We ordinary people can't compete at all. What does Pang Xiaolong's family do again? I think they run a real estate agency, right? Pang Xiaolong enjoyed the envious gazes from his classmates, grandly wrapping his arm around Chen Jingjing and introducing her. This is our class's Chen Jingjing. Now everyone can see that besides being classmates, we also have a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Among the classmates, a group of sycophants had already started to flatter him. President Pang, congratulations. Not only are you successful in your career, but you've also won the beauty. President Pang is truly a winner in life. Back then, so many boys in our university wanted to pursue Goddess Jingjing, but they all ended up with nothing. I'm really envious of President Pang. The repeated calls of President Pang had already made him lose himself. Pang Xiaolong smiled, adopting the tone of a successful person. It's nothing much, just a small achievement in my career that attracted Jingjing. If you all work hard, you can also pursue your own goddess. Pang Xiaolong scanned the crowd of classmates but did not spot a certain figure, and he couldn't help but ask, where's Yen Han? Isn't he coming? Yen Han was an important figure tonight. Pang Xiaolong wanted everyone to witness how the once promising youth would be utterly defeated by him tonight. If Yen Han didn't come, this reunion would lose its meaning. A few girls said, he just said he was on the way, let's message him and urge him. This was the charm of the male god Yen Han. If it were an ordinary guy, these goddesses wouldn't care what time he arrived. A hint of jealousy flashed in Pang Xiaolong's eyes. When Yen Han arrives and they find out he's delivering takeout, they'll surely be disappointed. At that time, all the beautiful classmates would focus their attention on him. Just as a girl was about to send a message, someone shouted towards the door, look, Yen Han is here. Wow! Yen Han looks even more handsome than back in the day. This is the transformation of a man, he just keeps getting better. A bold girl directly linked her arm with Yen Han's. Han go, over here. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Pang Xiaolong's eyes as he muttered, it's good that you came. I was worried you wouldn't show up. Pang Xiaolong walked up to Yen Han and said, since everyone is here, let's go to room 1 of the Renzi Pavilion. More than 10 classmates walked into the private room together, finding their seats one by one. Pang Xiaolong took the lead, looking at Yen Han's clothes with dissatisfaction. Yen Han, why did you come in delivery clothes? Yen Han smiled and explained, oh, we can't take off our work uniforms during our shift at Meituan. After finishing my last order, I came straight over to avoid being late. Pang Xiaolong, with a strong air of superiority, said, in such an important occasion, you come dressed like this, it really affects your image. How are you going to make it in society in the future? I'm saying this for your own good. When Chen Ran saw Yen Han in an awkward situation, she quickly stood up and said, all right, Pang Xiaolong, why don't you say a little less? After all, we're all classmates, and it's not that serious. The classmates present were stunned. Hey, Chen Ran, didn't you break up with Yen Han? Why are you still talking to him? Chen Ran blushed and revealed a shy smile. Isn't there a saying that love is all about breaking up and getting back together? Just as Yen Han was about to deny Chen Ran, a girl beside him suddenly asked, Yen Han, running food delivery isn't just your side job after work, it's your main job? Yen Han honestly nodded. Yeah, main job. What's wrong with that? Nothing. The girl sitting next to Yen Han instinctively moved to other places, keeping a certain safe distance from him. They initially thought Yen Han only did food delivery in his spare time. It turned out that this was Yen Han's full-time job, which meant he was not doing well at all. The idol they had in their hearts was the former Yen Han. They didn't think much of the current one. Some classmates sighed in regret, it's really a case of things changing and people changing. Who would have thought that the once top student Yen Han ended up delivering food after graduation? Tonight's class reunion is mainly for classmates, so let's not show off, so Yen Han doesn't feel out of place. Right, tonight's class reunion is all about classmate feelings. Hearing these words, Chen Ran, who knew the truth, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. A bunch of brainless fools. They probably still don't know that Yen Han is now driving a 50 million SUV and living in a golf course villa. Chen Ran had been worried about these beauties in the class. Now that they were all actively keeping their distance from Yen Han, she had one less group of competitors. A boy asked Yen Han, are you seeing someone now? If not, Chen Ran is also waiting for you, and you're both single. You two could get together. Chen Ran shyly lowered her head. I have no objections. It just depends on Yen Han's feelings. A group of classmates saw Chen Ran like this and started to cheer. Get together, get together. Yen Han looked at Chen Ran with disdain. Chen Ran, watch what you say. Who's breaking up and getting back together? I have a girlfriend. Pang Xiaolong looked at Yen Han in surprise. Yen Han, you have a girlfriend? Why didn't you bring her to the reunion? What does your girlfriend do? Is she also delivering food like you? Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Two stunningly beautiful women stood at the entrance of the private room. These two were Yumomo and Su Qing. Yumomo was dressed like a professional office worker, with curves in all the right places and long legs in black stockings, instantly captivating a large number of boys present. Yumomo's style gave off the vibe of an exceptional office secretary, and her age added a touch of mature charm. Su Qing, on the other hand, wore a JK skirt paired with white stockings, and her smile was very kawaii, giving off the cute vibe of a naive girl next door. Su Qing's style was that of an innocent little girl, untouched by the world. Upon seeing Yumomo and Su Qing, the girls present felt a sense of inferiority. At the same time, seeing the two stunning beauties, Pang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. Ladies, what brings you here? Yumomo and Su Qing asked in unison, is this a class reunion? Pang Xiaolong nodded, yes. Yumomo and Su Qing said in unison, I'm Yen Han's girlfriend. After saying that, Su Qing looked at Yumomo in surprise. You're also Yen Han's girlfriend? Yeah. Are you too? Yumomo looked at Su Qing in astonishment. The private room fell silent, and everyone looked at Yen Han with strange expressions. What was going on? Two beautiful women were both here looking for Yen Han? Who was Yen Han's real girlfriend? Seeing the two women, Chen Ran felt a surge of vigilance and crisis awareness. No wonder Yen Han looks down on himself. It turns out he's eating so well now. It seems that I, along with Yen Han, will have to think of another way. Pang Xiaolong chuckled. Yen Han, what's going on with you? These two beauties are your hired actresses, right? Even if you're single, we're all classmates, no one would laugh at you. You're treating us classmates like outsiders. Su Qing, in a hurry, pulled out a photo from her phone and showed it to everyone present. This is how Yen Han looks when he's sleeping at my house. I've slept in the same bed with him. Yen Han's face turned awkward, sweating. Su Qing, you girl, why do you say everything out loud? Su Qing pouted cutely. I'm doing this for you. Yumomo also shared a photo of Yen Han sitting in the passenger seat, along with many WeChat chat records. I've known my Yen Han for a long time. Pang Xiaolong looked at Yen Han and said meaningfully, so, our classmate Yen Han is now playing both sides? Wow, Yen Han, I didn't see that coming. You're quite the player. Seeing Pang Xiaolong targeting Yen Han, Su Qing, and Yumomo united in tacit agreement, what's wrong with our Yen Han playing both sides? We're happy. The two of us will serve him together from now on. Although they had just met, at that moment, they felt like good sisters who had known each other for years. Su Qing and Yumomo sat on either side of Yen Han, looking like two little wives. Pang Xiaolong's face was filled with disbelief. Damn, this is possible? Shouldn't these two girls be fighting over Yen Han? One dating two is one thing, but why are they both top-notch? Jealousy burned in Pang Xiaolong's eyes, but the two girls didn't say anything, and if he kept pressing, it would make him seem petty. He had no choice but to let it go. The other boys were equally surprised, envious, and jealous. Yen Han is actually dating two at the same time. When did delivering takeout become so good for dating? If I had known delivering takeout was this good for dating, I would have switched careers. Do you think it's too late for me to start delivering takeout now? Everyone's attention was on Yen Han. At this moment, Sun Hao from the class spoke up. Pang, this private room is quite nicely decorated. The cost must not be cheap, right? Pang Xiaolong looked at Sun Hao with satisfaction. Finally, someone noticed the environment of the private room, and now he had a chance to show off. Pang Xiaolong smiled and said, it's not bad. The Supreme Restaurant has a main hall, ordinary private rooms, and the Run, D, and Tian pavilions. The Run pavilion no. One private room costs 15,000 yuan for 3 hours. I originally wanted to book a D pavilion room for everyone, but they were all fully booked today, so I couldn't get one. Sun Hao, as a qualified sidekick, looked surprised and played along with Pang Xiaolong. Wow, that's so expensive? Pang Xiaolong reassured him, don't worry, I've already paid. Hearing that Pang Xiaolong had already paid, everyone's expressions relaxed a bit. At that moment, the restaurant's waiter came in with the dishes. As the dishes were served, many girls took out their phones to start taking pictures. These dishes are so exquisitely made. They look so high-end. Pang Xiaolong cleared his throat and began to introduce, of course, the head chef of the Rin Pavilion private room is a former Michelin 3-star chef. Pang Xiaolong brought over a plate of beef and enthusiastically introduced it. This beef is imported from Australia. Australian beef is graded from 1 to 9, and the one I've ordered for you is M9 grade. This type of Australian Wagyu is a crossbreed between Australian Angus and Japanese Wagyu. This breed of Australian Wagyu has a better taste and texture than M9. You won't find it in other restaurants. And this foie gras mousse is also delicious, along with this fresh catch of tuna and slow-cooked veal. Finally, we have this plate of abalone, a total of 10 pieces, and this plate costs over 100,000, averaging more than 10,000 for each abalone. It's also known as the Little Abalone King. The classmates listened intently. Many girls cast admiring glances at Pang Xiaolong. Wow, President Pang, you're amazing. You know all this, no wonder you were the student council president back then. You really have a broader perspective than us ordinary people. Yeah, you're incredible, President Pang. You have to take us along more often. A person who frequently visited high-end restaurants instantly became the center of attention. At that moment, another waiter came in with wine and handed it to Pang Xiaolong. Sir, your Lafite. Holding the Lafite, Pang Xiaolong began to introduce it to everyone. Classmates, look here, this is the highlight of tonight, a bottle of 82 Lafite. The quantity of this wine is extremely rare. Every bottle you drink is one less. This small bottle of wine costs 200,000. Sun Hao couldn't help but ask, President Pang, with such a big table, it must cost a lot, right? The other classmates present were also concerned about this issue. This was an AA gathering. With Australian beef, abalone, and Lafite, everyone was pulled back to reality, and no one could smile anymore. Pang Xiaolong calmly said, this table of dishes costs 120,000, plus the 200,000 for the Lafite, it's about 320,000. Many classmates' expressions immediately fell. A meal costing over 300,000 if split evenly, wouldn't that mean each person has to share 30,000? Even in this city, Magic City, that's not a small amount. Noticing the embarrassment and discomfort on everyone's faces, Pang Xiaolong quickly said, making money isn't easy for everyone. Since I'm the one organizing this class gathering, I'll be generous this time. Tonight's expenses for the class gathering are on me, Pang Xiaolong. Upon hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Smiles returned to their faces. The male and female classmates began to flatter him. President Pang is really doing well now. This is 200,000 a bottle of red wine. If it weren't for President Pang, I would never have anything to do with this wine in my life. Today, we really benefited from President Pang. President Pang is so generous. President Pang is awesome. Listening to the praises around him, Pang Xiaolong felt very pleased. What do men pursue? Isn't it just to have face when showing off? He provocatively glanced at Yan Han. So what if he found two stunning beauties for a food delivery? He was still at the bottom of society, nothing to boast about. Chen Jingjing was even more grateful that she chose the right man. Only a true strong man could conquer her. Would anyone pay attention to a delivery guy in such a setting? Yan Han calmly ate a piece of beef, quietly watching Pang Xiaolong's show-off performance. Sometimes, watching a clown perform is also a kind of fun. At that moment, a girl in a white dress, with a somewhat cool appearance, stood up. President Pang, can I ask you for a favor? Yan Han looked at the girl in the dress with some surprise. Her name was Su Xiaoxiao, the class monitor in charge of discipline, and also the top of the university's goddess list. Su Xiaoxiao made the list solely based on her natural beauty, able to outshine all the other girls without any makeup. However, she was usually strong-willed and didn't like to trouble others. Her asking for help indicated that she was truly pushed to this point. The campus goddess Su Xiaoxiao. Pang Xiaolong, who had always harbored fantasies about Su Xiaoxiao, naturally wouldn't let this opportunity to get close to the goddess slip by. Xiaoxiao, just say it. We are all classmates. I treat you the same as your sister. Leave your matter to me. Before Su Xiaoxiao could even say what she needed help with, Pang Xiaolong had already taken it upon himself. Su Xiaoxiao nodded and spoke of her difficulties. Someone in my family is ill, and we urgently need 1 million for surgery, but we don't have that much money. I want to take out a loan, but the bank won't approve me. I hope you can help me. As she spoke, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes turned red, her voice choked with a pitiful tone. Pang Xiaolong pretended to be impressive and said, Xiaoxiao, you came to the right person. I actually know someone at the bank. I can sort this out with a phone call. After saying this, Pang Xiaolong took out his phone and called someone, explaining Su Xiaoxiao's situation. After hanging up, he turned to Su Xiaoxiao and said, "Alright, Xiaoxiao, it's all set. You can take a loan of 200,000 from Pudong Bank, and I'll lend you another 100,000. After saying this, Pang Xiaolong eagerly anticipated Su Xiaoxiao's overwhelming gratitude and her willingness to repay him. However, Su Xiaoxiao's face did not show any signs of appreciation. Huh? That's only 300,000. It's not enough at all. At this moment, Yen Han, who had been silent, spoke up, "School beauty, let me make a call for you." Pang Xiaolong shot him an annoyed look. "Yen Han, if I can't solve this, don't meddle in it." Chen Ran then said, "Xiaoxiao, let Yen Han give it a try. Maybe he really has a way to help." The other classmates in the class did not believe Yen Han. "Chen Ran, who does a delivery guy know? You're just meddling without understanding the situation. Xiaoxiao's family is in such a big mess. It's already stressful enough. Yen Han, don't add to the chaos." Listening to the mockery and accusations around her, Chen Ran found it amusing. A bunch of blind fools with no brains. If Yen Han couldn't solve it, who else could help Su Xiaoxiao? Yu Mengmu and Su Qing looked down on the others' words. They had already experienced Yen Han's wealth and capabilities firsthand. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Yen Han with hope. "Yen Han, do you really have a way to help me?" Yen Han gave her a reassuring look. "Don't worry, I never easily agree to things I can't do." Some girls couldn't help but say to Su Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao, how can you really believe him? A delivery guy is at the bottom of society. If he could handle such a big matter, would he still be delivering food? Xiaoxiao, please wake up." Su Xiaoxiao felt helpless, "But I really don't know what to do." A girl dressed in designer brands couldn't help but say, "Xiaoxiao, why don't you work at our foot massage shop? Especially with your good figure and looks, you'll make money fast." Yen Han retorted, "What are you saying? A girl still needs to get married in the future. How can she go to such a place?" The girl snorted coldly, sarcastically saying, "Hee, is a family member's life more important, or a girl's body?" Xiaoxiao was being forced into a corner. "Otherwise, I wouldn't suggest she sell herself. Who am I doing this for? Isn't it for Xiaoxiao?" Yen Han couldn't be bothered with such girls and made a call to Yu Mengmu's boss, Director Zhao. Director Zhao answered the phone. "Young Master Yen? Why are you suddenly calling me? How can I help you?" Yen Han got straight to the point. "Director Zhao, I have a classmate named Su Xiaoxiao. She's the school beauty at our university, and she's in a tough spot. Her family needs 1 million for surgery, and she wants to take out a loan but doesn't have the qualifications. You immediately give her a loan of 1 million. This is not a negotiation. It's an order." Laughter erupted in the private room, with Pang Xiaolong laughing the loudest. "Ha, Yen Han, you're killing me with laughter, just making a random call and claiming to know the director. The Oscar-winning actor is really missing you. If you know the director, I know the mayor of Magic City." Others were also in an uproar, mocking. Among the male and female classmates, not one took Yen Han seriously. "You, a delivery guy, commanding the bank president? A delivery person like you, how do you have such a big face? You really think you're something, huh? I almost believed it, ha ha ha." On the other end of the line, President Zhao didn't dare to neglect Yen Han. "Don't worry, young Master Yen, I'll take care of it right away." If this matter wasn't handled properly, Yen Han could directly withdraw 100 million in fixed deposits, and that would be troublesome. Yen Han didn't just have 100 million in his own bank, he had several hundred million in other banks as well, and he simply couldn't be underestimated. Besides, a mere 1 million loan was nothing to the bank. After ending the call, Yen Han turned to Su Xiaoxiao and said, "Alright, I've sorted out the 1 million loan for you. The bank should contact you soon." After speaking, Yen Han glanced at Pang Xiaolong, a hint of disdain curling his lips. "Pang Xiaolong, just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't." Pang Xiaolong didn't take Yen Han seriously at all. "Heh, if you can get Xiaoxiao's loan approved today, I'll kneel and call you dad." Yen Han replied disdainfully, "I don't need a son like you." Pang Xiaolong was furious. "You, a delivery guy, dare to talk to me like that? Who gave you the courage?" The school beauty Su Xiaoxiao was about to say something when her phone in her pocket suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID, her eyes widening in surprise. It's the official phone of the construction bank. A group of classmates were also stunned, but they urged Su Xiaoxiao, "Then hurry and answer it." Su Xiaoxiao nodded. "I'll answer it now. Hello? What? You say you're President Zhao of the construction bank?" Su Xiaoxiao was shocked. These days she had run around to various banks, spending a lot of money on gifts and connections, but she could only meet some small managers with no real power. She had never even seen the shadow of a bank president, let alone spoken to one. President Zhao said, "The loan is approved. Since you are young Master Yan's classmate, I'll add another million to your 1 million loan, and you won't have to pay interest. You can repay it over 10 years. Su Xiaoxiao was completely stunned, her eyes wide. "What? The loan is approved? And it's 2 million? Thank you so much, President Zhao." President Zhao deflected, if you want to thank me, you should thank your classmate Yen Han. If it weren't for young Master Yen having a large deposit in our bank, I wouldn't have helped you with this. Young Master Yen is single, and you're single too, you can get to know each other better. Su Xiaoxiao was confused, huh? President Zhao, what are you talking about? President Zhao teased with a laugh, young Master Yen has done you a huge favor of 2 million, who would help you for free these days? Young Master Yen must have some interest in you. Su Xiaoxiao, dazed, nodded, I understand now. After hanging up, Su Xiaoxiao looked at Yen Han with gratitude, her eyes brimming with tears. Brother Yen Han, I really owe you one today. I don't know how I'll repay you in the future. Yen Han smiled and said, how about you offer yourself? Su Xiaoxiao shyly lowered her head. Well, that's not impossible. Yen Han was taken aback, not expecting Su Xiaoxiao to agree. Su Xiaoxiao raised her head to look at Yen Han. Brother Yen Han, does this mean our relationship starts now? Yen Han smiled and said, silly girl, I'm just teasing you. I help you with the loan and want to be with you, that's taking advantage of you. If it's meant to be, we'll be together. Su Xiaoxiao's affection for Yen Han soared. Okay, it's a deal. All the classmates in the private room turned their gazes toward Yen Han in unison. Everyone looked around in astonishment and could no longer contain their surprise. My God, a phone call commanding the bank president to release 2 million in loans. That's incredible. Yen Han, how did you do it? You're amazing. Yen Han, are you really just an ordinary delivery guy? Impressive, something even Pang Xiaolong couldn't manage, and yet you pulled it off. Pang Xiaolong, who was being compared to Yen Han, looked as if he had just eaten something disgusting. Yen Han couldn't be bothered to explain too much and just made up a reason. The bank president is a relative of mine. Everyone suddenly understood, so that's how it is. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Pang Xiaolong shouted towards the entrance, come in. A dozen beautiful women in kipayos entered, carrying a large tray. These cheapao-clad beauties exuded an ancient charm, embodying the essence of women from the Jiangnan water towns. On the tray were 2 brightly colored Australian lobsters, and they were enormous. There were about 2 of these lobsters. Beside the Australian lobsters were 3 blue king crabs, equally massive. The tray even had a bottle of red wine with foreign writing on it. Australian lobster, Romanicanti. Pang Xiaolong swallowed hard. He hadn't ordered these, who did? Just the meal on that tray would cost him everything he owned, even if he sold his house and car. Before Pang Xiaolong could speak, the cheapao beauties approached Yen Han and respectfully said, Chairman, we saw you arrive at the restaurant, and these are the complimentary dishes we specially prepared for you. Pang Xiaolong and Bai Jingjing were stunned. Chen Ran was shocked, her feelings extremely complicated. It turned out Yen Han wasn't just living off others, he was genuinely powerful himself. She had been completely wrong before. Sun Hao and the other classmates were also dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Yen Han with confusion. What was going on? Wasn't Yen Han just a delivery guy? When did he become the chairman of a prestigious restaurant? So it turns out Yen Han is the real wealthy one in our class. Compared to him, Pang Xiaolong is nothing. Pang Xiaolong's face was extremely ugly. This Yen Han, you're the chairman here, why didn't you say so earlier? Letting people think you're just an ordinary delivery guy, that's quite amusing, isn't it? The cheapao beauties served the Australian lobsters and king crabs on the table, patiently introducing them to Yen Han. Chairman, these seafood are freshly caught from Australia and the Bear Country, kept oxygenated throughout, and flown in for you. The Australian lobster weighs 12 pounds each, and the fresh catch price is 700 yuan per pound, so the total for these 2 is around 16,800. The blue king crabs are rare. At this size, one is 120,000, so 2 together is 240,000. After hearing the prices, all the classmates gasped. Hiss. 2 crabs cost over 200,000. That's too expensive. Over 200,000? That's enough for a down payment on a house. Indeed, poverty limits our imagination. The cheapao beauty opened the bottle of foreign wine, bent down, and poured a glass for Yen Han. Chairman, this is the top-tier red wine Romanicanti. This bottle is a collector's edition, so the price is around 4 million. I'll pour you a glass, you can give it a try. Adding the seafood and wine, the total price soared to about 4.26 million. A meal costing 4.26 million was something they had never even dared to imagine before. Compared to this, the 320,000 meal that Pang Xiaolong ordered was merely a side dish. Yen Han took a sip and smacked his lips. His taste buds were rich, but Yen Han wasn't very good at describing it, simply saying, delicious. Pang Xiaolong rolled his eyes. That was a bottle of top-tier wine worth 4 million, and all you can say is delicious? The beauty in a cheapao said to Yen Han, Chairman, the 320,000 order we placed earlier, you can have it waived. Yen Han smiled politely, alright, thank you. The beauty in the cheapao sweetly replied, no need to thank me. Chairman, it's only right. After the beauties finished serving the drinks and dishes, they left one by one. The classmates could no longer contain themselves and looked at Yenhan. It's still our classmate Yenhan. We almost got fooled by his clothes. It turns out he has been quietly doing big things all these years. Without a word, he directly acquired such a large national chain. I didn't expect Yenhan to be doing so well now. What's with calling him Yenhan? Can we still call him that? His status is different now. We should call him Manager Yen. Right, call him Manager Yen. We don't envy the couple or the immortals. We only envy Manager Yen every day. Yenhan made a pause gesture and said to everyone, Alright, let's keep it low-key. I'm just an ordinary delivery guy. The female classmates teased, Ordinary gu tianla, one glance at Yanghua and you're doomed for life, right? Yenhan tore off a lobster leg and started eating it with sauce. The plumped shrimp meat was fresh and delicious, with a sweet aftertaste. Everyone, basking in Yenhan's glory, also enjoyed this feast. They ate messily, so delicious. If it weren't for following Yenhan, I would never have lobster freedom in my life. Pang Xiaolong was gloomy. It was supposed to be his show-off moment, but with Yenhan around, he seemed to have become invisible again, just like back in the day. All his previous show-off had become a prelude to Yenhan's display. In this way, he had turned into a green leaf supporting Yenhan. Isn't there a saying that goes well, a red flower must have green leaves to set it off? After eating and drinking to their fill, the valet walked in and handed the car keys to Yenhan. Bro, your car keys. The classmates looked at Yenhan enviously. Manager Yen, you bought a car? Yenhan replied casually, yeah, I bought one. After all, I need a means of transportation. The classmates showed great interest in Yenhan's car. So, Manager Yen, can we go see your car together? Yenhan thought it was fine, so he agreed, sure, let's go downstairs. Thus, everyone went downstairs to the restaurant's parking lot. Yenhan pressed the car key, and a sleek black sports car's doors opened dramatically. The boys who often played racing games or followed luxury cars couldn't help but shout excitedly, wow, isn't this a Bugatti Veyron that cost 70 million at the dealership? You can't just have money to own this thing. A girl who didn't understand asked, can't you buy it if you have money? The boys chuckled, having money is just the threshold to see it. To own it, you need to provide proof of funds and personal company assets, and you must have no negative social news or criminal history. Only after passing the interview at Bugatti headquarters can you truly own it. The girls gasped, it's so strict and rigorous? The girls looked at Yenhan with admiration. Manager Yen, you managed to get this, you're amazing. Shenran swallowed hard and asked Yenhan, Manager Yen, did you change cars? I remember your car was that 50 million Carmen King, right? This stirred up a wave of excitement, and everyone turned to Yenhan. What? Manager Yen, you have another car worth 50 million? Driving one car all the time can get boring, so I changed to another one, Yenhan said very low-key. Everyone looked at Yenhan with envy. You got bored of driving a 50 million car, so you changed to another one? Just listen to what you're saying. Everyone was envious of Yenhan. Delivering food is so profitable. It makes me want to start delivering food too. Yenhan said to Yumomo and Su Qing beside him, I drank, I can't drive. I'll call the maid at home to come pick us up. Yumomo and Su Qing obediently stood aside. You just arrange it, we will listen to you. Yenhan made a call to the maid at home. The maid asked, Master, which car should I bring over? Yenhan thought for a moment and said, bring the 10 million Rolls-Royce, that's the only low-key car we have at home. Pang Xiaolong and Sun Hao, along with their classmates, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell? A 10 million Rolls-Royce is called low-key. Does Yenhan have some misunderstanding about being low-key? Ding ding! A car horn sounded, and a sleek black Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a steady stop in front of Yenhan. Gulyulu the boys swallowed hard, their eyes fixated on the girl inside the Rolls-Royce. The girl stepped out of the car, her beautiful legs clad in white stockings, wearing a black and white maid dress, her face resembling a sweet Japanese as Yumomo silently raised her head to look at the wall. Hiss! Yumomo gasped, this young man is really extravagant. The bathroom walls are actually inlaid with jade, and there's even a temperature control system installed. But only like this can it match his identity as a billionaire. The two women turned on the shower, and soon, both of them were covered in bubbles from the shower gel. Yenhan sat in the living room, bored. Dong Chichi requests to add you on WeChat. Li Xiaodi sent a friend verification request. Chen Jingjing added you through the group chat. The female classmates from the reunion all came to add Yenhan on WeChat. Yenhan was a bit confused. What's going on? Chen Jingjing sent a voice message. Yenhan, actually I've liked you for a long time, but I just never found the right opportunity. Can you be with me? I don't need a title, just to be your lover is fine. I can immediately break up with Pang Xiaolong, and if you like mature women, I can be both of yours at the same time. I'm really good at moaning, I guarantee to satisfy you, Yen Han. Ugh. Listening to the voice message, Yen Han almost vomited. He didn't expect that the usually aloof Chen Jingjing was actually such a contrast behind the scenes. The other girls who came to add him had the same intentions as Chen Jingjing. Some sent him private photos, while others directly sent him hotel room numbers. Yen Han thought about it simply and understood. The wealth he had exposed at the Supreme Restaurant was enough to drive these women crazy. But Yen Han was not the kind of guy who couldn't move when he saw a woman, so he directly chose to block them all, sending them off to those lecherous readers. Yumomo and Su Qing came upstairs wrapped in bathrobes. Yen Han frowned. Why are you two coming up wrapped in bathrobes? Yumomo smiled and said, of course it's to catch the young man. Doesn't he like it? Let's play the game of King and Dodgy. Yumomo came in front of Yen Han. King, come catch me. Yen Han didn't expect Yumomo to be so playful. He lunged at her, but Yumomo had already dodged to the other side. King, you missed. I'm right here. Su Qing waved at Yen Han. King. Ah, King, you hurt me. Amidst the sounds of laughter and screams, a night of revelry came to an end. Yen Han picked up his phone, opened the WeChat of the two, and initiated 2 transfers, 300,000 yuan. The 2 women were awakened by the WeChat notification sound, and looking at the transfer records on the chat interface, they both widened their eyes. Why did you suddenly transfer us so much money? Yen Han looked at them with a smile. As my friends, how can you lack money? This is pocket money for both of you, 300,000 each. Thank you, young man. Thank you, Yen Xiao. The maid hadn't prepared breakfast yet, and Su Qing and Yumomo sat on the sofa, playing on their phones. Su Qing said to Yen Han, Yen Xiao, for those school district houses of yours, 2 buyers are coming to see them today, and they both want to sign the contract with you directly. Do you have time today? Yen Han said, yes, why wouldn't I? Yumomo curiously asked, aren't you running deliveries today? Yen Han shook his head nonchalantly. Delivering food is just a life experience, so I can take a break whenever I want. Yumomo and Su Qing both smiled wryly. I really envy you. If we dared to do that, we would be fired in no time. Someone has burned you a McLaren Speedtail. The new car is worth 40 million. The vehicle has been parked for you in the underground garage. Along with the eerie broadcast prompt, an old man's voice echoed, little brat, do you believe that with the wealth I burned for you, you've charmed quite a few girls? This is a 3-seater supercar. It can take 2 girls for a ride at the same time. I've even thought it all out for you. When are you going to give me a big grandson down there? Be a bit domineering. Don't be too honest with the girls. Just then, an old lady's voice chimed in. Old man, what are you saying to your grandson? At your age, can't you be a bit more serious? The banter between the old couple left Yen Han somewhat amused. After breakfast, Yen Han called the 2 girls. Let's go. First drop Momo off at work, then I'll go meet a client with Qing Air. The 3 of them took the elevator down to the underground parking lot. This was Yen Han's first time here. He had always let the maid park for him. A blast-proof door, like something out of a sci-fi movie, blocked Yen Han's way. There was a palm print pattern recessed on the door. This door probably required a palm print to enter, so Yen Han placed his palm on the blast-proof door. Ding! Palm print verification successful, identity confirmed, opening the door. As the blast-proof door opened automatically, Yumomo and Su Qing instinctively took a step back. Both girls were stunned by the sight inside. So many cars. This place is so beautiful. Aside from the McLaren, both girls had seen Yen Han drive all the other cars here. But the impact of seeing all these cars at once was far more shocking than seeing him drive just one. The 2 girls were already mesmerized by the scene before them. On the high-end crystal display stands lit with ambient lights, 3 steel giants were parked, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a Maybach S650 Pullman, and a Carmen King. On the other side of the 3 SUVs was a cool McLaren Speedtail and a Bugatti Veyron. A private garage. The chandelier above reflected light like a galaxy, casting a shimmering glow on each car, the brand new paint and lights creating a dazzling spectacle. Yumomo covered her mouth in astonishment. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen so many luxury cars at once. The visual effect is just too stunning. These cars are practically parked here like works of art. The shine of the luxury cars was almost blinding Yumomo and Su Qing. Yumomo roughly estimated the value in her mind. These 5 cars would start at over 100 million. Yen Han's garage was indeed extravagantly wealthy. Su Qing looked at the McLaren in surprise, curious, huh? Aren't supercars usually 2-seaters? This car actually has 3 seats? It's really amazing. This is the first time I've seen a sports car like this. Yen Han was also examining the McLaren. Its entire body was made of carbon fiber, and just this option alone cost hundreds of thousands. McLaren Speedtail, a 40 million supercar. Yen Han pulled both girls into his arms. I specially customized this for you too, so I can take you both for a ride at the same time. The 2 girls couldn't help but say, you're so nice. They all got into the car, and on the center console lay a purchase contract. The contract displayed not only the buyer's information but also the final transaction time. The transaction time was just 10 minutes ago. Umomo held the contract in her hand, surprised. Huh? This car was bought just 10 minutes ago? But you didn't leave the villa just now. A smile crept onto Yen Han's lips. In the face of certain amounts of money, these are really not problems at all. As long as I have the need, I can order a car from the dealership at any time. The two girls smiled wryly. If someone else said this, they would think that person was bragging. But with Yen Han's wealth and status, it was indeed possible. Yen Han sat in the middle driver's seat, while Umomo and Su Qing sat in the passenger seats on either side. Vroom vroom with a wild roar, the McLaren shot out of the underground garage like a rocket. On the road, a flashy red Ferrari overtook Yen Han's car, and the owner provocatively glanced at Yen Han. The car owner wore a disdainful expression, and the corners of his mouth seemed to say, "Did you see that? My car is worth over 50 million, more than your McLaren by over 10 million. Yen Han accelerated and chased after him, rolling down all the windows. On either side of Yen Han sat two stunning beauties. Their faces and demeanor were unlike anything the rich second generation had ever seen. The moment Yen Han rolled down the window, the rich kid had already lost. So what if your car is worth over 50 million? Can you take two beauties for a ride at the same time? The rich kid slammed his fist on the steering wheel. Frustrated, he pulled out his phone. Dad, I want to buy a McLaren, the three-seater one that can take two girls for a ride. What? Can't get it? This car is limited edition. No one abroad is buying it, and there's only one in the country? That can't be right. My Ferrari LaFerrari is also limited edition. On the other end of the line, that's because old Chin's son had an accident in that car, and it was later sold to a modification shop. What you're driving now is a second-hand modification. Otherwise, how could you even drive it? Stop. With a drift, Yen Han parked the car in front of the bank. Chinger, wait for me in the car. I'll take Sister Momo inside. Yen Han got out of the car with Umomo. Umomo walked ahead with her long legs in black stockings, while Yen Han followed behind her. In the bank's lobby, Manager Zhao was warmly welcoming a rich second-generation, young Master Zhou. Why not deposit a bit more? It would be more beneficial for you. Young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou? Are you even listening? Young Master Zhou was dressed head to toe in designer brands, afraid that others might mistake him for an ordinary person. He didn't hear a word of what Manager Zhao was saying. His gaze was fixed on Umomo. Those high heels and those beautiful black-stockinged legs, that face and figure, she was truly a gem. Umomo's figure and looks surpassed any woman he had ever been with. He had never tasted a beauty of her caliber before. If he could have this stunning black-stocking beauty under him. Ha ha! Young Master Zhou's lecherous gaze made Umomo feel disgusted. So disgusting. Umomo's words happened to be heard by young Master Zhou, who became excited. He loved conquering fiery women like her. Today, he was determined to win Umomo over. Young Master Zhou said to Manager Zhao, Old Zhao, if you want me to deposit more, I won't deposit 5 million, I'll deposit 20 million. But I have a condition. Manager Zhao's eyes lit up with joy, and he quickly said, Please, young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou approached Umomo. I want her to handle my business, and you need to give her a day off to accompany me for some fun. Manager Zhao glanced at Yen Han behind Umomo, bitterly smiling at young Master Zhou. Anyone but Momo, young Master Zhou, you'd better choose someone else. Young Master Zhou's attitude was firm, his tone harsh. Humph. I want her. I'm depositing so much money in your bank, and I can't even borrow a girl? Manager Zhao, you're too stingy. Don't forget, you're the branch manager, you haven't completed your business targets for this year. Manager Zhao looked troubled. Umomo didn't want to make things difficult for the manager, so she spoke up. Young Master Zhou, I can handle your business, but I don't have personal time to accompany you. Also, I already have a boyfriend, so please respect yourself. After saying that, Umomo linked her arm with Yen Han's. Umomo did this to make young Master Zhou back off. But instead of retreating, he became even more arrogant. Young Master Zhou disdainfully sized up Yen Han. Ha ha ha. Him? A guy in a Matewan delivery uniform. I didn't even consider him a person. After Zhou Xiao finished speaking, the faces of all the internal staff in the bank lit up with excitement. Some felt pity, while others reveled in schadenfreude. In the entire bank, who didn't know that Yen Han had a large deposit? How dare this Zhou guy provoke Yen Xiao? He simply didn't know how to die. Zhou Xiao was boasting to himself, Beautiful lady, do you know about the Supreme Restaurant? My family runs a food company, mainly supplying raw materials to the Supreme Restaurant. Following me is definitely more promising than being a delivery guy. Umomo's lips curled into a sneer of disdain. If this is your bragging capital, you really don't deserve to be compared to my boyfriend. Yesterday at the class reunion, Umomo had heard those people call Yen Han chairman with her own ears. The entire Supreme Restaurant belonged to Yen Han, a small supplier was merely living off Yen Han, and there was no comparison at all. Yu Momo looked down on Zhou Xiao even more. Zhou Xiao was furious. What? I don't deserve to be compared to him? Ha, he's just a delivery guy. How much can he earn in a month? Beautiful lady, are you out of your mind? A hint of coldness appeared on Yen Han's face as he coldly laughed. So you're the supplier of raw materials for the Supreme Restaurant? If you keep harassing my girlfriend, do you believe I can cut off your family's financial lifeline with just one phone call? Put. Ha ha ha, what did you say? Zhou Xiao clutched his stomach and laughed heartily. You delivery guy is really going to make me die of laughter. Just you? If you had that ability, would you still be running deliveries? Oh, you think you can ruin my family with just one phone call? I'm really so scared. President Zhao said with a serious face, you're simply playing with fire. Zhou Xiao became even more arrogant, addressing Yen Han, idiot, did you hear what President Zhao just said? You reckless fool, daring to show off in front of me. Do you believe I can make a call and have you sink to the Huangpu River by tomorrow? Break up with your girlfriend right now and obediently send her to my bed, and I won't hold anything against you. Otherwise, you'll be tomorrow's headline news. The bank's tellers, managers, and security guards all changed their expressions. Everyone silently mourned for Zhou Xiao. Yen Han's face grew even colder. Are you threatening me? Since you're so eager to die, fine, I'll help you. Yen Han found a number in his phone book and dialed. Hello, is this Director Liu from the Supreme Restaurant? Is there a supplier named Zhou? Director Liu replied, Chairman, Zhou's food company mainly supplies spices to the Supreme Restaurant. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Yen Han coldly said, I had a little disagreement with Zhou Xiao from the Zhou family, so from today on, we won't be using their spice supply anymore. You need to switch to another supplier directly. Director Liu on the other end was furious. What the hell? That little brat from the Zhou family dares to anger the chairman? He really has some nerve. Don't worry, Chairman, I'll notify the Zhou family right away. Yen Han hung up and put his phone back in his pocket. Zhou Xiao scoffed, a stinky delivery guy, do you think you are? You think one phone call can terminate my family's cooperation with the Supreme Restaurant? You wouldn't be thinking of yourself as the restaurant's chairman, would you? A cold smile appeared on Yen Han's lips. Who I am, Zhou Xiao will soon find out. Your father should be calling you shortly. Zhou Xiao dismissed it, not taking it seriously at all. I'll just sit back and watch you show off. However, the next second, Zhou Xiao's phone rang. His face instantly turned a bit ugly, and a hint of suspicion appeared in his eyes. Could it be so coincidental? Yen Han looked at Zhou Xiao with amusement. So, your family is calling you, right? Answer it. Put it on speaker. Zhou Xiao took out his phone, his face showing disbelief. Go ahead and press it. I just don't believe that you, a delivery guy from the lower class of society, can turn things around. Zhou Xiao directly swiped to answer. Dad, why are you calling me at this time? If there's nothing important, just hang up. I'm currently teaching a little brat a lesson. Zhou's father's thunderous roar came through the phone. You little beast, who did you offend out there? The Supreme Restaurant just called me, and from now on, they won't supply us with any spices. They unilaterally terminated our cooperation. Do you know that our family mainly relies on the Supreme Restaurant for our livelihood? How did I end up with such a son like you? The barrage of scolding from the phone hit Zhou Xiao like a bolt from the blue. Clang! With a sound, Zhou Xiao's phone fell to the ground, and he stood there in shock. What? The cooperation has been terminated? Zhou Xiao looked at Yen Han in terror. It's you. Did you do this? The clients in the bank were all stunned, looking at Yen Han in disbelief. A few rich second-generation kids who came together were also shocked. They had just come to the bank to handle some business, and what they had just witnessed. A rich second-generation kid had actually caused a delivery guy to ruin his family with just one phone call? This delivery guy made their scalps tingle. Fortunately, they didn't let their impulses get the better of them and harass Yu Momo, or they might have ended up like Zhou Xiao. In contrast, President Zhao and the bank staff watched Zhou Xiao with great interest, as if they had known this would happen. Thud! With a sound, Zhou Xiao's knees buckled, and he knelt at Yen Han's feet. I'm sorry, bro. I didn't recognize the great Buddha you are. Bro, I beg you to spare me. Our family relies on this for our livelihood. This is our main source of income. If you do this, the spices will pile up in the warehouse, and we won't have the cash flow to pay our workers. Our family will go bankrupt. I won't dare to have any thoughts about your girlfriend anymore. I was really wrong. Zhou Xiao's voice choked. He was genuinely scared. Once the Zhou family food company was finished, his good days would also come to an end. Although Zhou Xiao was a rich second generation, he had relied on his family's wealth to indulge in excessive consumption, taking out loans to buy several cars and a villa. If the Zhou family went bankrupt, he would be unable to repay the loans. Thinking about the fate that awaited him, Zhou Xiao felt a deep sense of despair and fear. Yen Han looked at Zhou Xiao kneeling on the ground and asked with a half-smile, "What happened to your arrogance just now? I preferred the way you were acting earlier." Zhou Xiao cried, snot and tears flowing. No, 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 bro. I won't dare anymore. I really won't. Yan Han sneered. No, no, no. I'm just a stinky delivery guy. In your eyes, Zhou Xiao, I'm not even a person. How can someone of your status lower themselves to beg me? You should have some pride. Otherwise, it doesn't suit your identity as a rich second generation. Zhou Xiao was on the verge of breaking down, hurriedly bowing his head. Whoa, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong, bro. Please let me have a way out. Yan Han raised the corner of his mouth, looking down on Zhou Xiao. With such a huge gap in our statuses, what right do you have to ask me for forgiveness? Aren't you being a bit too demanding? Zhou Xiao felt dead inside, his eyes vacant as he slumped to the ground. It's over. Everything is over. The Zhou family cannot change the reality of complete bankruptcy. A deep sense of regret and helplessness filled Zhou Xiao's heart. Even if the Zhou family went bankrupt, no one present felt pity for him. All the depositors began to discuss excitedly, this delivery guy is so impressive. With just a phone call and an order, he directly caused this show to ruin his family. The delivery guy did a great job. Let's see if he dares to look down on people again. Just because he has a bit of money, he doesn't know how to behave. People like him need to be dealt with this way. Can't control his lower half. His mind is full of that little thing in his pants. Ending up like this is just what he deserves. Almost everyone was clapping and cheering, reveling in the misfortune. Zhou Xiao had a face full of resentment. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? The few rich second-generation kids looked at Yan Han in confusion. When did Magic City get such an impressive delivery guy? Is this the legendary experience of life? Just then, Zhou Xiao, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly stood up. With bloodshot eyes, he looked at Yan Han. Even if I can't get better, I'm taking you down with me. Zhou Xiao pulled out a knife from his pocket and lunged at Yan Han. Watch out, big brother. Be careful, Yan Xiao. Yu Momo and Zhao Hangzhang both shouted nervously at the same time. The knife was almost upon Yan Han. In a split second, a hand grabbed Zhou Xiao's wrist and kicked his leg bone. A scream of ah echoed as Zhou Xiao fell to the ground in pain. My leg is broken. The person was one of the rich second-generation kids in the crowd, who looked at Zhou Xiao and mockingly said, So you're Zhou Xiao from the Zhou family. How can you stab someone with a knife? Stabbing someone is a criminal act. That's wrong. We should be good citizens who obey the law. Zhou Xiao glared at the rich second-generation kid in anger. I want to kill that delivery guy. What does it have to do with you? The rich second-generation kid snapped his fingers. Bring him. I want him to sink in the Huangpu River immediately. After he said that, several men in suits dragged Zhou Xiao away. Zhou Xiao struggled in terror. What are you? What are you going to do? The rich second-generation kid wiped his hands with a handkerchief and walked up to Yan Han. My surname is Qin. I'm called Qinfen. People in Magic City jokingly call me the Emperor of Shanghai. Brother, what should I call you? Yan Han smiled. My surname is Yan. I'm called Yan Han. Thanks for your help just now. If it weren't for you acting in time, I might have been done for. Qinfen patted Yan Han on the shoulder. We're brothers. It's nothing. I happen to know a bit of karate. The other rich second-generation kids with Qinfen also stepped forward. They introduced themselves one by one. My surname is Bai. I'm called Bai Bing. Besides having a business in reality, I like to spend money online to entertain netizens. My surname is Wang. I'm called Wang Sitsong. I must have 4 green onions with every meal. I also have a nickname, Wang Bai Jia. Bro, nice to meet you. If you have any good ways to make money, let's keep in touch. Yan Han added these rich second-generation kids on WeChat. After all, more friends mean more opportunities. Yan Han waved at Yu Momo. Momo, I'm leaving. Yu Momo smiled and waved back. Bye, big brother. Yan Han opened the door of the McLaren and sat in the driver's seat. Xin Xiao, Wang Xiao, and the others looked at the McLaren driving away and couldn't help but exclaim, so rich yet still delivering food, truly humble and low-key. What a model for our generation. Playing the pig to eat the tiger, he must be a big shot. Quickly check his background. For the wealth level of these rich second-generation kids, checking someone wasn't a difficult task. Moreover, much of Yan Han's information was already public. A few minutes later, they found out everything about Yan Han. Xin Xiao held the documents, looking at the listed information, feeling a chill run down his spine. Yan Han, born in 2002, birthday, the 5th day of the first lunar month, zodiac sign, Pisces. Social network, Chen Xiao, Feng Xiao, Zhao Hangzhang from Construction Bank. Luxury cars under his name, 10 million Rolls-Royce Phantom. Previous owner Feng Xiao, 20 million Maybach Pullman S650, 50 million Kelman King, 30 million McLaren, 70 million Bugatti Veyron. Properties under his name, 5 sets of school district houses worth 80 million, 1 garden villa worth 300 million. Assets, chairman of the Supreme Catering Group. Personal savings, estimated over 100 million. Other assets, SSS level encryption. Hiss. Xin Xiao, Wang Xiao, and Bai Xiao all gasped in shock. It turned out to be SSS level encryption. This is the highest level of encryption. To reach this level of encryption, even the combined financial strength of the three families cannot compete with Yen Han. The unknown is the greatest terror. The few of them felt their hair stand on end, and in each other's eyes, there was not only surprise but also deep fear. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe all this belongs to the same person. Wang Song, lacking in cunning, was only envious of the information on the document. Xin Xiao said solemnly, Yen Xiao's wealth is probably above you and me. In the future, when we see Yen Xiao, we should treat him like a deity. Bai Xiao nodded, that's for sure, otherwise we wouldn't even know how our families died. I don't want to follow in Zhou Xiao's footsteps. His background is too powerful, it's not something we can provoke. Xin Xiao exchanged glances with Wang Xiao and Bai Xiao, and after much thought, he said, the information we found out, heaven knows, earth knows, I know, don't let anyone else know. Bai Xiao and Xin Xiao were different from Wang Song. Both were wealthy second generation with brains. The reason for bringing Wang Song, the clumsy teammate, was mainly to highlight themselves. Bai Xiao also agreed with Xin Xiao's decision. Old Qin is right, read and burn it, let's burn it. The few of them took out lighters and ignited the document. Xin Xiao said, the entire Zhou family was brought down by Yen Xiao. Those pushed to a dead end are most likely to fight back desperately. They probably won't let it go easily. Wang Xiao asked in confusion, what should we do then? Bai Xiao squinted his eyes, let's help Yen Xiao deal with these small pests and troubles. If Yen Xiao knows later, we might gain his favor. Xin Xiao took out his phone and said into the receiver, I want the Zhou group to never rise again. Yen Han had already returned to the car. Yen Xiao, why did you take so long to come out? I'm really hot and uncomfortable. Su Qing in the car yawned a bit. Yen Han smiled and said, you Momo ran into a little trouble, and I helped handle it. Su Qing nodded, then let's go, the tenant is already here. Yen Han drove towards the school district house with one hand on the steering wheel. At the entrance of the building stood an old man and a young boy. They had been waiting there for a long time. The old man occasionally glanced at the watch on his wrist. Why hasn't the landlord come yet? It's almost noon. The two grandsons couldn't help but advise, Grandpa, why not call and urge him? The old man refused. No. If I urge the landlord and he gets unhappy, what if he doesn't rent to us? I've already inquired when he came, now only he has the property. For your schooling, let's wait a bit longer. Beep, beep. With a honk, Yen Han's McLaren had arrived. Yen Han felt that the old man's figure looked somewhat familiar. It seemed he had seen him somewhere. Grandpa, look. A supercar is coming over. A boy excitedly shook his grandfather's arm. Another boy swallowed hard, staring intently at Yen Han's McLaren. If only I had a car like that, it's so cool. I wonder who's driving it. The old man looked at the McLaren with a flushed face, his heart also surging with excitement. A man remains a boy until death. No man can resist the temptation of a car. Cars, regardless of a man's age, hold an irresistible allure. Once you two get to college and study hard, you'll have a chance to drive one. If you don't study well, you'll end up delivering takeout with no future. Just like that Yen Han who graduated from our school, earning a meager living every day. If you end up delivering takeout, don't even dream of that car worth several million. The old man sighed to himself, when I was young, I almost got to drive this car worth millions. Listening to their grandfather's ramblings, the two grandsons smiled bitterly. Grandpa, this car costs millions, but it starts at tens of millions. How can you boast without blushing? Do you even know what car this is? The old man was dumbfounded. What? You two are saying this car is over 10 million? Then you two little rascals better stay away. If you scratch it, we can't afford to pay for it. The old man pulled his two grandsons back several steps. A car worth over 10 million was something he could only regard with awe. The McLaren's doors opened like wings, and a handsome guy in a Matewan delivery uniform stepped out of the car. The two grandsons were stunned, their mouths almost forming an O shape. Grandpa, this supercar worth over 10 million seems to be a delivery car. When did delivery people get so rich? The old man's eyes nearly popped out as he looked at Yen Han's figure, exclaiming, it's actually him. Grandpa, who is he? The two grandsons were completely confused. The old man had already walked up to Yen Han, greeting him warmly. Yen Han, it's been so many years. Yen Han recognized the old man and smiled, exchanging pleasantries. Principal of the elementary school? Are you here to look at a house today? The principal chuckled. Yes, my grandson got into college, and after all these years, you've really made something of yourself, now even driving a supercar. I still remember when you were in school, you were always at the bottom of the class. Who would have thought you'd be doing so well now? Truly, 3 years in the East, 3 years in the West. Don't underestimate the youth. The two grandsons were in disbelief, looking at their grandfather. Grandpa, it can't be true? Always at the bottom. How could he afford a car worth over 10 million? And this is the best school district house around. I checked, The cheapest is at least 80 million a unit. Are you sure you didn't remember wrong? How could I remember wrong? Maybe Yen Han turned his life around later. Yen Han and Su Cheng led the grandfather and grandsons upstairs. They arrived at the door, and Yen Han pulled out a large bunch of keys from his waist. He unlocked the door and invited everyone in. Please, come in. The school district house Yen Han bought was fully renovated. After just a quick tour, the principal and his two grandsons were already at a loss for words. Yen, how much is this house for rent? Can you give the principal a discount? The principal asked proactively. Yen Han looked at Su Cheng. What's the market rate? Su Cheng showcased her expertise. Young Master Yen, when the market isn't tight, a unit rents for about 20,000 a month, but now it's hard to find a place. Even if it's listed at 30,000 a month, there are plenty of people fighting for it. Yen Han thought for a moment and said to the principal, how about this? I'll give you a discount of 5,000, 25,000 a month, and the rent will be paid annually. Yen Han didn't need the small change, it was better to do a favor. The principal smiled. Thank you so much, Yen. I'll sign a 3-year lease. In the future, if any kids from your family or relatives want to go to school, just contact me, and I can introduce you to the best educational resources in elementary schools. The elementary school principal was well aware of the ways of the world. When someone gives you a favor or a discount, they don't explicitly ask you to return the favor, but you can't truly forget it in your heart. Otherwise, who would want to work with you in the future? After thinking it over, he realized that he only owed one favor in the education field. Yen Han smiled and thanked him. Then I'll thank Principal Wang. Principal Wang also smiled and said, what kind of friendship do we have? This is only right. After saying that, Principal Wang paid Yen Han a year's rent of 300,000. The few of them went downstairs together. After Principal Wang's family left, Yen Han asked Su Cheng, is anyone else coming to see the house today? Su Cheng nodded and said, there's one more. He just arrived at the entrance of the building. Is it far from here? Yen Han asked. Su Cheng replied, not far, just a few steps away. Yen Han said, oh, then let's not drive. We'll park the car here and walk over to save some gas. 3 minutes later, the two arrived at another building. A middle-aged man in a suit, with a big belly, greeted Su Cheng, Manager Su, over here. Su Cheng and Yen Han walked over together. Good afternoon, Mr. Yu. The man surnamed Yu glanced at Yen Han and couldn't help but ask, Manager Su, isn't the landlord here? Why are you with a delivery guy? Su Cheng was about to speak, but Yen Han had already taken off his helmet and spoke first. Mr. Yu, do you still remember me? Mr. Yu was taken aback for a moment, then remembered. Yen Han, it's you? What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. I've always said that someone like you, who doesn't know how to be smooth, won't get far in the workplace. Now look at you, reduced to delivering food. This Mr. Yu was someone Yen Han had met while working a summer job before. Thinking of the things he had done, Yen Han felt a wave of disgust. At that time, Mr. Yu had been asking for bribes, hinting that he should send him gifts. Young Yen Han didn't understand this and thought that having strong abilities would be enough to succeed in the workplace. Since Mr. Yu couldn't profit from Yen Han, he kept making small moves to trip him up. A plan that Yen Han had worked on halfway was even intercepted by him and given to other colleagues, and later, he casually found a reason to terminate Yen Han's contract. Yen Han didn't even receive that salary, and from then on, tired of the deceit and intrigue of the workplace, he switched to delivering food. Mr. Yu, I actually think delivering food is quite good, Yen Han said with a cold smile. Mr. Yu scoffed, ha ha, that's just self-comfort. In the workplace, as long as you know a bit and can handle things, anyone can climb up. Who doesn't have a brighter future than you? After all these years, you still haven't been smoothed out by society? Young people shouldn't be too arrogant. Yen Han retorted, if you're not young and arrogant, what's the point of being young? Mr. You couldn't be bothered to deal with someone like Yen Han, who was so naive, and asked Su Cheng, Manager Su, can you give the landlord a call? I'm still waiting to rent a house. Su Cheng smiled teasingly, the landlord? He's already here. Mr. Yu was both confused and surprised. What? He's already here? Where is he? Why haven't I seen him? A hint of amusement appeared on Su Cheng's face. He's standing right next to you. You just spoke to him. Mr. Yu's gaze turned difficult as he looked at Yen Han, his eyes widening in horror. Yen Han, don't tell me you're the landlord. Yen Han pulled out his keychain, shaking a large bunch of keys in his hand. Mr. You guessed it right. I am indeed the landlord. Didn't expect that, did you? One day, you'd fall into my hands. Mr. Yu's face instantly turned extremely ugly. You're a landlord. You're the landlord. Why didn't you say so earlier? You clearly have a set of school district housing worth 80 million, yet instead of lying low as a landlord, you're here flaunting in a Matewan delivery outfit. Mr. You quickly apologized to Yen Han. Ahem. Well, Yen Han, just consider what I said earlier as a slip of the tongue. You landlord, don't even think about comparing yourself to me, a mere commoner. Look at your house. When did we sign the contract? Yen Han's face showed difficulty as he said with distress, but I suddenly changed my mind. I don't want to rent it to you anymore. If you want to rent it, that's a bit difficult. General, you pleaded in fear. What about this, Yen Xiao? You see, right now you are the only one with a school district house. If I don't find you, how will my daughter go to school? Yen Han sighed and said meaningfully, General, you, in the workplace before, you bullied me quite a bit. How come you think I'm someone easy to talk to? General Yu gritted his teeth and said, someone sent me a box of mutai in my car. I can give it to you, Yen Xiao. Yen Han looked at General Yu with dissatisfaction. Is this it? The dignified General Yu, this is your attitude when asking someone for help? I'll add 3 times the rent. After struggling for a bit, General Yu also bled a little. Yen Han maintained a stern face. Am I the kind of person who values money that much? I just don't want the flowers of our country to be without a home. Alright, 1 box of mutai plus 3 times the rent, deal. The rent is 90,000 a month, a total of 1.08 million a year. General Yu, do you prefer WeChat or cash? General Yu gritted his teeth and said, WeChat. Give me your payment code. WeChat payment code, today collecting a total of 1.08 million. It's done. I'll go get you the wine. In a little while, General Yu reluctantly brought over a box of wine. Yen Han called out to Su Qing, Qinger, help me carry it. Su Qing rolled her eyes, both amused and exasperated, and asked, Yen Xiao, why is it me? You want me, a girl, to carry such heavy stuff? You're a boy, shouldn't you be a bit more considerate? Yen Han smiled and said, this box of wine is too heavy, I can't move it. Qinger, you have more strength than I do, you should come. Girls should exercise more. After all, girls hold up half the sky. How could Yen Han not be able to move a box of wine? He simply wanted to be lazy. The hands of a rich man are meant for holding women. How could he carry things? Su Qing pouted, men's words are deceitful. Yen Han shrugged, alright, I just think carrying wine with my hands would affect my cool demeanor with my hands in my pockets. Su Qing picked up the box of wine from the ground and returned to the car with Yen Han. Qinger, you worked hard today. To thank you, I want to take you shopping. Yen Han held the steering wheel with one hand and drove towards a local shopping center. This shopping center focused on high-end brands, and many international big names had stores here. Su Qing linked her arm with Yen Han, and the two walked into the mall together. When people saw this pair, many looked at them a few more times. The combination of a delivery man and a beauty was indeed too rare. Yen Han waved his hand, Qinger, everything here, pick whatever you like. Today, this entire mall is my territory for you. I'll cover all your expenses for the day. Su Qing smiled happily. You have a conscience, but you better be prepared to go bankrupt. I'm quite the spender. Yen Han laughed. No problem. Things that money can solve aren't problems. Their conversation drew the attention of many shop owners. Who is this delivery guy? How dare he boast about covering a girl's expenses? He probably hasn't seen the horror of a girl spending money. If he can't pull out the cash later, it'll be fun to watch. I bet this pair will definitely break up soon. The whispers of these people clearly reached Yen Han's ears. The corner of Yen Han's mouth only revealed a hint of a teasing smile. Even if the entire mall's goods were cleared out, could he not spend a few $100 million? The worries of these merchants were completely unnecessary. Su Qing quickly spotted a piece of women's clothing in his store. Yen Xiao, let's go to this store. Yen Han linked arms with Su Qing and walked over together. A somewhat surprised female voice suddenly rang out. Su Qing, is that you? After graduation, we all went our separate ways, and it's been so many years since we last met. Is this your boyfriend next to you? Su Qing smiled and nodded. Yes, this is my boyfriend Yen Han. Su Qing turned to introduce the other person to Yen Han. This is my former classmate Shin Tian. Shin Tian looked at Su Qing with regret and sighed. Su Qing, you were the campus belle of the finance university back then. After graduation, you really are too hard on yourself. And you even found a delivery guy. I don't mean to look down on your boyfriend, but in this city, the salary from delivering food can't even support oneself. Although she repeatedly expressed her regret, it was clear to everyone that she was belittling Yen Han. Shin Tian continued on her own. When it comes to finding a boyfriend, you really should learn from me. My boyfriend Hao Shuai is the manager of this women's clothing store, with an annual salary of several $100,000. Standing next to Shin Tian, Hao Shuai began to mock Yen Han. Bro, how did you bring your girlfriend to this place? Just one piece of clothing here costs your entire month's salary. Which one does your Su Qing like? You tell me, are you buying it or not? At such a moment, with his girlfriend Shin Tian comparing herself to her classmate, it was clear she wanted to show off. so Hao Shuai directly targeted Yan Han. With just a few words, he could make Su Qing realize how worthless the man she chose was. If she felt unhappy, then wouldn't Shen Tian be pleased? Hao Shuai couldn't help but give himself a mental thumbs up for his cleverness. Shen Tian and her boyfriend Hao Shuai chimed in together, looking disdainful as they spoke. Yes, what our Hao Shuai said is right. A man who can't even provide for what his woman wants is really lacking ambition. Yan Han sneered, retorting, how do you know I can't afford it? Hao Shuai scoffed, what can a delivery guy like you buy? Do you think you earn as much as I do? Shen Tian pointed at a knitted sweater and said to Hao Shuai, I want this sweater. Hao Shuai nodded and called out to the store manager, Auntie, wrap up that 8,000 yuan sweater for my Tian. Yan Han couldn't help but glance at the manager. It turned out that the store manager was Hao Shuai's aunt, which explained how he could be the manager here. The middle-aged manager wrapped up the sweater with a silly smile, saying, my niece has great taste. This is the most popular new style this year, and this sweater really suits your temperament. Shen Tian greedily pointed at another dress, looking at her boyfriend Hao Shuai with longing. That 50,000 yuan dress is so beautiful, I want that too. Hao Shuai looked at the 5-digit price tag and felt a jolt in his heart. A dress costing 50,000 yuan was equivalent to his entire month's salary. Spending so much on a woman was already beyond Hao Shuai's budget. I didn't bring that much money right now. I haven't been paid this month. Tian, why don't you wait until next month? Hao Shuai suggested with a smile. Shen Tian pouted and stomped her foot. I don't want to wait, I want it now. Hao Shuai suddenly became serious, looking at Shen Tian and saying, I like obedient women. Are you going to be obedient? Seeing the seriousness on Hao Shuai's face, Shen Tian didn't dare to act up anymore. I will be obedient. Hao Shuai patted Shen Tian's shoulder. Good, be obedient. We're not buying it, okay? Shen Tian was instantly filled with disappointment. What the heck? She just wanted a 50,000 yuan dress, and her boyfriend Hao Shuai wouldn't even buy it for her. Feeling embarrassed, Shen Tian was unhappy inside. Once she found a better option, she would dump Hao Shuai. Put. Yan Han couldn't help but laugh. You won't even buy a dress that costs tens of thousands. If you don't have money, what are you pretending to be here for? Hao Shuai's face darkened, angrily looking at Yan Han. Yes, I can't afford it. As if you have the money to buy it. A voice suddenly rang out from afar, getting closer. I'll help him buy his order. Hao Shuai turned to look in the direction of the voice and caught sight of a young man in leather shoes, who burst out laughing. Where did this loser come from? Could it be that this cold weather found an actor? Can you even afford to help him buy it? Slap. The young man slapped Hao Shuai across the face, his expression dark as he said, Who gave you the courage to talk to me like that in Magic City? The last person who spoke to me like this is still lying in the hospital. Do you want to join him? Hao Shuai's face immediately swelled up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yan Han also recognized the young man, young Master Feng. This young man was indeed Feng Xiao, the cousin of Qin Xiao. Last time at the restaurant, he had directly gifted a Rolls-Royce Phantom to make amends. Feng Xiao smiled and greeted Yan Han. Brother Yan, what a coincidence. We meet again. Hao Shuai, covering his swollen face, looked at Feng Xiao like a madman. You dare to hit me? I'll. Before Hao Shuai could finish, his shop manager aunt, looking anxious, spoke to Feng Xiao. President, what brings you here? Shen Tian and Hao Shuai both widened their eyes in terror. This unexpected visitor was actually the president? What? Aunt, what do you call him? Hao Shuai struggled to speak. His aunt replied irritably, I call him young Master Feng. This entire mall is owned by his family. You've just caused a huge disaster. Hao Shuai's heart raced, filled with dread. He had just mocked young Master Feng. Was he going to be ruined today? In his panic, he was so scared that he wet his pants. Feng Xiao glanced at Hao Shuai and said to his aunt, Manager Hao, is this little brat your nephew? First, he disrespects my brother Yan, then he shows me disrespect. You handle your own family matters. I want a satisfactory answer, or I'll remove you from your position as manager and let someone else take over. Manager Hao's face darkened as he angrily shouted at Hao Shuai, From today on, you are no longer my nephew, nor the manager here. Get out! Even if you cause a huge disaster in the future, don't say I'm your aunt, or I'll personally deal with you. Hao Shuai's face turned as ugly as if he had just eaten several pounds of feces. Shen Tian's expression was no better. Hao Shuai, you lost your job? You useless piece of trash, you can't even keep your job. Let's break up. Slap. Hao Shuai slapped Shen Tian across the face, yanking her hair and kicking her several times on the backside. You filthy bitch, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost my job. Your classmate's boyfriend is so impressive, and you still dare to provoke him. What's wrong with your head? Is it full of shit? I'll kill you, you bitch. Shen Tian, with disheveled hair and bruises on her face, looked aggrieved. Whoa, how was I supposed to know a delivery guy could be so impressive? Whoa, Hao Shuai, please stop hitting me, you'll kill me. Hao Shui took off his belt and started whipping Shen Tian. It's all your fault. You blind dog, can't you see who you can provoke and who you can't? Don't you have any sense? This scene stunned the nearby shop owners. Several shopkeepers looked at Yen Han in shock. What was going on? This Meituan delivery guy actually knew President Feng of the mall? Has the threshold for delivery jobs become this high? Do you need to know such powerful people? Shen Tian looked to Su Qing for help. Su Qing, quickly ask your boyfriend to say something nice for me, or someone will get hurt. Su Qing didn't think twice and directly refused. I don't have that much influence. After Hao Shui got tired, he walked up to Yen Han and quietly said, Yen Xiao, I'm sorry, I just blinded my dog eyes and didn't recognize you, this great Buddha. Can you talk to General Manager Feng and ask my aunt not to fire me? Yen Han showed no interest. Help you speak? Heh, what value can you provide me? Hao Shui was at a loss for words. Hao Shui stammered for a long time but couldn't say anything. Feng Xiao looked at him impatiently. Take your bitch and get lost. Don't affect my Yen Ji shopping mood here. Yes, I'm leaving right now. Hao Shui awkwardly took his girlfriend and left. Feng Xiao looked at Yen Han. Yen Gu, if you want to buy clothes, why didn't you give me a heads up? Yen Han smiled bitterly. I didn't know this mall was yours when I came. Feng Xiao laughed. Oh, I'm just the president here. This mall belongs to my dad. He's the chairman. But I can make decisions in any store here. Which item do you and your sister-in-law like? Yen Han replied honestly. I haven't had a chance to pick yet. Feng Xiao, being the impatient type, waved his hand and said, then don't pick. I have a simple and straightforward method. Yen Han was confused, not knowing what Feng Xiao was planning. All the bags on this wall, and the clothes and pants on that wall, just pack them all for my Yen Gu, and don't let him pay a single cent. Feng Xiao said generously. Yen Han was taken aback. Feng Xiao, this is too much, you can't do this. Feng Xiao casually replied, being friends with someone of your caliber, what's a little expense? I think this is still too little. Manager Hao looked troubled. Young president, but these add up to 3 or 4 million, calm down. If I say pack it, then pack it. Why so much nonsense? Do I not have the right to decide on my Feng family's things? Feng Xiao exploded in anger. Manager Hao broke out in a cold sweat and quickly said, I didn't mean it that way, President, I'll pack it right away. Feng Xiao then regained his smile and spoke to Yen Han again. Yen Gu, take your time to choose at home, and I can have someone deliver it to your villa, or I can drive you myself. In Feng Xiao's memory, he remembered that his Yen Gu liked to be served and preferred home delivery. After the last incident, when Feng Xiao got home, his dad told him to make friends with Yen Han. His dad specifically advised him, to befriend someone, you must cater to their preferences. Yen Han thought for a moment and said, then I'll trouble Feng Xiao to make a trip personally. Feng Xiao smiled, sure, Yen Gu, is that Rolls-Royce Phantom I sent you still comfortable? Yen Han replied flatly, it's okay. The shop owners who were waiting to see Yen Han's joke were all stunned, looking at him. Who is this delivery guy? How could he make the high-end mighty President Feng give him such face? President Feng just mentioned a villa? This Meituan delivery guy actually has his own villa in the Magic City? In the Magic City, even an ordinary house is exorbitantly priced, and a villa is a goldmine, costing a lifetime of savings. Is delivering food really that profitable now? Feng Xiao made a call. Now, prepare 4 Rolls-Royce Cullinans. I need the cars right now. At the supermarket at home. Su Qing said to Yen Han, there's a temporary matter at the company, so I'm heading back. Yen Han smiled and reminded, go ahead, be careful on the road. Ding-dling, you have a new WeChat notification. Beautiful tenant Jiang Yanran, pitiful expression / landlord's brother, why haven't you come back for several days? You pull up your pants and don't acknowledge it, don't want the teacher anymore? The words were pitiful and a bit wronged, making Yen Han feel a twinge of heartache. These past 2 days, he had indeed neglected Jiang Yanran while accompanying Yumomo and Su Qing. After thinking for a moment, Yen Han replied to her on WeChat, I've moved to a new address. I'll send you the location, come over, no need to pay rent. Yen Han casually sent the location of Shi Mountain Manor. The people from Feng Xiao's side had already helped Yen Han pack up, and he said to Yen Han, Brother Yen, let's set off. A grand and luxurious convoy left the mall. Upon receiving Yen Han's WeChat message, a small smile appeared on Jiang Yanran's face. She knew he wouldn't abandon her. Jiang Yanran quickly packed 2 suitcases, ordered a ride-hailing car online, and dragged her heavy luggage downstairs. The wait for the car was a bit dull and long, and before long, Jiang Yanran ran into several acquaintances. At that moment, a voice rang in her ear, Teacher Jiang? Why are you all packed up? Jiang Yanran looked up and glanced at the woman in the passenger seat of the Land Rover. It was Teacher Hu from the school, who was vain and liked to trip others up behind their backs. Jiang Yanran had never gotten along with this Teacher Hu. Is it wrong to move? Jiang Yanran replied irritably. Teacher Hu laughed mockingly, moving? You wouldn't have had a fight with your boyfriend and got kicked out, would you? Teacher Jiang, your taste in men really isn't great. You should learn from me. My boyfriend Xiao Song is quite excellent, not particularly outstanding, but definitely better off than most guys. At least he wouldn't kick me out. A refined man in glasses in the driver's seat adjusted his glasses and pretended to comfort her. Teacher Jiang, don't be too sad. I'm Xiao Hu's boyfriend, a senior executive in a big company's marketing department. I deal with wealthy people the most every day. I'll introduce you to a few. Xiao Song was not a kind-hearted person. He was simply trying to please a few lecherous clients to secure some big deals. He even thought about having his girlfriend Xiao Hu serve them, so his career could advance smoothly. Women? Hee, just stepping stones for his rise. Teacher Hu said, Teacher Jiang, where are you going? I can have my boyfriend give you a ride for a bit. Jiang Yanran casually replied, to Shi Mountain. Xiao Song was surprised. What a coincidence. That's on our way. We're going to Shi Mountain too. Get in. Without thinking, Jiang Yanran refused. No need, I've already called a car. Alright then, we'll be on our way. Teacher Hu greeted Jiang Yanran, and her boyfriend Xiao Song drove away. More than half an hour later, the ride-hailing car Jiang Yanran was in arrived at Shi Mountain Villa. All she could see were luxurious villas. A villa area? Jiang Yanran's eyes widened in surprise, feeling a bit intimidated by the environment. After all, the school district house she lived in couldn't compare to this place, which rented for tens of thousands a month. When a person enters a high-end place for the first time, it's inevitable to feel a bit timid. Jiang Yanran felt that she was out of place in the Golf Manor Villa. Was this really a place she deserved to live in? She couldn't help but send a WeChat message to Yen Han, landlord, there's only one lonely villa here, no other buildings. Yen Han was driving at that moment but still managed to reply with one hand, I'm almost there, just wait for me a bit. Jiang Yanran felt reassured and took her phone to snap a few photos of the villa behind her to document her life. Coincidentally, the Teacher Hu and Xiao Song she had encountered earlier also drove up to this place. Teacher Hu looked at Jiang Yanran in surprise. Teacher Jiang, don't tell me you moved here. Do you know how much the average price of a unit here is? Jiang Yanran really didn't know, but my boyfriend sent me the location right here. Xiao Song got out of the car and asked Jiang Yanran, may I ask what your boyfriend does for a living, Teacher Jiang? Jiang Yanran replied honestly, he's a delivery guy. Put, a delivery guy? Teacher Hu and her boyfriend Xiao Song both laughed disdainfully. Jiang Yanran looked at them in confusion. What are you laughing at? Teacher Hu looked at Jiang Yanran with a face full of pity and sympathy. Laughing at you for being fooled by that delivery guy. The real estate here is worth billions, and your boyfriend, a delivery guy, how could he possibly afford to buy here? Jiang Yanran said somewhat angrily, but just because my boyfriend is a delivery guy doesn't mean he has no money. Xiao Song laughed hard. Oh come on, sister, don't make me laugh. What money could a delivery guy possibly have? Ding ding, a full carbon fiber McLaren drove in front. Behind this cool supercar worth 40 million, 4 Rolls-Royce Cullinans followed as escorts. 5 luxury cars were heading towards the Shi Mountain Golf Garden Villa. Xiao Song's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, that car! Is it the McLaren worth over 30 million online? For Rolls-Royce Cullinans as escorts, who is this, to have such a grand display? The butterfly doors of the McLaren opened, and Yen Han, dressed in delivery attire, stepped out of the car and smiled at Xiao Song. Bro, the 30 million you mentioned, that's the price for a second-hand car. The market price for a new one has to add another 10 million. Gulp, Xiao Song swallowed hard, then, doesn't that mean it costs 40 million? Teacher Hu beside him was already so shocked her jaw dropped. A delivery guy? When Teacher Hu brought this up, Xiao Song finally noticed the delivery uniform on Yen Han. Meituan delivery, fast delivery for anything. The 8 big characters were exceptionally eye-catching. Xiao Song's face was no longer calm. There really was someone delivering food in a supercar. Xiao Song looked at Jiang Yanran with difficulty. Teacher Jiang, is he really your boyfriend? Yen Han waved at Jiang Yanran. Yanran, over here. Teacher Hu and her boyfriend Xiao Song had bitter and tragic expressions. What, it really is? So Teacher Jiang wasn't lying to us. The contrast between a delivery guy and a rich man is just too big. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Jiang Yanran threw herself into Yen Han's arms. Feng Xiao also got out of the car, and Yen Han shouted to him, Xiao Feng, go help your sister-in-law move her luggage to my villa area. Feng Xiao smiled and said, Brother Yen, you're not being romantic. You're not helping your girlfriend with her luggage, and you want me to help? How am I supposed to build a good impression in her heart? Yen Han glared at him. If I tell you to move, you move. You've known me for a while now. Don't you know I don't like carrying things? That would only affect my coolness with my hands in my pockets. Feng Xiao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, so he had to go along with Yen Han. Yes, you're right. You're always right. I'll move it. Seeing the grinning Feng Xiao, Xiao Song was once again hit hard. damn, isn't that our boss's cousin? Always with a sour face, I thought he never smiled. Teacher Zhang's boyfriend actually treats him like a servant, and Feng Xiao looks like a little lapdog in front of him. Is it really that impressive to be a delivery guy now? Xiao Song and teacher whose faces turned red. Just before, they had laughed at Zhang Yanran's boyfriend for being a delivery guy. Now it seemed like they were even worse than a delivery guy. When they thought about introducing Zhang Yanran to wealthy suitors, she would definitely think they were fools, right? It turned out the real clowns were them. Yan Han had one hand in his pants pocket and the other around Zhang Yanran's waist, and the two had already returned to the villa. Brother Yan, where's the cloakroom? Feng Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked Yan Han, in that room over there? Yan Han pointed towards the direction of the cloakroom. After a busy session, Feng Xiao and the others finally finished sorting the clothes and jewelry, neatly placing them in the cloakroom. Yan Han invited Feng Xiao, how about some tea before you go? Feng Xiao smiled and politely declined. No, Brother Yan, I have some other matters to attend to. Alright, then I'll see you off. Yan Han followed Feng Xiao out of his villa. Zhang Yanran looked out at the golf garden, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over her. Everything inside the villa piqued her curiosity. She had only seen places like this on the television dramas featuring domineering CEOs and had never imagined she would have the honor of being here one day. It was only today that she realized the landlord Yan Han's wealth was far more terrifying than she had imagined. Zhang Yanran saw a top-of-the-line computer in the master bedroom, with a folder on it labeled surveillance. Surveillance? What is the landlord's day like? Let's take a look. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Yanran opened the folder. The video was 1 to 2 hours long. Zhang Yanran stared wide-eyed. What is all this? He actually hid this from her. Bastard. That bastard. Yan Han returned and locked eyes with Zhang Yanran. Are there other women in your villa? Zhang Yanran clenched her fists, glaring fiercely at Yan Han. Yan Han smiled helplessly. Let me introduce them. They will be our roommates from now on. What? Is my Yanran getting jealous? Yan Han teased, scratching Zhang Yanran's cheek. Not at all. Zhang Yanran pouted playfully. Someone burned a sandalwood palace for you, priced at 1 billion. Someone burned a supreme bar for you, current shareholding ratio, 70%. Someone burned a god-level mixed martial arts for you. A flood of unfamiliar memories surged into Yan Han's mind, like the tide. Concepts like using softness to overcome hardness, empty-handedly seizing a blade, and breaking bones. The knowledge of mixed martial arts was vast as the ocean. This was the first time he received paper offerings for skills. Now, even if faced with dozens of armed individuals, Yan Han had the courage to fight back. Meanwhile, at the Supreme Bar, the other shareholders were all startled by the news of the shareholding changes. I've called everyone here today mainly to inform you of one thing. There has been a change in the board of directors. The major shareholder's 51% stake has been acquired. The second largest shareholder, Zhao Shanhe, spoke up. The other two shareholders in the meeting room were stunned. What? Someone acquired 51% of the shares? The Supreme Bar's profits are soaring every day. 51% is no small amount. Who has such a big appetite to take on so much at once? Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It's a young man who delivers food, around 23 years old. Lu Jun and Li Mingkai widened their eyes again. What? The new shareholder is a food delivery guy? And he's just in his early 20s? Old Zhao, are you sure you're not talking nonsense? Zhao Shanhe threw a document to the two of them. I know you two won't believe it. This is all the information about the new shareholder. Take a look for yourselves. Lu Jun and Li Mingkai quickly picked up the document. As they saw the asset proof on the file, they gradually fell silent. 5 luxury cars worth tens of millions, 5 sets of school district houses worth over $1 billion, and a fully paid mansion worth $300 million, plus shares in a catering group. A young man in his 20s, while others were just stepping out of campus, Yan Han had already soared to great heights, reaching the finish line that others worked a lifetime to achieve. This resume was simply terrifying and gave them goosebumps. This was undoubtedly a new generation of entrepreneurs. With someone as capable as Mr. Yan, we should take the initiative to visit him, to get familiar and let him lead the bar to do even better and go further. Zhao Shanhe nodded and said, that makes sense. I'll call the new chairman right away. When the call connected, Zhao Shanhe expressed his intentions. Yan Han thought for a moment and arranged a time. Then let's do it tomorrow at noon. I still have to deliver takeout in the morning. Since Zhao Shanhe was on speakerphone, all the shareholders heard Yan Han's words. The shareholders looked at each other in confusion. Mr. Yan is so wealthy, yet he still thinks about delivering takeout. What true love? The quirks of the rich are always so hard to understand. Young Master Yan, you've been looking weak lately. This is the turtle soup we specially prepared for you, to help you recover. In the golf garden villa, the maids brought in a nourishing soup. Yan Han rolled his eyes. Nonsense, how could I possibly be weak? Yu Momo and Su Qing both exclaimed, "Do you believe it yourself?" Jiang Yan ran, looking weak, took out her phone. "Principal, I need to take a leave. I was too tired last night and can't get up today." After hanging up, Jiang Yan ran glared at Yen Han. "You jerk. It's all your fault for insisting on playing cards until late, making me unable to get out of bed in the morning." Yen Han looked innocent. "Clearly, you insisted on proving you were better than Momo and Qinger." Jiang Yanran still wouldn't let it go. "Tonight, the teacher must conquer you, the landlord." Yen Han drank a few sips of turtle soup and hurried off to work. The weather in Magic City was a bit overcast today, and the temperature was low. Yen Han, wearing a yellow helmet and robe, began another beautiful day of delivering takeout. "You have a new takeout order." This order was actually from the hospital, placed by a lady named Nurse Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, could it be her? It shouldn't be that coincidental. It might just be a namesake. After picking up the meal, Yen Han headed straight for the nurse's duty room at the hospital. Knock, knock, knock. Yen Han knocked on the door and called inside. "Takeout for Nurse Xiao Xiao, please come and get it." A nurse came over, took the takeout, and said to Yen Han, "She went to the principal's office, give it to me, and I'll bring it to her when she returns." After delivering the takeout, Yen Han turned to leave. However, the whispers coming from the nurse's duty room caught his attention. "I really envy Su Xiao Xiao, she has a beautiful face and a great figure." Today, the principal's son is substituting for the principal, and Lu Xiao has long been coveting Su Xiao Xiao. From now on, Su Xiao Xiao is going to rise to fame. No way? Su Xiao Xiao is very aloof. She's not that kind of person. That's only because the money isn't enough. The principal's son has plenty of money, he could crush her with it. Don't say just one Su Xiao Xiao. What woman can resist the temptation of money? Even if she isn't swayed by money, she can't escape. Who enters the principal's office and escapes the principal's son's clutches? Damn, it really is Su Xiao Xiao. Since they were classmates, Yen Han couldn't just stand by. Moreover, Yen Han now had the ability to resolve such matters. Yen Han directly stopped a doctor. "Where is the principal's office?" The doctor in a white coat pointed upstairs. "It's upstairs, the first door on the right." Yen Han released the male doctor and quickened his pace straight to the second floor. In the principal's office, Lu Xiao was staring at Su Xiao Xiao's beautiful white legs, drooling. "Xiao Xiao, you are the most graceful little nurse I've ever seen. I've admired you for a long time." Su Xiao Xiao glared at Lu Xiao. "You've said that to many nurses, right? Who in the whole hospital doesn't know you? You're just a playboy. If it weren't for you, Koxian wouldn't have been forced to jump off the building." Lu Xiao's expression darkened. "Xiao Xiao, how can you speak so recklessly? I did talk to Chen Kuxian, but her cause of death was a mental disorder. It has nothing to do with me." This matter, even the forensic doctor provided proof at the time. Su Xiao Xiao felt a surge of disdain within her. Who doesn't know that the forensic doctor is in cahoots with you? You rely on your wealth and power, acting lawlessly, doing whatever you want in the hospital. This has been going on for quite some time. Lu Xiao was too lazy to waste words. "I don't want to talk about those trivial matters with you, Su Xiao Xiao. I know you owe someone 2 million recently. As long as you agree to sleep with me for one night, I can help you pay off this debt. Do you want to consider it?" Su Xiao Xiao glared at Lu Xiao in anger, disgusted. "Lubin, what do you take me for?" Lubin pulled out a card from his bag and threw it on the ground. "I understand. You just think 2 million is too little, that it's not enough. This card has 5 million. The last 6 digits of the password, you can withdraw it from your mobile banking right now." Su Xiao Xiao felt nauseous and couldn't hold back her curses any longer. "You rich people, do you think you're so impressive just because you have some filthy money?" A flicker of resentment flashed in Lu Bin's eyes. "Su Xiao Xiao, I don't care if you want this money or not. Today I'm definitely going to sleep with you. In my family's hospital, there hasn't been a single little nurse I couldn't sleep with. What are you pretending to be pure for? You're so beautiful, isn't it just to seduce men like me?" Su Xiao Xiao looked at Lu Bin in terror, backing away step by step. "Don't come over. What are you going to do? If you come any closer, do you believe I'll report you for assaulting me?" Lu Bin was unafraid. "Even if you report it to the emperor in the capital, this society is still ruled by us rich people. Those above only believe in money. Who would listen to a lowly little nurse like you?" Su Xiao Xiao struggled desperately, but how could she match Lu Bin's strength? "Help! Help!" Lu Bin grew more excited. "Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come. I've got people guarding the door, no one will come to save you." Su Xiao Xiao was utterly desperate. She had never even been in a relationship. Was she really going to lose herself to this beast? If she got dirty today, once she paid off the bank loan, she would choose to end her life. Unable to break free, Su Xiao Xiao closed her eyes, tears of grievance slipping from the corners of her eyes. Bang! A loud noise, the door to the dean's office was kicked open. Su Xiao Xiao opened her eyes in surprise, looking at the figure in the doorway. A yellow delivery helmet, a Meituan delivery uniform. "Yen Han, it's you! Yen Han, save me. In Su Xiaoxiao's eyes at that moment, Yen Han's tall figure was like a heroic figure stepping on a rainbow cloud. Lu Bin's eyes flashed with anger as he threatened Yen Han, "You filthy delivery guy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Someone like me, in this social circle, with just one word, I can make someone like you, from the lower class, never see the sun again. If you want to act like a hero, think about your family behind you first." Yen Han grabbed Lu Bin's head and kicked him hard in the groin. "Fuck you, do you deserve to be a man by threatening a woman like this?" Crack! Yen Han put all his strength into that kick, and Lu Bin reached down to grab. Instantly his palm was covered in blood. Ah! The excruciating pain from having that thing brutally kicked shattered made Lu Bin scream like a madman. Lu Bin glared at Yen Han. "You dare hit me? Delivery guy, just wait for it. I'm telling you, you're finished. You're completely finished." Su Xiaoxiao threw herself into Yen Han's arms. "Yen Han, I really owe you so much today, otherwise, I would have been. By this beast, I really owe you more and more." Yen Han held Su Xiaoxiao and left the dean's office. "Xiaoxiao, you should resign. That beast won't easily let it go since he didn't succeed." Su Xiaoxiao was a bit confused. "But my job, I'm about to become the head nurse. If I change hospitals, everything will have to start over. I still don't want to give up on my future. What should I do?" Yen Han smiled and made a call. "Hello, Lao Bai, I have a female classmate who studies nursing, and we have a pretty good relationship. She has been unemployed recently. Do you know anyone at your hospital?" Bai Xiao was particularly surprised when he received Yen Han's call and quickly said, "Of course, Han Gu, since you asked, I must give you this face. Just go directly to work at the private hospital. You'll be a chief nurse, with a monthly salary of 30,000. After hanging up, Yen Han told Su Xiaoxiao about the salary. "Really? Yen Han, thank you. You are so good to me. When my family needed money for surgery, it was you who helped. Today, I almost lost my life, and you showed up just in time. You even helped me find a job with better pay. I feel so secure being with you. Can you be my boyfriend?" Su Xiaoxiao blushed shyly, her eyes filled with a bit of expectation as she waited for Yen Han's reaction. The beauty had intentions, and Yen Han couldn't bear to refuse Su Xiaoxiao. "I've never heard of a girlfriend calling her boyfriend by his full name. Can't you change how you address me?" After thinking for a moment, Su Xiaoxiao said, "I'll call you Han Gu." Yen Han smiled and replied, "Okay, then I'll call you Shower." Yen Han drove Su Xiaoxiao to her new workplace and waved at her. "I have another order. I need to go deliver food now." In the dean's office, Lu Bin endured the intense pain in his groin and took out his phone to make a call. "Jia Xiao, I had someone hit him. He has permanently lost his ability to have children. Can you help me get revenge?" The rich second generation known as Zhang Xiao was quite surprised. "Lu Bin, no matter how you say it, you're still a rich second generation. Who is so blind to dare to do this to you?" Lu Bin gritted his teeth and said, "It's a stupid delivery guy." Zhang Xiao nodded and immediately agreed. "Alright, so you want to deal with a delivery guy? I'll help you take his life. Come to my bar later, and we'll figure out how to deal with that delivery guy." Lu Bin said excitedly, "Zhang Xiao, just your words are enough. In the entire Magic City, who doesn't know you're the little Yama of Magic City? That kid is doomed if he falls into your hands." Yen Han was still unaware that the two rich second-generation heirs had already started plotting to kill him. It was around noon, and he had arranged to meet with several shareholders from the bar last night. Calculating the time, it was about time to head over there. Yen Han specifically accepted a delivery order to the Tang Palace. Beep beep. "Hello, Meituan Delivery." The security guard at the booth looked in shock at the Bugatti Veyron in front of him. The delivery guy actually drove a sports car to deliver food? He had never ordered such a luxurious delivery in his life. The security guard couldn't help but make a small request. Bro, I'm so excited. Can I take a photo to record this moment?" Yen Han shrugged nonchalantly. "Go ahead, just make sure I look handsome." The security guard was a bit surprised and gratefully said, "You are truly the most down-to-earth rich second generation I've ever met." The security guard happily took a photo and posted it on social media. "Is it really this awesome? I just ordered $30 worth of food, and the delivery guy comes in a multi-million-dollar supercar?" After posting, the security guard exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, bro, are you the legendary rich young master who experiences life?" Yen Han smiled warmly. "You could say that." The Tang Palace consists of 18 buildings, each representing a different architectural style. Those who live here symbolize a certain social status. It is said that even the developer of this place once stated, "I don't have the qualifications to live in the Tang Palace." Yen Han's mansion is Villa No. 1. He drove to Tang Palace No. 1. It could also be called the King of the 18 Villas. A dozen maids in maid outfits stood in 2 rows and greeted Yen Han. "Welcome home, master." Yen Han looked at the maids in surprise. "Japanese? Where are you from?" One maid switched to Mandarin. Master, we come from a country filled with cherry blossoms. Yen Han was taken aback, not expecting them to be Japanese-style maids. Thinking about the relationship between a master and his maids, Yen Han couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. This was definitely not Yen Han being an LSP. It was a patriotic duty to resist Japan, something everyone should do. Wasn't it possible for him to resist Japan every night? The maid's face turned a bit shy. Master, are you thinking of bad things in broad daylight? Yen Han awkwardly cleared his throat. No. I was just thinking of a lecherous reader friend. Yen Han felt a bit guilty. This excuse was so flimsy that even he didn't believe it. That's fine. Master, my name is Fei Fei. Maid Fei Fei took Yen Han's hand and walked into the villa's hall. The hall was extremely bright under the chandelier, resembling a luxurious European palace. Walking in the entrance hall, every breath was filled with the scent of money. Yen Han finally understood why the Tang Palace was called the #1 mansion in Shanghai. Maid Fei Fei leaned close to Yen Han's ear. Master, were you just thinking of Fei Fei? Fei Fei's cheeks flushed red as she unbuttoned her dress and bent down to help Yen Han take off his pants. Cough. Fei Fei, we have guests coming over soon, don't mess around. Yen Han quickly rejected Maid Fei Fei. If a few shareholders walked in on them, it would be a major social disaster. To avoid leaving a bad impression in front of the shareholders, it was better to put this off for now. Fei Fei pouted. Then I'll be quick, trying to finish before they arrive. Yen Han hurriedly stopped Fei Fei's terrifying behavior. Stop, there's no rush. At the entrance of the Tang Palace Villa, several middle-aged men in suits got out of luxury cars. These men were the other shareholders of the bar. After exchanging glances, they all saw a hint of surprise on each other's faces. This is the Tang Palace in the western suburbs, right? How did we navigate here? Did we take a wrong turn? Zhao Shanha called Yen Han. Chairman, we've arrived at the address you gave. There's only a Tang Palace here. Did you give us the wrong address? Yen Han answered the phone lazily. Just drive your car to the Tang Palace entrance, and I'll have the maids come out to greet you. Such matters were best left to the maids. Besides, what level were the shareholders of the bar to warrant the chairman personally going out to greet them? Maid Fei Fei stood up and said, Master, I'll go help you greet the guests. Ha, Chairman, you live in the Tang Palace? Zhao Shanha looked shocked. The other shareholders standing behind Zhao Shanha were equally astonished. This was the Tang Palace, where the cheapest unit started at 300 million and the most expensive reached a terrifying 1 billion. Moreover, wanting to live in the Tang Palace wasn't just about having money. In addition to solid financial strength, the Tang Palace also required the owner to have a certain social status. Even the likes of the two Ma bosses and that one real estate had once wanted to move into the Tang Palace but were turned away. The original words from the Tang Palace were, "You are not worthy to live here." It seemed the new chairman was far more unfathomable than they had imagined. Hello, are you guests visiting Manor No. 1? I am the maid Fei Fei from Tang Palace No. 1. A gentle female voice pulled the group of shareholders back to reality. Zhao Shanha quickly said, Yes, please lead the way, Miss Fei Fei. Fei Fei returned to her Maserati and said to the shareholders behind her, Follow my car. The Tang Palace is very large, larger than you can imagine. If we don't drive, it would take us a whole day to walk. Zhao Shanha and several other shareholders all wore bitter smiles. The world of wealthy individuals like Yen Han was truly disheartening. Before coming here, they had thought they were quite rich, but after meeting Chairman Yen Han, they realized how naive they had been. Master, I've brought your guests to visit, Fei Fei said, bending over to Yen Han, who was lying on the sofa. Zhao Shanha and the other shareholders looked at Yen Han in astonishment. Even though they knew from the documents that Yen Han was from 2002, seeing him in person made them feel he was too young. At that moment, Yen Han had one foot on the sofa and the other on the ground, sprawled out while playing Honor of Kings. Yen Han casually acknowledged Fei Fei with a faint glancing at Zhao Shanha and the others. You all sit first. I'll finish this game of Honor of Kings soon. After a brief remark, Yen Han lazily lay back on the sofa. Damn, and she is blind, can't she play? How can she throw so inaccurately from this close? What kind of eyesight do you have? What kind of idiot teammates have I been assigned? It's like they're mentally challenged. Zhao Shanha and the other shareholders exchanged strange glances. This slouched, unrefined delivery guy, with his questionable manners, was hard to associate with the identity of a bar chairman. Wasn't the contrast too great? But to be fair, the new chairman's life was indeed quite pleasant. So leisurely, so carefree. Such a carefree attitude towards life was truly enviable. After about half an hour, Yen Han managed to turn the tide. Hello, I'm Yen Han, let's introduce ourselves. Yen Han sat up, his sharp gaze sweeping over Zhao Shanha and the others. Just moments ago, he had been lounging on the sofa playing games, exuding a relaxed demeanor. But now he carried a hint of the kingly aura of someone who had long held power. Zhao Shanha and the others felt an immense pressure that made them uneasy. Zhao Shanha was the first to introduce himself. Chairman, I'm Zhao Shanha, holding 15% of the shares in the bar, the second largest shareholder, and I operate the bar daily. Yan Han glanced at the others. What about the rest? Zhao Shanha introduced. Chairman, this is Li Mingkai, the fruit and beverage supplier for the bar, holding 10%. This one is Lu Jun. He owns a hospital in the Magic City, but he has some spare cash and likes to invest, holding 5% in the Supreme Bar, making him the third key figure in the company. This is the supplier for the bar's sound and lighting, Yi Qincheng from Yes Group. And the last one is the supplier for the bar's furniture and facilities, the Furniture King Ma Kailong. Yan Han nodded indifferently, acknowledging each of them. Zhao Shanha and the other shareholders were all taken aback. Chairman Yan Han was too calm. Usually, when young juniors learned of their identities, they would go to great lengths to curry favor. But in front of Yan Han, he seemed to regard them as mere passers-by. This was quite normal. With countless assets, how could Yan Han regard a few directors seriously? Zhao Shanha said to Yan Han, Chairman, if you ever need old Zhao or the other shareholders, or anyone else present, just a phone call or a word will do. We won't disturb the chairman's rest. Yan Han politely replied, then I might have to trouble you all in the future. After a few pleasantries, Yan Han called out to Feifei, Feifei, go see the guests off. After Zhao Shanha and the others left, only Yan Han and the other maids remained in the villa. Yan Han took a simple tour around the villa. There were 10 maid rooms, each decorated in a pink princess style. The dining room had both Chinese and European styles, and the private family 6D HD cinema, a large bookstore, including a tea room and wine cellar for receiving guests, as well as an outdoor swimming pool, and so on. This sandalwood palace is truly enormous, the kind where one could easily get lost inside. Before long, the maid Feifei returned. Feifei pushed Yan Han onto the bed and leaned down, whispering sweetly in his ear, Master, the guest has left. We can do naughty things now. Your maid will provide you with wake-up services every day from now on, including anything you want to do to me. Yan Han pressed Feifei beneath him. All right, today I'll take you. Feifei let out a soft moan. Master, you're so bad. Stop it. The two kissed, a passionate and lingering kiss. Even the sofa began to shake a little. In a luxurious private room at the Supreme Bar, young Master Zhao Yan, with several girls in his arms, smiled at Lu Bin. All right, I placed the order on Meituan. I'll make sure that guy with the surname Yen stands while he comes in and leaves horizontally. Lu Bin's face showed resentment. I want that idiot to suffer. I'll leave this to you, young Master Zhao. Achoo, Yan Han sneezed. I wonder who was thinking of me. In the villa, maid Feifei wiped her face. Master, watch it. You got me all messy. Yan Han grinned and playfully pinched her nose. You just kissed me. Humph. Feifei pouted in anger. All right. I won't tease you anymore. I have to deliver the takeout. Yan Han put on his clothes and helmet and left Villano. 1. The sky above had turned into a starry night, with twinkling stars and a bright moon hanging high. He had actually spent the entire afternoon in the Sandalwood Palace. You have a new takeout order. Just as Yan Han logged off from his writer's backend, a new order came in. Seeing the address on the order, Yan Han was taken aback. It's actually the Supreme Bar? Speaking of which, he had just seen a few shareholders at the bar during the day. As the absolute controlling owner of this bar, he had never been there, so it was a perfect opportunity to check it out while delivering this order. Half an hour later, Yan Han knocked on the door of a private room while holding the spicy hot pot. Hello, Meituan takeout. A girl next to Zhao Yan stood up and took the spicy hot pot from Yan Han's hands. Clatter! With a sound, her latest model smartphone fell to the ground, and the scalding soup splashed all over her. Ah, so hot. What are you doing? Was that on purpose? The girl picked up her phone from the ground. Frantic, my phone. Zhao Yan at the booth had a glint of triumph in his eyes, and it was now his turn to make an appearance. Zhao Yan suddenly stood up from his seat and began to yell at Yan Han. Damn you, are you blind? You can't even hold a spicy hot pot, and you come out to deliver takeout. Zhao Yan raised his hand, ready to slap him. Ah! Before Zhao Yan's hand could come down, he felt a sharp pain in his fingers, as if a giant claw was squeezing every joint. Bang! Yan Han's fist landed on Zhao Yan's nose. Drip a mix of blood, slightly sweet and salty, flowed from Zhao Yan's nostrils into his mouth. Zhao Yan wiped his face with his hand, and one hand was instantly stained red with blood, while the girls nearby screamed, Brother Yan, you're bleeding. Zhao Yan glared fiercely at Yan Han. Damn, I'll hit you. How dare you fight back? Who do you think you are? The girls at the booth also looked at Yan Han with hostility. How dare you fight with Zhao Yan in Magic City, you stupid takeout delivery guy. Today you're finished. Just wait and see how Brother Yan deals with you. On the wheelchair, Lu Bin fanned the flames. Zhao Xiao, this bastard ruined my manhood, and now he even dares to hit you. He's too damn arrogant, he doesn't even put you in his eyes. Zhao Yan clenched his fists in anger and said, Fine, today I'll settle both old and new scores with this bastard. After saying that, Zhao Yan angrily looked at the boys at the booth. Damn, I got beaten up, and you all are just sitting there thinking about what? The bar hired you to keep watch, and I got hit, and you don't even know to step in. Take him down for me. If the rich second-generation crowd found out that he couldn't even handle a delivery guy, it would be a huge embarrassment. No matter what, Zhao Yan wouldn't let this go with Yen Han today. Swish, swish, swish. 6 or 7 figures stood up simultaneously, looking at Yen Han with hostility. Dare to touch our young master, Zhao? Come on, you little bastard, let's practice. A cold, mocking smile appeared on Yen Han's lips. Upon seeing Lu Bin, Yen Han understood everything. This was Zhao Yan deliberately looking for trouble, wanting to help Lu Bin vent his anger. Fortunately, he had mastered supreme mixed martial arts, otherwise, as an ordinary person, he would have to endure a beating in a situation like this. Your young master Zhao is nothing. Let's all come at me. Yen Han provocatively beckoned them with his hand. The boys in the bar, who were supposed to keep watch, were all social delinquents, and they couldn't stand anyone disrespecting their boss. A tattooed guy, about 6 feet tall, cursed, bastard, you're really asking for it. A dozen thugs swung their fists toward Yen Han's head. If all those punches landed, Yen Han would definitely end up with a bruised face and blood everywhere. He would need surgery at the hospital. But what they encountered was Yen Han, a super freak who had trained in supreme mixed martial arts, with enhanced physical abilities. In terms of combat, they were nothing but elementary school students in front of him. Lu Bin, enduring excruciating pain, stood up from his wheelchair and pulled out a spring knife, lunging at Yen Han. I'll stab you, you little bastard. Yen Han showed no fear, on the contrary, a sneer of disdain appeared on his lips. A group of ants dared to challenge him? Ha! Overestimating themselves. Yen Han grabbed Lu Bin's shoulder with one hand and seized his wrist with the other, pulling hard. Lu Bin's entire bloodied arm was ripped off. Blood gushed from Lu Bin's shoulder, pooling at his feet. Before Lu Bin could scream in pain, Yen Han yanked off his other arm in the same manner. In the pool of blood on the ground, 2 arms lay quietly soaking. It was a horrifying sight. Ah, my arms. Ah, it hurts so much. Lu Bin's face turned purple as he let out a particularly tragic scream. Zhao Yan looked at Yen Han in terror, then at the gruesome sight of Lu Bin. The bones on either side of Lu Bin's shoulders were already faintly visible, and blood continued to drip. The smell of blood made Zhao Yan feel nauseous. To rip off a person's arms with bare hands, was Yen Han born with divine strength? The dozen tattooed men were also frightened. They wanted to back off, but it was already too late. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed, and a wave of excruciating pain shot through the calves of the tattooed men as Yen Han executed a low sweep, directly shattering their leg bones. These 6-foot-tall tattooed men fell into a pool of blood, unable to withstand the pain. Their wails were continuous. Yen Han stood with his hands in his pockets, stepping in a puddle of blood, a hint of contempt curling at the corners of his mouth. A bunch of trash. Yen Han turned to leave. The boy at the booth, Ma Xiao, cursed, damn, you beat someone up and think you can just walk away? Zhao Yan also shouted angrily, did I let you leave? Yen Han showed disdain and arrogantly said, if I, Yen Han, want to leave, who can stop me? You wreaked havoc in the Supreme Bar and injured so many people. Today, you won't be able to leave anywhere. At the door of the private room, 70 or 80 black-clad thugs blocked Yen Han's way out. These thugs either held baseball bats or machetes. The leading thug had a face full of scars. Unlike those tattooed men, each of these thugs exuded a murderous aura. Upon seeing the scarred middle-aged man, Zhao Yan excitedly shouted, Scar Uncle. The man known as Scar smiled at Zhao Yan, young master. At the booth, Ma Xiao and Yi Xiao exclaimed, is this the legendary Scar Liang, the Knife Lord of the Underworld? In his youth, Knife Lord had challenged the big brothers of the Underworld to establish his reputation, always either getting beaten or on the way to getting beaten. His body and face were crisscrossed with countless scars, earning him the nickname Big Scar. Through repeated beatings, knife wounds became a part of his daily life, and he accumulated a lot of combat experience. Finally, one day, he turned the tables and killed all the big brothers of the underworld. His hands were stained with blood and lives, and from then on, he became famous in the underworld. Many trembled at the mention of Scar Liang's name. Zhao Yan smiled and nodded at the 2 rich second-generation heirs. That's right, he is indeed Knife Lord. Ma Xiao, Yi Xiao, and the girls at the booth quickly stood up, respectfully greeting the scarred face. Knife Lord, your name has always been thunderous. It's a pleasure to meet you today. The girls also became cocky again. The delivery guy, do you think you're tough and feel like a big shot? Unfortunately, in front of an old hand like Knife Lord, you're just a little brat. Knife Lord dares to kill people. Do you think you can still leave? Zhao Yan also pretended to be impressive. Yen Han, I give you 3 choices. First, stay in the bar and work. I'll pay you a monthly salary of 100,000, which is 2 million a year. Second, you can end it yourself. I'll let Scar Uncle spare your life as a dog. Third, you die here. Next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Zhao Yan was confident that a delivery guy like Yen Han would definitely refuse the $1 million annual salary he offered. But in fact, he had no idea that a mere $1 million was something Yen Han truly looked down upon. Yen Han glanced at the scarred face mockingly and disdainfully said, "Ha, just him. He thinks he can stop me?" Knife Lord hadn't been mocked like this in many years. Wherever he went, others treated him with respect. Yen Han actually dared to look down on him. Knife Lord was completely enraged. "Ignorant brat. How arrogant you are. Today, I want to see what your arrogance is based on." Knife Lord swung the machete, putting all his strength into a single strike. It headed straight for the top of Yen Han's head, aiming for a vital spot. If this blow hit, Yen Han's head would surely explode like a smashed watermelon. Knife Lord pretentiously said, "You will soon see your own brain matter." The scene Knife Lord imagined did not occur. His strike actually missed and hit the wall behind Yen Han. Boom! A reinforced concrete wall couldn't withstand it, and the plaster fell off, with chunks of red bricks crashing to the ground. Damn! Knife Lord is so strong. He actually smashed a wall with one blow. If that blow had hit, the delivery guy would have been minced into meat paste. Ma Xiao and Yi Xiao showed admiration in their eyes. Lubin quickly bandaged his shoulders and gritted his teeth, shouting, "Knife Lord, as long as you help me kill him, I can give you anything you want." Knife Lord's heart was already in turmoil. How could I miss? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Years ago, Master Dao endured countless beatings and practiced his swordsmanship diligently, striving to become the fastest blade in the underworld, not knowing how much sweat he had shed. To master his skills, he even spent a fortune seeking out martial arts masters to learn from. For over 20 years, Master Dao's opening strike had never missed, but today, in the face of Yen Han's coldness, his entire sword technique seemed to have failed him. Yen Han looked at Master Dao with mockery. "Scarred blade, is that all you've got?" Master Dao forced a smile. "Come on. I was just careless. Now I'm going to get serious." With a flash of blade light, Master Dao struck again like lightning, aiming a downward slash. Just as the blade was about to fall, Yen Han moved like a flash, simultaneously hitting two of Master Dao's acupoints. With a loud bang, Master Dao, along with his blade, was sent flying into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He tried to move but found he had no strength left in his body. Master Dao has lost? Ma Xiao, Yi Xiao, and the girls at the booth were all stunned. How is that possible? Is this delivery guy really that strong? Zhao Yan rushed to Master Dao's side, concerned. "Uncle Scar, are you okay?" Cough, cough, "Young master, I'm sorry, I couldn't help you keep him." A hint of shame crossed Master Dao's face. "Uncle Scar, it's not your fault, it's just that he's too strong," Zhao Yan comforted. "You mustn't fall asleep, Uncle Scar, you have to hold on until the doctor arrives." Zhao Yan turned around, glaring fiercely at Yen Han. "What did you do to my Uncle Scar?" Yen Han casually replied, "Hit his acupoints." "What? You can hit acupoints too?" Zhao Yan and the other rich kids were all shocked. Just moments ago, they had seen Yen Han use grappling techniques in close combat, and now he was even hitting acupoints. What else could Yen Han do? When did being a delivery guy become so high level? Zhao Yan realized that today's situation could not end well. If even Master Dao had lost, those thugs with knives were even less likely to be Yen Han's match. Perhaps only his father, Zhao Shanha, along with some skilled fighters, could stand a chance against Yen Han. "Yen Han, do you dare let me call home?" Yen Han nonchalantly replied, "Need to call your parents? Sure, go ahead, I'll accompany you to the end." Zhao Yan dialed his father. "Dad, I'm at our bar, and a delivery guy just took down Uncle Scar. You need to come back right away. If others find out that our bar can't even handle a delivery guy, we'll be humiliated." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shanha was furious. "What? A delivery guy dares to shit on our bar's neck? Just wait, I'm bringing people back to the bar right now. I want to see which delivery guy is so impressive that he's gotten so cocky." 10 minutes later, Zhao Shanha arrived at the bar with his men. Along with him were two other shareholders of the bar, as well as Mr. Ma and Mr. Yi. As soon as they entered, a strong smell of blood assaulted their senses. The walls of the private room had completely collapsed, and many tables and chairs were overturned. Seeing the scene before him, Zhao Shanha was enraged. "Where is that delivery punk?" Zhao Yan pointed at Yen Han. "Dad, it's this little brat. You have to let the four great kings teach him a lesson. He must not leave the bar in one piece." Following Zhao Yan's finger, Zhao Shanha nearly fainted on the spot. "It's actually the chairman." Zhao Shanha's eyes widened, a hint of anxiety and fear creeping in. The faces of the other shareholders and bosses also turned ugly and unnatural. The scene in the private room was clear enough to understand what had happened. They could only pray in their hearts that their family's troublemaker hadn't directly offended the chairman. "Dad, what are you dawdling for? hurry up and get your people to act, Zhao Yan urged impatiently. Smack! Zhao Shanhe slapped Zhao Yan across the face. I'll move your damn hands. Blood trickled from the corner of Zhao Yan's mouth, and several of his teeth were knocked out. He covered his face, both angry and aggrieved. Why are you hitting me, Dad? If you want to deal with someone, deal with that idiot delivery guy. Zhao Shanhe was drenched in cold sweat, both angry and scared. He kicked Zhao Yan in the stomach while cursing, unfilial son. How dare you disrespect Mr. Yan? Zhao Yan looked at Yan Han in disbelief. Dad, he's just a delivery guy, and you hit me because of him? Who's your real son here? Ma Xiao and the other rich second-generation kids chimed in. Uncle Zhao, he's just a loser delivery guy. There's no need to go all out against your own son because of him, right? You guys don't know anything. Zhao Shanhe knelt down in front of Yan Han, saying loudly, Chairman, I'm sorry, it's all my failure to discipline my son. If my son has offended you in any way, please let me know. I'll skin him alive and make sure he remembers. Yan Han's gaze was cold as he glanced at the nearly disabled Lu Bin. Mr. Zhao, this incident was caused by him. Lu Jun's heart sank, feeling uneasy. How dare this brat offend Yan Han? Yan Han was a terrifying presence living in No. 1 Tang Palace. That's not a place you can live in just because you have money. Being able to live there also represents a terrifying social status. Even the two Ma brothers were nothing but ants in front of Yan Han. This was a complete disaster. The private room fell into a dead silence. What? The delivery guy is actually the chairman? He's so impressive yet still delivers food. He's really low-key. No wonder Zhao Yan got beaten by his dad. Thank goodness we were just watching the show and didn't get involved. Otherwise, we would be in trouble too. The girls who had previously spoken disrespectfully to Yan Han were now pale with fear, quickly apologizing. Chairman, we're sorry, we didn't know your astonishing identity. That's why we said those things. Please don't hold it against us brainless girls. Yan Han merely snorted coldly, his face serious and silent. Zhao Shanhe instructed those around him, take them all away. Make sure they can never speak again. On the other side, Lu Jun yanked Lu Bin and sternly questioned, tell me, how did you offend the chairman? Lu Bin was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Zhao Yan, filled with rage, slapped Lu Bin hard. Lu Bin, do you even know how badly you've messed me up? Didn't you say the person you wanted me to deal with was just an ordinary delivery guy? What's going on? If you want to die, can you not drag me into it? Lu Bin's mouth bled, feeling extremely aggrieved. How was I supposed to know he had such an impressive identity? If I had known he was the bar's chairman, I wouldn't have dared to mess with him. Zhao Shanhe asked Zhao Yan, why did Lu Bin want to deal with the chairman? Zhao Yan replied directly, isn't it because he couldn't control himself and fell for a nurse named Su Xiaoxiao at the hospital? He wanted to force himself on her, and just when he was about to do it, the chairman ruined his plans. The chairman ruined his chances, and he held a grudge. That's how tonight's incident happened. Hearing this, Lu Jun glared at his son Lu Bin in anger. You useless fool, you offended the chairman all for a woman. Ha, from today onwards, you will stay at home every day, not allowed to go anywhere for 24 hours, and all your pocket money in the bank is frozen. You have no right to move or manage any of the Lu family's assets or employees, lest you cause me more trouble. Lu Bin said in fear, no, Dad, this is imprisonment, restricting my personal freedom. I don't want this, I won't accept it. Lu Jun, however, ignored him completely. He turned around and humbly apologized to Yan Han. Chairman, I'm sorry, my son has caused you trouble. Please, for my sake, show some mercy and spare my son's life. I have already restricted his spending and freedom, as well as his rights in the company. He is an ordinary person and won't be able to do anything to you in the future. He won't pose a threat. Yan Han snorted coldly. That's not an attitude for an apology. At this moment, Zhao Shanhe spoke up. That's right, an apology not only needs to vent the chairman's anger but also must show sincerity. Today's matter, our ungrateful son is here. This is no longer just a grudge between me, old Lu, and the chairman, but something we all can't escape. Ordinary things, the chairman wouldn't even look at. How about? The few exchanged glances, and General Ma had already thought of it. Old Zhao, you mean that 5A level pastoral area? Zhao Shanhe nodded. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone shook their heads like a rattle drum. No one dared to object. Zhao Shanhe said to Yan Han, Chairman, Old Lu, Old Li, Old Ma, Old Ji, the four of us have invested together in a 5A level characteristic pastoral area. We have it in both the north and south. We have invested over 100 billion to build it. If you don't mind, we will fully transfer the shares of the pastoral area to you. What do you think? Alright, let's do it this way. Yan Han didn't intend to haggle over this matter. Lu Bin and Zhao Yan had already been dealt with, and Zhao Shanhe and the others even brought out a project worth 100 billion to express their sincerity. This matter had reached a perfect resolution. After thinking for a moment, Yan Han said, I can't let you sacrifice so much for nothing. So, I am the chairman of the Supreme Restaurant, and I know Feng Xiao, Wang Xiao from Wanda, Xin Xiao from Wushang Huang, Bai Xiao, and others. Later, if you have any cooperation with them, just report my name. Yan Han was just like that, never taking advantage of others. Zhao Shanha and the others were overjoyed. Really? Thank you so much, Chairman. Everyone dreamed of currying favor with Wang Xizong and Xin Xiao from Wushang Huang. The value of such connections far exceeded that of investing in 100 billion private pastoral area, but their status was too high, far beyond what they could reach. Unexpectedly, today they could connect through the chairman. The various shareholders and cooperating bosses of the bar completed the share transfer to Yan Han without any hesitation. The 5A-level private pastoral area mainly raises cattle, horses, and sheep, including private sea areas for sea fishing, with an investment of 500 billion in both the south and north. Chairman, if you encounter anything inconvenient to resolve yourself in the future, just find me, Xiao Yan. When it comes to fighting and killing, I'm quite professional. Yan Han smiled and buried the hatchet with Xiao Yan. Alright, we're not that far apart in age, so don't call me chairman, just call me Brother Yan. Zhao Yan nodded. Okay, Brother Yan, see you in the future. By the time Yan Han left the bar, it was already late at night. The tall buildings were lit up, and the lights were just coming on. Because it was too late, Yan Han did not go to the Golf Garden Villa but returned to the Tan Palace. The Tan Palace was a bit closer to the Supreme Bar, while the Garden Villa was a bit far away. The dream and prosperity of the entire Magic City were all in Yan Han's view as he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Master, it's getting late. You should wash up and go to bed. Fei Fei, not knowing when, stood behind Yan Han. Someone has prepared a pure Yang bloodline for you. Zhang Yanran was still in the classroom teaching her students, but she sent herself a message. Landlord, I'm so tired today. Theodora was still abroad handling company matters and took a moment to reply to Yan Han. Wait for me to come back. You silently sent a selfie. Hey, look at my new manicure. Is it pretty? Think it over before you say anything, or next time I might have to use the 9-in white bone claw on you. Su Ching was bragging about her latest achievement. Yay! I successfully signed a deal again, sold a house. Su Xiaoxiao also sent a message. Hangu, I miss you. Do you want a video call with me? Yan Han smiled and replied, sure. He wearily put down his phone. Ding ding, a new WeChat message popped up. Yan Han intended to ignore it, but seeing his mom's note, he couldn't help but open it. Mom was the one who raised him in this new world. You little rascal, I spent quite a bit of money with the matchmaker this time to get her to introduce you to this blind date. She's a returnee, educated abroad. Yan Han thought about how he had just been discussing life with the girls and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Mom, your son is so outstanding. I really don't need a blind date. Mom insisted. What do you mean you don't need one? You're not getting any younger. You can't stay single forever. You have to go to this blind date, or else I would have wasted my money. Unable to argue with his mom, Yan Han finally said, alright, I'll go. Mom beamed with joy. That's more like it. I'll send you the girl's WeChat in a bit. You little rascal, make sure to add her. Yan Han put down his phone, feeling a bit resistant and disgusted about the upcoming blind date. The blind date market, if you put it nicely, is about finding a partner. If you put it harshly, it's where women put a price on themselves. Many women in the blind date scene have no self-awareness about their own conditions and demand all sorts of unreasonable things from the men, making it a gathering of oddities. Before long, Mom sent over the girl's contact information and photo. The girl had a good temperament and looks, but having seen countless beauties, Yan Han had long developed a resistance to their appearances. Curious, he clicked on this girl's moments. After just a moment, his brows furrowed deeply. Ugh, I ran into another low-quality blind date guy today. There are so many low-quality guys in the country. But today the matchmaker introduced me to a big boss. I heard his last name is Yen. I'm about to marry into a wealthy family. Identified, a gold digger. Yan Han gave his evaluation. The blind date girl, Tanju, sent the address of a restaurant. Let's meet directly at the 5A-rated restaurant in the pastoral area. It's been built with billions from several big bosses. Eating at such a high-end restaurant with $1 billion investment should be no problem for Mr. Yen, right? Out of politeness, Yan Han still replied to Tanju, of course, no problem. See you soon. He put down his phone and muttered to himself, you really know how to pick a place. This $1 billion 5A-rated pastoral area was originally a joint investment by Zhao Shanha and a few others. But just last night, Zhao Shanha and the others had transferred all their shares to him. Yan Han now directly owned 100% of the shares in this pastoral area. Over an hour later, Yan Han drove to the restaurant in the 5A-rated pastoral area. Following the table number given by Tanju, he found the blind date girl, Tanju. At that moment, Tanju was busy beautifying herself while clenching her fists. Tanju, You must succeed, leave a good impression on Mr. Yen. Yen Han coughed lightly, sat down opposite her, and greeted her. Hello, I'm here for a blind date. My name is Yen Han. Tanju looked at Yen Han from head to toe, disappointed, and said, What is going on? Didn't the matchmaker say you were a big boss in business? Turns out you're just a stinky delivery guy? What a waste of my time. The big boss in the matchmaker's mouth had turned into a delivery guy, and such a huge gap in status made Tanju's mood terrible. Yen Han frowned and asked unhappily, What's wrong with being a delivery guy? Tanju glanced at Yen Han with disdain and said, Aren't all you delivery guys just poor losers? You can only earn a few bucks from one delivery. Being poor is one thing, but coming out to date a girl and not even knowing to buy me a gift? You don't even know how to spend a little thought on a girl. No wonder you're still single. Yen Han laughed. Aren't you single too? Otherwise, why would you come here to date me? Besides, we haven't even become a couple yet. Do I need to spend too much on someone with no outcome? Tanju curled her lips in disdain, putting on a proud face. How can I be the same as you? I'm an overseas student, a proper returnee. My friends are all Western aristocrats, and someone as outstanding as me is here for a blind date. Just haven't met the right one. You, a stinky delivery guy, have been single all this time. To put it bluntly, it's because you're a low-quality man with low emotional intelligence. What kind of excellent girl would lower herself to be with you? Tanju's tone was filled with a strong sense of superiority and bragging, as if studying abroad was something incredibly impressive. Yen Han's face remained calm. With his current wealth and social status, he had long been mentally strong enough to be unaffected by Tanju's words. This made Tanju very unhappy. With her being so excellent, shouldn't he feel inferior? She felt a sense of helplessness, like punching a cotton ball. Yen Han stood up and said, If it's not suitable, then forget it. I wish Miss Tan success in her blind dates. Yen Han turned to leave the restaurant. Wait! Tanju called out to Yen Han from behind. Yen Han turned around, looking at her in confusion. What is it? Does Miss Tan have something else to say? Tanju sat in her chair and said, Since you're here, why not have a meal together before leaving? Yen Han thought for a moment and sat back down. He simply wanted to see what kind of tricks Tanju was planning. Sometimes watching a clown perform can be quite entertaining. A smirk of triumph appeared on Tanju's lips as she picked up the menu and began to order. I want snowflake beef, caviar, steak, black truffle, king crab, and a bottle of 82 Lafite. Whatever was expensive on the menu, Tanju ordered. Yen Han realized that she was planning to make a fool out of him. Since that was the case, he would play along with her for a while. Are you going to finish all that? Yen Han interrupted Tanju. Tanju showed her displeasure. I only ordered a little. What? Are you feeling sorry? You can't even afford this little bit, can you? In fact, she was doing it on purpose. With her status being so noble, why should she waste a whole morning on a blind date with a delivery guy? She had to make Yen Han spend some money. Yen Han snatched the menu and said to the waiter, For everything this lady just ordered, bring me a separate table, and on top of that, I want to order some other things. 1 Australian lobster, a serving of bluefin tuna sashimi, and a serving of French foie gras, and also bring me a bottle of Romani Conti. Tanju looked at Yen Han angrily. Hey, how dare you, a delivery guy, order these things? Yen Han looked at her in confusion. Does Miss Tan have a problem? Tanju was exasperated. Which of these can you afford? Are you crazy? The waiter beside them glanced at Yen Han's attire and couldn't help but ask, Sir, are you sure you want to order these things? Yen Han simply patted the keys hanging from his belt and replied nonchalantly, Don't worry, I can pay. The waiter stole a glance at the keys on Yen Han's belt and was taken aback, covering his mouth in shock. Among the keys was one for a McLaren, a Bugatti Veyron, and even a Villa key with the logo of a luxury brand. Why you, be Bugatti? The waiter stammered, but Yen Han interrupted him. All right, just bring the dishes out, and remember to set up a separate table for me. The waiter nodded and smiled. Sure thing, I'll have the kitchen prepare it for you right away. Prepare what? Can't you see he's just a delivery guy? Tanju couldn't hold back. Do you really think he'll have the money to pay for all that later? The waiter was not at all polite to Tanju. Sister, just because you're blind doesn't mean I have to be blind too. Tanju was so furious she almost lost her composure. You come back here. What do you mean I'm blind? But the waiter ignored her and headed straight to the kitchen. About half an hour later, the waiter brought Yen Han's dishes to another table. When several core executives in the restaurant heard the waiter mention a Bugatti owner was here, they immediately rushed over. Upon seeing Yen Han, all the executives were stunned. Boss? They all shouted in unison, Hello, boss. Tanju's eyes widened in disbelief. What? What do you mean by calling him that? He's just a delivery guy. We call him boss. My boss has some hobbies, and one of them is delivering food. What's wrong with that? An executive retorted angrily at Tanju. Tanju was momentarily speechless. Since when could the delivery industry be spoken of so confidently? But Yen Han was the owner of a billion-dollar scenic area, and he had no issues with it. Tanju still found it hard to accept, but as far as I know, isn't this place financed and built by Zhao Shanha from the Supreme Bar and director Lu Jun from the hospital? When did a scenic area become his private property? The executive sneered. Just last night, Zhao, Lu, Yi, and Ma have all transferred their shares to our new boss, Yen Han. Tanju's face turned pale, nearly stumbling to the ground. Yen Han smiled at Tanju. Miss Tan, you ordered so much, remember to settle the bill later, I'll give you a discount, just wipe a zero off the decimal. Tanju's mouth twitched. Damn it, thank you so much. That table added up to at least 100,000. She was just a foreign student who graduated from a mediocre university. How could she afford such an expensive meal? Tanju was on the verge of tears. This billion-dollar 5-eye pastoral area is yours. You should have said so earlier. Dressing up as a delivery guy to act poor? Aren't you just messing with my mindset? No wonder Yen Han dared to order those things. It turned out he was already prepared. Mr. Yen, I think we are quite suitable. Tanju shamelessly sat next to Yen Han. At that moment, some diners spoke up for Yen Han. How can a delivery guy be worthy of a Western-educated woman like you? He's a low-quality man. Tanju's expression darkened. Those were exactly the words she had just said. Unable to hold back, Tanju said, "What's wrong with delivery guys? They earn money with their own hands, braving the wind and rain, allowing so many people to enjoy a meal without stepping out of their homes. Delivery guys are great. I've liked delivery guys since I was young, always wanted to date one." Yen Han teased with a smile. Someone just didn't say that. Forget it. I think we're not suitable. Tanju, not willing to give up, leaned on Yen Han. Why aren't we suitable? Yen Han pushed her away with disgust, saying, my family doesn't lack for foreign dog breeds. Shepherd dog? What does that mean? I'm a person, not a dog. With only her knowledge from a foreign university, Tanju couldn't grasp the underlying meaning in Yen Han's words. At that moment, a guest burst out laughing. What Yen said means he's calling you a dog that flatters foreign things. Others joined in the laughter. Ha, you can't even hear that? And you call yourself a returnee? I'm more cultured than you, and I didn't even finish middle school. The boss of 100 billion ranch came to date you, and you don't know how to cherish this opportunity, acting all high and mighty in front of him. What a brainless move. Exactly. If I were on a date with Yen, I wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly, but you, here looking down on others. This is so satisfying. The delivery guy is actually the boss of 100 billion ranch. The gap between being a delivery guy and the boss of 100 billion ranch is just too big. I was just laughing at the delivery guy, thinking how could he dare to come to this restaurant for a date. Turns out I'm the real clown. Tanju felt regret gnawing at her insides. How could she have known Yen Han was so impressive? If she had known, she wouldn't have dared to act so pretentious in front of him. But now, it was too late for anything. Tanju slumped in her chair, feeling like she was sitting on pins and needles. Did she want to leave? Yes, she really wanted to leave, but she had ordered a table full of dishes and had already started eating. She couldn't afford to leave without paying. Tanju dialed a number to a certain simp. Hey, can you lend me 200,000? My family is in a bit of trouble. My dad is in the hospital, late-stage cancer. I really have no other choice. That's why I'm calling you for help. The diners in the restaurant looked at Tanju with disdain. For the sake of a meal, she was really going all out. But it must be said, this tactic worked well. Some simps who couldn't find a girlfriend in reality would think of a heroic rescue scenario in their minds when faced with such situations, naively believing love was coming. Just like the readers out there. Tanju painfully paid the bill and then wolfed down the expensive meal worth over 100,000. After Yen Han finished eating and drinking, he asked the front desk, "How much is my table?" The front desk smiled and said, "This entire 5-a ranch is yours, boss. You don't need to pay for your meal, it's on the house." Tanju immediately felt her table was no longer appealing. Yen Han's table was worth millions, and it was just casually waived? If she hadn't mocked Yen Han, she might have already been the boss's wife. After Yen Han finished eating, he left and got into a Bugatti Veyron. Tanju followed closely behind. When she saw the cool supercar, her eyes lit up. She thought to herself, the reason Yen Han rejected her must be that he wanted to save face in front of others, so she chased after him. Tanju humbly stood in front of Yen Han. "Mr. Yen, I can forego the title, I just want to sleep with you once. You can treat me like a prostitute. How about it? I'll let you sleep for free." As long as Yen Han agreed, she would secretly take some steamy pictures and then flaunt his identity everywhere. Tanju no longer had the proud demeanor she had during the blind date. She had completely turned into a cheap, promiscuous woman. Yen Han was disgusted by Tanju's words and directly shouted at her, "Get lost. Don't come and disgust me." After being scolded by Yen Han, Tanju didn't dare to bother him again, just standing there feeling defeated. Yen Han took out his phone and called Phone. Xiao Phone, it's your brother Yen. I've had a bit to drink and can't drive. Can you come and be my designated driver? Yes, that Bugatti Veyron. I'll send you the location on WeChat. The reason I didn't look for a designated driver is that those people wouldn't even dare to drive a Rolls-Royce, let alone a limited edition supercar worth 70 million. Fortunately, Feng Xiao isn't too far from here. After more than 10 minutes, Feng Xiao drove over, acting as a designated driver for Yen Han. Brother Yen, in Magic City, only you can make me willingly be a driver. It wouldn't work with anyone else. Ding! Someone has sent you a super luxury car gift package. Do you want to open the package? Open it right away. Yen Han decisively made his choice. With the generosity of the person burning paper for him, how could he not treat himself to 10 sports cars? Yen Han rubbed his hands together, already looking forward to what was about to be unboxed. Ding! You have received a Ferrari LaFerrari. To own a Ferrari, you need to have multiple Ferraris. A Ferrari family package has been configured for the host. You have received an Apollo Intensa Emozione. You have received a Lycan Hypersport. Congratulations on obtaining a Devil. Congratulations on obtaining a Bugatti Chiron. This time, 100 luxury cars have been parked in the Tang Palace garage for the host. With all the luxury cars claimed, there were now over 100 car keys in Yen Han's car. The various sports car logos dazzled Yen Han's eyes. He didn't recognize any of them and had to rely on Baidu to distinguish which key belonged to which car. Galila Yen Han swallowed hard. This gift package is truly luxurious. All these cars are globally limited editions, and many of them are worth several small fortunes. Even with Yen Han's current temperament, his heart raced a bit. This is over 100 luxury cars. The quality and quantity of these cars are enough to hold a large car exhibition. No one could remain calm. Damn, this is so fucking awesome. His phone vibrated in his hand. His girlfriend Su Xiaoxiao sent a WeChat message. Brother Han, my family said they want to thank you properly. They want to invite you to dinner. When can you come over? Yen Han thought for a moment and gave Su Xiaoxiao a time. How about tomorrow? After putting down his phone, Feng Xiao drove to the ranch. He pulled open the car door and sat in the driver's seat, shouting to Yen Han, Brother Yen, buckle up and hold on tight. Feng Xiao held the steering wheel with one hand and drove off. Seeing the direction Feng Xiao was driving, Yen Han quickly called out to him, Hey, you're going the wrong way. Wrong way? No way, Brother Yen, isn't your house that villa in Golf Garden? I remember it's this road. Feng Xiao said, a bit confused. Yen Han rolled his eyes and retorted, What's the big deal? Who told you I only have one property? Feng Xiao scratched his head awkwardly, almost forgot, Brother Yen, you're the kind of person who wears 50 million on your wrist. How could you have just one address? Bro, where are we heading? Yen Han casually input a location into the map navigation and tossed the phone to Feng Xiao. Just follow the location. After saying that, Yen Han crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. Feng Xiao didn't think much of it and drove according to the navigation. More than an hour later, Feng Xiao looked at the building in front of him and exclaimed, Brother Yen, did you give the wrong address? How did we end up at Tang Palace just by following the navigation? After being woken up by Feng Xiao, Yen Han lazily replied, This is my home. What? This is your home? Feng Xiao couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. This is too impressive. One villa here costs $1 billion. And without a certain social status, you can't even get in to see the house. It was only today that Feng Xiao realized just how terrifying Yen Han's financial power was. At the entrance of the Tang Palace, the security guard saluted Yen Han, saying, Welcome home, owner. Feng Xiao gulped, Yen Gu, you are really amazing. You are now my idol, really. I admire you so much. Bro, which villa is our home? Yen Han pointed, Just drive straight to the garage of Villa No. 1. Feng Xiao's heart was once again hit with a significant shock. In his eyes, being able to live in the Tang Palace was already impressive, but he didn't expect Yen Han to be the owner of Villa No. 1. There are only 18 villas in total at the Tang Palace, and the closer the villa is to the front, the more prestigious the owner is. Yen Han's status in his heart rose to another level, replacing his father's position. Feng Xiao drove the Bugatti Veyron, taking Yen Han to the underground garage of the villa. As soon as the car entered the garage, Feng Xiao was captivated by the luxury cars everywhere. Rows of top global sports cars left him dry-mouthed. As a rich second generation, not loving supercars is not qualifying as a second generation. Feng Xiao pointed at the luxury cars like a treasure trove. Wow, my brother, these cars can shock me for a lifetime. I've never seen so many luxury cars in my life. Ferrari Family Bucket? The globally limited 10 units of Apollo Intensa Emozione, one costs 90 million, you can get this? Damn! The globally limited 7 units of Lycan, each worth over 100 million, even this is here? Over there is the globally limited 4 units of Devil 16? This car is worth 160 million. Wait, is that the only one in the world, the Bugatti La Voiture Noire? This supercar costs 300 million, a true wealth that even the rich can't get. Bro, what other cars do you not have? My god, this is too extravagant. Feng Xiao's clothes were soaked with sweat. The display cars in this garage made his scalp tingle. It turned out that King Kalman and the Bugatti Veyron were just the tip of the iceberg of Yanhan's many hidden cars. Feng Xiao, having cooperated with the Wang family of Wanda, had the fortune to visit Principal Wang's garage once. At that time, Feng Xiao naively thought that all the good cars in the world were gathered in Principal Wang's place. It was only at this moment that Feng Xiao realized that compared to Yanhan, Principal Wang was nothing. Just the cars of Principal Wang, thrown into Yanhan's private garage, to put it bluntly, wouldn't even be fit to be used as toilet paper. He couldn't even calculate the total price of these cars combined. There were over 100 luxury cars parked here. Even if Principal Wang came, he would have to borrow a car from Yanhan. This garage was simply too extravagant. Yanhan was already ecstatic inside, but his face remained calm and composed. Xiaofeng, calm down, these are just some small cars, no need to be so surprised. Don't act like a bumpkin with no experience. Yanhan looked at Feng Xiao with some disdain, while secretly feeling pleased. He enjoyed seeing the clueless expressions of these rich second generations. Feng Xiao looked confused. Bro, you call these cars small cars? Do you want to hear if what you're saying makes sense? If these cars can only be called small cars, then what are the cars in Principal Wang's garage? Just a pile of scrap metal? Yanhan looked at Feng Xiao with a strange expression. Are all you rich second generations this poor? Feng Xiao felt like he was about to cry from the blow. Bro, you can't hit a person like this. The luxury limited supercars in your garage combined are worth over 100 billion. Who is comparing with you to not be poor? The two returned to the living area of the Tang Palace Villa, and Yanhan said to the maid Feifei, we have guests at home. Go to the kitchen and prepare some dishes to reward Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng worked hard driving me back. When Feng Xiao left the Tango Palace, he felt a deep sense of frustration. At just over 20, Yanhan had already moved into the Tango Palace and collected over 100 of the world's top supercars. Looking back at his own life, he could only be a rich second generation relying on his family's wealth. Sigh, what a failure. He must not rely on his family and strive to be like Yanhan. In his early 20s, this was the age he should be fighting for. The next morning, the only Bugatti Chiron Nocturne in the world shot out of the Tango Palace like a bolt of lightning. The car's cool, handsome, and noble appearance immediately drew screams from passers-by. Wow, it's actually a Bugatti Chiron Nocturne. The only one in the world, worth almost 300 million, and it turns out to be from our magic city. The mysterious owner is actually one of us from Long Country. The owner is so young. Quick, take a picture, it's about to pass by. It's already gone, too fast, in the blink of an eye, it shot out. Once the Bugatti Chiron Nocturne hit the road, it attracted everyone's attention. There was only one in the world, and the chance to see such a car in a lifetime was extremely slim. It was a once-in-a-lifetime scene. Who wouldn't want to take a picture to remember it? Other drivers on the road slowed down, not daring to speed up, fearing they might scratch Yanhan's Bugatti Chiron Nocturne. The empty road seemed to be entirely designed for Yanhan's car at that moment. Su Xiaoxiao lived in a village in Magic City, quite far from the center. The village was filled with rows of bungalows, and Yanhan's car couldn't fit into the narrow alleys. He could only park at the village entrance. People in the village gathered around Yanhan's car, discussing among themselves, who is this person? He looks so unfamiliar, like I've never seen him before. His car looks so cool, it seems expensive just by looking at it. Such a good car in our village, who is this young man related to? The village elders chattered away. Unlike the young people in Magic City, they had no idea what kind of car Yanhan was driving. They simply felt that his car was very expensive. Yanhan didn't mind, he just asked them, excuse me, how do I get to Su Xiaoxiao's house? I'm her boyfriend. This is my first time in the village. I'm not very familiar with it. A kind-hearted aunt stepped forward and said, young man, so you're the boyfriend of the old Su family's daughter. She's really lucky to have found someone as handsome and wealthy as you. Just go down the alley, the fourth house is Su Xiaoxiao's. Following the route the aunt pointed out, Yanhan found Su Xiaoxiao's home. Su Xiaoxiao rushed into Yanhan's arms, happily exclaiming, Brother Han, you're here. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I could have come to pick you up at the village entrance. After saying that, Su Xiaoxiao led Yanhan into the house and introduced him to her parents. Mom and Dad, this is Yanhan, the one I told you about. Yanhan greeted Su Xiaoxiao's parents. Hello, uncle, hello, aunt. On the sofa, a boy with a perm glanced at Yanhan's outfit and reacted strongly, saying, Sis, are you mistaken? How could someone who helped our family secure a 2 million loan possibly be a delivery guy? Su Xiaoxiao glared at the boy. Yunhao, don't be rude to your brother-in-law. Su Yunhao rolled his eyes. You should ask mom and dad if they approve of your boyfriend first. Su Xiaoxiao's parents looked at her with some displeasure. Xiaoxiao, what's going on? Yunhao, mom and dad, it's like this, Yan Han has relatives in the bank, and last time it was his relatives who helped us out, Su Xiaoxiao explained to her family. Her brother Su Yunhao complained in disappointment. I thought he was impressive on his own. Turns out it's just his relatives who are impressive. I really expected too much. Su Xiaoxiao was a bit angry and started to explain for Yan Han. Actually, your brother-in-law Yan Han is quite. Before Su Xiaoxiao could reveal Yan Han's identity, her parents interrupted. All right, he's just a delivery guy, nothing to talk about. Luckily, your aunt had a backup plan and introduced you to a blind date. He's a real rich second generation, making billions in profit every year. As long as you can catch his eye, the betrothal gift is 10 million, just enough to cover the 2 million debt to the bank. Upon hearing this, Su Yunhao's eyes lit up. Sister, if you can get together with that rich second generation, doesn't that mean I can buy that 200,000 car? Su Xiaoxiao snuggled in Yan Han's arms. I can't go on a blind date. I've already been dating Yan Han. You should give up on this. Su's parents looked at Yan Han with disdain. We don't agree. Our family will never marry our daughter to a poor delivery boy. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't stand it anymore. Dad, Mom, if it weren't for Yan Han, the bank wouldn't have given a 2 million loan. You would have lost your lives. How can you be like this? However, the Su family didn't accept Su Xiaoxiao's words. 2 million loan, it's not like it doesn't have to be paid back to the bank. He's just a delivery guy. How can you pay off the debt if you follow him? Her brother Su Yunhao added, yeah, sister, are you planning to drink the northwest wind with him after marriage? If you get together with the rich second generation, not only can you cover the bank's debt, but you can also solve my life issues. Are you stupid? Yan Han couldn't help but laugh at this family, retorting, just 10 million, and you think you can buy off my feelings with Xiaoxiao? Uncle and aunt, aren't you looking down on me a bit too much? Put. Su Yunhao laughed mockingly. What kind of job do you have that deserves respect? Just 10 million, as if you can come up with that. Yan Han glanced at this future brother-in-law and said, you want a 200,000 new car, right? Your brother-in-law will just give you a 2 million one. Unable to resist, Su Yunhao's eyes began to shine. Really? Yunhao, he's just a delivery guy. Can you believe what he says? Su Xiaoxiao's parents reminded him irritably. Su Yunhao's face turned ugly as he slumped on the sofa. Yeah, I almost got fooled by him. With his salary, even if he sold himself, he couldn't come up with 2 million to buy me a car. I must have been out of my mind to believe him. Just as Yan Han was about to explain, a middle-aged woman walked in with a man dressed like a rich second generation. Xiaoxiao, this is the rich second generation Yunfeng your aunt told you about. You can call him Young Master Yun. Su Xiaoxiao showed little interest in Young Master Yun and simply said, Young Master Yun, please leave, I already have a boyfriend. Yunfeng's face showed displeasure as he asked somewhat unhappily, Aunt Zhang, what's going on? Your niece has a boyfriend and you still introduce me? What do you take me for? The atmosphere became awkward. Su Xiaoxiao's parents quickly smoothed things over. Oh, our Xiaoxiao is just young and doesn't understand. She's been fooled by this delivery boy. Once she realizes the importance of money, she will definitely dump this delivery guy. Yunfeng's expression softened a bit, and he sat down. He glanced at Yan Han and asked, Brother, I'm Yunfeng, what do I call you? Yan Han calmly replied, Yan Han, Brother Yan, I will compete fairly with you for Xiaoxiao. I look forward to you being a good opponent. Yunfeng smiled gently. Aunt couldn't help but praise, Xiaoxiao, look at young Master Yun's demeanor. Even when talking to his rival, he's so polite. Su Yunhao walked over to Yunfeng, kindly peeling an orange for him while saying, Young Master Yun, I'm Su Xiaoxiao's brother, my name is Su Yunhao. Yunfeng nodded and smiled, so it's Yunhao. Nice to meet you. Su Yunhao opened up and chattered, let me tell you, you have no idea, the delivery guy just now was hilarious. He actually said he wanted to give me a car worth 2 million. A trace of disdain flashed in Yunfeng's eyes, and he said gently, maybe Brother Yan has saved up a bit from delivering food over the years. Su's parents scoffed, come on, this is the bustling metropolis of Magic City. Expenses are high in every aspect. How could he save any money? Yan Han, a bit angry, pulled out a voucher from his pocket. I'm serious. This voucher in my hand can be used to get a 2 million car from the King car dealership. This was a voucher given to Yan Han when he bought a Maybach Pullman S650. However, the voucher wasn't worth much, and Yan Han had always treated it like scrap paper, which is why it looked crumpled. Given Yan Han's wealth and status, a mere 2 million voucher was nothing to him, which was quite normal. If it weren't for Su Yunhao wanting to buy a 200,000 car, Yan Han would have forgotten he even had this voucher. Seeing the crumpled piece of paper, Su Yunhao almost laughed out loud. Just this piece of scrap paper can be worth 2 million? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? I'm not my sister's silly sweet. Let me tell you, You won't fool me. The other members of the Su family also chimed in to mock. Exactly, just pulling out a piece of scrap paper is worth 2 million. I could tear a page off my calendar and it would be worth 10 million. At least put some thought into your bragging. Yunfeng felt contempt inside. He had never heard of the King car dealership having vouchers. This wasn't Yunfeng's fault. It was just that his spending level was not high enough to come across the threshold for vouchers. Yunfeng still maintained a gentle demeanor. Since Brother Yen has a voucher, and we have nothing else to do, why don't we all go to the dealership together? I just need to take my car for maintenance at that dealership. It's on the way. Yunfeng was being deliberate. Since you have a voucher, I'll play along and take Yen Han to the dealership. If he can't afford to pay, that would be quite the joke. Even if Yen Han succeeded, he wouldn't lose anything. Upon hearing about going to the dealership, Su Yunhao immediately got excited. I support this idea. Regardless of whether Yen Han's voucher was real or not, Su Yunhao wanted to take a gamble. The other relatives also decided to join in for the fun and followed along to the dealership. Everyone put on their coats and headed outside. As they reached the village entrance, Su Yunfeng spotted Yen Han's car and couldn't help but scream excitedly, "Wow! This sports car at the village entrance is so cool! Young Master Yun, do you know what car this is?" Young Master Yun smiled. "It's a Bugatti Chiron, limited to one in the world. With an extremely high purchasing threshold, even I don't qualify to buy it." Su Xiaoxiao's parents and her aunt all gasped in surprise. Limited to one in the world? So there's only this one in the entire world? That's so rare and precious. How much does this car cost? It must be incredibly expensive, right? Young Master Yun's face showed bitterness. It costs 300 million. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed. How much? 300 million? That's so expensive? Better stand back. If we accidentally scratch it, we wouldn't be able to pay for it even if we sold everything we have. I wonder whose car this is. Young Master Yun looked at it with admiration and longing. Whoever can get their hands on this Bugatti Chiron must be an incredibly powerful and terrifying big shot, someone I can only look up to. It's a pity that even if I spent my whole life, I probably wouldn't have the chance to see the true face of the car owner. At this moment, Auntie let out a bitter laugh. Even someone like young Master Yun, a second-generation rich kid of your level, doesn't have a chance, so we ordinary people have even less qualification. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at the Bugatti Chiron, and in her impression, Yen Han seemed to have a car similar to this one. But this Chiron looked even cooler than that one. Since this car didn't belong to young Master Yun, it was highly likely that it belonged to Yen Han. Yen Han mischievously smiled at Su Xiaoxiao, revealing a bit of the car key from his pocket, and quietly said, "Shower, it's mine. Don't let it be known." Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but speak up to her family. "Maybe you've already met the car owner. You might have even talked to him." Everyone turned to Su Xiaoxiao, curiously and in surprise, asking, "Xiaoxiao, do you know the car owner? Where is he? What does he look like?" Yunfeng also asked with concern, "Xiaoxiao, have you really met the car owner?" Su Xiaoxiao pointed at Yen Han. "Of course I've met him. The car owner is my boyfriend, Yen Han." "Put. Sis, can you not make me laugh? He can afford this car, yet he would only be reduced to delivering takeout?" Su Yunhao didn't believe it at all. The other relatives of the Su family also looked at Yen Han with mocking eyes. Yunfeng opened the door of his BMW and invited everyone. "My car has been modified. Let's all get in." Su Xiaoxiao and Yen Han got in first, followed by the others. Yen Han didn't want to drive. He just couldn't go against Su Xiaoxiao's parents. After more than an hour, Yunfeng drove the BMW to the King car dealership in the city. This was Yen Han's second visit to this dealership. The first time was when Yumomo drove him here. Everyone walked into the dealership in a grand manner. "Welcome to the Magic City King car dealership." The salesperson looked up, and upon making eye contact with Yen Han, exclaimed, "VIP." The salesperson quickly called out to a colleague not far away, "Hurry and inform the boss that a VIP has come to our dealership again." Yunfeng was somewhat surprised. He had been to this dealership before, and it seemed no one had ever called him a VIP, but he still calmly said, "No need to trouble the boss to come over, it's not that important." The salesperson shook his head vigorously. No, how can that be? It's our honor to have a VIP come to our King dealership. We must not neglect the VIP. Before long, the dealership owner came over with a warm smile. "VIP, what car are we choosing this time?" Yunfeng was dumbfounded. The owner of the King dealership was far wealthier than his family, and even the owner lowered himself to call him a VIP? What on earth was going on? Who could tell him? Yen Han patted Su Yunhao's shoulder and generously said, "Just go pick a car worth 2 million. See if there's one you like." Su Yunhao teasingly glanced at Yen Han. "You said it." Yen Han calmly replied, "Your brother-in-law keeps his word." Su Yunhao, feeling frustrated, said, I don't believe that your crumpled piece of paper can really be used as money. Su Yunhao dove into the luxury cars, and there were many styles in the King garage, making him dizzy with options. About half an hour later, Su Yunhao stood in front of a car. I want this Range Rover. Yen Han took out a crumpled voucher from his pocket, flattened it on the counter, and handed it to the dealership owner. Use this voucher to settle the bill for my brother-in-law. Su Xiaoxiao's parents kept their distance from Yen Han, disdainfully saying, what a disgrace, do you really think a crumpled piece of paper? Sir, please give me your ID, and I'll register the car owner information for you. The dealership owner respectfully said to Su Yunhao. Su Xiaoxiao's parents and her aunt all widened their eyes in astonishment. The bitter cold didn't use bank cards or cash, just tossed over a paper receipt, and the car dealership owner was actually going to register Su Yunhao's information directly? Was this car dealership owner an idiot? Yunfeng's expression was also not quite natural. His brother-in-law Su Yunhao was overjoyed. Damn, this paper can actually be worth 2 million. This paper is really amazing. Damn, brother-in-law, you are too awesome. Brother-in-law, I want to give you a big hug. Su Yunhao was about to rush towards Yen Han for a hug. Yen Han instinctively dodged and disdainfully said, no intimacy between men, I prefer women. You should hug my readers instead, they enjoy the beauty of male love. Especially love being the bottom. Drunken romantic. The characters' actions are their own, unrelated to the author. Su Yunhao awkwardly scratched his head but wasn't angry. His brother-in-law, the delivery guy, had just handed him a $2 million car. Ha ha ha, I never expected that in my lifetime, Su Yunhao would be able to drive a Land Rover. Brother-in-law. No, you are my adoptive father. The future father-in-law kicked Su Yunhao. You little brat, are you a tiger? The future mother-in-law also looked at Yen Han with a bit more favor. Buying a car worth millions with just a piece of paper. It seems we can no longer view you as an ordinary person. The aunt disapproved. Third sister, that voucher must be crumpled beyond recognition. Who knows where he picked it up? I think he just got lucky. Su Xiaoxiao's parents were stunned and couldn't help but ask Yen Han, that voucher wouldn't really be something you picked up, would it? Before Yen Han could respond, brother-in-law Su Yunhao rebutted, even if my brother-in-law picked it up, that's still impressive, you guys wouldn't be able to pick it up either. Having scored a luxury car worth millions for free, Su Yunhao was now so excited that he had already accepted Yen Han and Su Xiaoxiao's identities from the bottom of his heart. The car dealership owner quickly explained to Yen Han, this voucher was not picked up by young Master Yen, but was personally given to him when he bought a car from us last time. Yunfeng was a bit displeased. Boss, I also bought a car from you, why didn't you give me a voucher? The boss glanced at Yunfeng, his tone suddenly turning from warm to cold. Sorry, sir, only customers who spend over 20 million in a single transaction and are recognized as premium clients by the dealership can receive the King Car Dealership voucher. Yunfeng felt deflated, his expression instantly dimmed. It turned out that all the calls of VIPs at the dealership were for Yen Han, not him. Su Xiaoxiao's parents couldn't help but look at Yen Han with newfound respect. Who would have thought that this delivery guy is actually so impressive? The aunt crossed her arms and said sarcastically, what good is just having money? Having money without power is just a nouveau riche. Our son needs to get into a key primary school, can he arrange that? Without connections in society, you're nothing. Yunfeng's eyes lit up. After being overshadowed by Yen Han with the dealership voucher, it was now his turn to shine regarding the aunt's matter. Yen Han was at most a delivery guy with a bit of money, while he was a genuine rich second generation. When it came to social connections, Yunfeng truly wasn't afraid of anyone. Yunfeng patted his chest and guaranteed, Aunt, I can handle this, with one phone call, I can sort it out for you. The aunt was pleasantly surprised, really? That would be a huge help, young Master Yun. Yunfeng smiled, we're all family, it's no trouble at all. Yunfeng made a phone call, briefly explained the needs for the aunt's child to attend school, and after hanging up, smiled at the aunt, done. Your cousin can get into the 4th-ranked key primary school in the city. Yen Han smirked disdainfully, I can get your cousin into an even better school. The aunt was half convinced, really? An even better one? Is that true? Yunfeng looked at Yen Han with some surprise and couldn't help but ask, Brother Yen, do you still know someone in the education system? Yen Han replied honestly, I do know one. Upon hearing this, Yunfeng couldn't help but laugh. Those leaders within the system aren't just people you can meet with a bit of money. If Brother Yin only knows a minor leader, that's no use. The one I just contacted is a big leader. Even a big leader can only arrange for a key city school. Better schools can only be accessed through the principal. After saying this, a proud look appeared on Yunfeng's face. It's easy to get to know the principals of ordinary schools, but even someone like Yunfeng, a rich second generation, would find it difficult to have the opportunity to know the principals of those prestigious universities. Yunfeng was certain that he didn't know anyone in this area, and Yen Han was even less likely to know. Auntie also chimed in, I said it. How could a delivery guy like him possibly be more capable than young Master Yoon? Yenhan found a number in his contacts. What a coincidence. The person I know is indeed the principal. When the call connected, Yenhan got straight to the point. Principal Jiang, this is Xiao Yen. I have a relative whose child needs to enroll in elementary school. Could you help me arrange it? I want the best. A trace of disdain flashed in Yunfeng's eyes, and he scoffed at Yenhan's approach in his heart. You need something from them, yet you show no sincerity, directly making demands. How could that possibly work? Principal Jiang thought for a moment and actually found a suitable option for Yenhan. Then how about the World Foreign Language Primary School, the top tier of the Magic City elite schools? All the teachers at the school are hired from around the world. Xiao Yen, just give me your relative's child's information, and leave it to me. Once it's done, your relative will receive a text link from the school. Just as Yenhan hung up the phone, Yunfeng leaned in. So, Brother Yen, did you fail? Well, you might be disappointed. It worked. Yenhan turned to Auntie Su Xiaoxiao and said, give me your phone number and the child's information. Principal Jiang will help you with a recommendation letter. Auntie looked at Yenhan in disbelief. Really worked? Great. I'll send it to you right away. Let's add each other on WeChat. After receiving the information and materials, Yenhan quickly forwarded them to Principal Jiang. Auntie, all done, just wait for the school's text link. After Yenhan finished speaking, he tucked his phone into his pocket. About 10 minutes later, Auntie's phone received a text message. The content of the message read, World Foreign Language Primary School 0 Yuan Enrollment Special Invitation. Please promptly bring your child to report on the first day of school. Auntie clicked on the link and entered the official website. It's the school's official enrollment link. The school really sent me a text. Yunfeng leaned in to look at the phone, and the moment he saw the school's name, he couldn't remain calm. It's actually the World Foreign Language Primary School. This is an elite school, and among elite schools, it is the top one. You can't get in even with money. To enroll in this primary school, you can only go through a special invitation from the school. Su's parents and other relatives looked at Yenhan in astonishment. You managed to accomplish such a big thing with just one phone call. Yenhan, are you really just a delivery guy? The comparison between Yenhan and young Master Yun was clear to everyone in the Su family. Yenhan could exchange a voucher for a 2 million yuan car at the dealership. Just by making a phone call, he could arrange for the best elite primary school in the Magic City. And it was even 0 yuan for enrollment. Auntie set aside her prejudices against Yenhan and repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Nephew-in-law, I really appreciate you. If it weren't for your connections, my cousin would never have the chance to attend such a good school in this lifetime. Tonight, we must have a good meal at Auntie's house to properly thank you. Yenhan humbly smiled and said, it's just a small matter of making a phone call, nothing to mention. Having witnessed Yenhan's capabilities, the Su family had a change of heart about him. Su Xiaoxiao's cousin smiled at Yenhan and said, Young Master Yen, I'm Su Ting, Xiaoxiao's cousin. You're so capable, could you do me a favor? Yenhan replied with confidence, feel free to ask. As long as it's something that can be solved with money and connections, it's not a problem for me. This was not Yenhan boasting. In terms of money, he owned countless properties and vehicles, along with business assets and fixed deposits. As for connections, he knew Feng Xiao, as well as two rich second-generation heirs, Wang and Qin. As a first-generation entrepreneur, Yenhan was also acquainted with the shareholders of the Supreme Bar and people like bank manager Zhao. Su Ting expressed her long-standing frustration. Cousin-in-law, I've always wanted to work at a bank, but my score isn't enough. Can you help me get a job at a bank? After saying this, Su Ting looked at Yenhan eagerly. This was truly not a problem for Yenhan. He had 500 million in deposits across 5 major banks, making him a VIP client at any of them. Getting someone a job at a bank was just a matter of Yenhan saying a word. Just as Yenhan was about to speak, Yunfeng jumped in. Cousin, I often deposit money at the bank, usually hundreds of thousands or even millions at a time, sometimes even tens of millions. Arranging for you to work at the bank is just a matter of my word. Su Ting was overjoyed. You can help? That's great. Then I'll trouble you, young Master Yun. Yunfeng wanted to play the good guy, and Yenhan didn't argue with him. After a phone call, Yunfeng boasted to Su Ting, Cousin, I've arranged everything for you. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., at Minsheng Bank, you'll have an interview in the bank manager's office. Su Ting frowned, a bit disappointed. But I don't want to go to this bank. I want to work at one of the 4 major state banks. Otherwise, I wouldn't be asking for help. Now Yunfeng was in a bind. The 4 major banks? I can't help with that. Not everyone can get in. Su Ting turned her hopes back to Yenhan. I'll ask young Master Yen instead. Yenhan directly dialed the number he had saved. Manager Zhao, I have a favor to ask. On the other end, Manager Zhao, receiving a call from a client with 100 million deposit, was extremely enthusiastic. Young Master Yen, just say it. As long as it's something old Zhao, can handle, I'll definitely help you out. Yen Han got straight to the point without beating around the bush. My girlfriend has a cousin whose exam score is a bit low, but she wants to work at one of the 4 major banks. Do you have any open positions there? Manager Zhao laughed heartily. I thought it was something else. Sure, young Master Yen, where is your cousin now? I'll bring the interview contract and drive over to pick her up for work. We're at the King's car dealership. After giving the address, Yen Han ended the call. Ding ding. 10 minutes later, a stretched Lincoln pulled up in front of the King's car dealership. Manager Zhao got out of the car holding a contract. Young Master Yen, which one is our cousin? I've brought the contract. We can sign it right now. Yen Han introduced Su Ting, who was behind him. Sister, this is Manager Zhao from Magic City Construction Bank. Su Ting was already shocked and nervously said to Manager Zhao, Manager, hello, I'm Su Ting. Hello, Miss Su. Please take a look at the contract and let me know if there's anything you're not satisfied with. I can revise it. Manager Zhao said politely. This scene had already stunned Su Xiaoxiao's parents, as well as every relative in the Su family. What started as Su Ting seeking a bank job had escalated to the bank manager coming over to provide door-to-door service. Everyone looked at Yen Han with a newfound respect. Su Yunhao, unable to contain his excitement, said, Brother-in-law, are you that amazing? With just one phone call, the manager personally brought the contract. Yen Han smirked playfully, little brother, keep it low-key. It's just a small matter. The rich second-generation Yin Xiao's legs felt as if they were filled with lead, as if he were nailed to the ground. Yun Feng looked at Yen Han with a face full of resentment. Just after he mentioned how difficult it was to get into the 4 major banks, you made a phone call and had the bank president rush over to deliver the contract? Bro, do you know you're just a delivery guy? A delivery guy? Why are you so impressive? If you're so impressive, why don't you just fly to the sky? At this moment, Su Ting was flipping through the contract, her eyes wide with surprise. President Zhao, are you serious about this salary and the monthly leave? According to the position Su Ting was applying for, the salary should be around 30,000 a month, but the contract stated 60,000, plus, paid double weekends and all holidays off. Is President Zhao really sure he's not just giving away money? President Zhao mistakenly thought Su Ting was dissatisfied with the salary and quickly added, if Miss Su is not satisfied with the salary, we can add another 10,000. And in addition to the double weekends and statutory holidays, there are also 7 days of paid leave. Guliulu. Su Ting swallowed hard, feeling lightheaded. No, President, I'm not dissatisfied with the salary, I just think you're offering too much for a newcomer. How about you reconsider? President Zhao immediately rejected Su Ting's suggestion. No need to reconsider, if there are no issues, we can sign the contract now. Su Ting, taken aback, quickly thanked him. Thank you, President. If you want to thank someone, thank young Master Yen. President Zhao said with a smile, young Master Yen is our bank's honored guest. Su Ting gratefully turned to Yen Han and was about to kneel. Cousin-in-law, thank you. If it weren't for your help, I would never have gotten into the construction bank in my life. Yen Han hurriedly helped Su Ting up. What are you doing, sis? I can't handle such a big gift. When I marry Xiao Xiao, just give me a big red envelope. Su Ting smiled and said, okay, I will definitely give the biggest one. Su Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes and huffed. Did I ever say I would marry you? TCH, you wish. Aunt laughed and teased. Shall we introduce young Master Yen to other girls? Oh no. Su Xiao Xiao angrily put her hands on her hips. Aunt, you're so annoying. If you introduce other girls to Yen Han, I won't talk to you anymore. The future mother-in-law and father-in-law chuckled. You, this little girl, just can't bear to part with your beloved. Yun Feng stood there, feeling like a vinegar jar had been overturned in his heart. You guys are flirting. Don't you care about the feelings of a single dog like me? President Zhao turned to Su Ting and said, Miss Su, you can start today. If you want to go to work, I can drive you to the bank. Great, let's go. Su Ting jumped into the car and left the King's car dealership with President Zhao. Among Su Ting's relatives, a pretty girl nudged her boyfriend, useless, go talk about our situation. If you miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it will be gone. The middle-aged son was thus pushed in front of Yen Han. Looking at this dark-skinned, average-looking man, Yen Han asked, who are you? Su Xiaoxiao introduced him. Brother Han, this is my cousin Su Chang. Cousin, do you have something to ask my boyfriend? Su Chang nodded. Young Master Yen, I recently got married and bought a house, but all the money went into the wedding and the house renovation, and now I lack some furniture, I'm out of money. Do you know anyone who sells second-hand furniture? If you don't know anyone, that's fine, I just wanted to ask. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao spoke to Yen Han, Brother Han, can you help my cousin? When I was little and couldn't afford school, it was my cousin who worked to pay my tuition. Yan Han didn't expect the shy guy to have such a big favor owed to Su Xiaoxiao. Other people's troubles can be ignored, but Su Chang's troubles must be helped. When it comes to furniture, Yan Han really thinks of this person. When Zhao Shanhe, the second shareholder of the bar, visited him, he introduced Yan Han to the bar's furniture supplier, who is known as the King of Magic City Furniture. It seems his name is Ma Kailong, the owner of the Blue Star Kailong Furniture City. This matter can only be handled by this boss Ma. Yan Han got Ma Kailong's phone number through Zhao Shanhe. Hello, Mr. Ma, I am Yan Han, the chairman of the Supreme Bar. We met at my villa. Ma Kailong cautiously asked, What's the matter, young Master Yan? Do you have any instructions? Yan Han smiled and explained his purpose. My brother-in-law just bought a house, but it's a bit empty now and lacks some furniture. Does Mr. Ma have any discounted furniture? Ma Kailong was a bit angry. Young Master Yan, I have plenty of furniture, but your words make me feel like an outsider. You need furniture, how can I ask you for money? Sofas, beds, tables, chairs, bookshelves, bar counters, wine cabinets, dining tables, and chairs, I will get you the best. Yan Han thanked him. Alright, then I'll trouble you, Boss Ma. I owe you a favor. This phone number is also your WeChat, right? Ma Kailong replied, Yes. Just search this phone number to add me on WeChat. After hanging up, Yan Han shared Ma Kailong's WeChat with Su Chang. Cousin, this is the WeChat of Ma Kailong, the owner of Blue Star Kailong Furniture City. Su Chang felt as if everything was like a dream, just one phone call, and it's all settled? I'm not dreaming, am I? Su Chang trembled as he added Ma Kailong on WeChat. The other party is initiating a video call. Su Chang answered, and Ma Kailong enthusiastically said, Hello, brother-in-law, I'm Ma Kailong. Young Master Yan has told me about you. When do you have time to come to our store to choose some furniture? I'll arrange for someone to assist you, ensuring your satisfaction. The Furniture City owner personally called for a video chat, and Su Chang was extremely excited. Mr. Ma, I have time right now. I'll go over immediately. Ma Kailong laughed. Alright, see you soon. Su Chang hung up the video call, excitedly turning to Yan Han. Young Master Yan, Mr. Ma asked me to go choose furniture. Should I go now? Yan Han waved his hand at Su Chang. Go ahead, finalize the furniture early so you can move into your new home sooner. Su Chang thanked Yan Han and took a rideshare to leave the car dealership. The entrance of the dealership suddenly became eerily quiet. Eyes turned towards Yan Han, and everyone was deeply shocked. Yan Han's social connections were incredibly strong, knowing influential people in various industries. Su Xiaoxiao's expression was complex, and there was a hint of reassurance in her gaze towards Yan Han. At the class reunion, when she mentioned wanting to borrow $1 million, Yan Han made a call and helped her secure $2 million. Her brother Su Yunhao said he wanted to buy a car worth $200,000, and Yan Han pulled out a piece of paper to help him buy a $2 million Land Rover. Her aunt said her cousin wanted to attend a key elementary school, and Yan Han casually found a connection to get him directly into the World Foreign Language Primary School. Her cousin wanted to work at one of the 4 major banks, and after a few words from Yan Han, the president of the construction bank, Zhao, personally delivered the employment contract. Her cousin said his new home lacked furniture, and with another phone call, Yan Han helped him contact the owner of the Furniture City. In every aspect, Yan Han gave her a strong sense of security, truly worthy of being her Su Xiaoxiao's man. A hint of pride appeared on Su Xiaoxiao's face. Su Chang's parents were also proud of Yan Han. Look at how capable Yan Han is. Not only does he have money and power, but he also loves life, always sticking to his hobby of delivering takeout, never forgetting his original intention. This is my Su family's son-in-law. Yun Feng's expression was grim. He wanted to leave but was stopped by his aunt. Hey, young Master Yun, even if you and my niece don't work out, I can still find someone for you. I promise, the girl's looks and figure are no worse than my niece's, and you'll have to drive us back. Yun Feng was somewhat tempted. Really? Is there someone better than Xiao Xiao? His aunt nodded. Really? The entire Su family returned to the urban village in the cars of young Master Yun and Su Yunhao. Su Yunhao, having just acquired a new car, insisted that Yan Han and Su Xiaoxiao ride with him. With the approval of Su Xiaoxiao's family, her parents specially prepared a lavish dinner, constantly serving dishes to Yan Han. Son-in-law, this is a specialty from your place. What's it called? Chicken stewed with mushrooms. Try this mushroom, and this vermicelli. Her future father-in-law raised his glass. Come on, son-in-law, let's toast together. After dinner, it was already night. The mother-in-law brought a double quilt into Su Xiaoxiao's room. Come on, son-in-law, tonight you and my Xiaoxiao will use this quilt. Su Xiaoxiao's face was burning, too shy to speak. Mom, what are you talking about? Who wants to sleep with him? I don't want to. After the mother-in-law left, only the two of them remained in the room. Yen Han held a pillow and said to Su Xiao, I respect you, how about I sleep on the floor tonight? Su Xiao lay on the bed, wrapped in the quilt, her voice a bit shy, the floor is so cold. You can come up. Just like that, after some playful banter, they gradually fell asleep, the sound of snoring filling the room. Brother Han, you're pulling my hair. A night passed without a word. The next morning, Su Xiao exclaimed in surprise, Brother Han, what did you do to me last night? Yen Han looked at Su Xiao with a hint of grievance. Shouldn't I be asking you? Su Xiao's face turned red. I'm sorry, Brother Han, I think I sleepwalked last night. No wonder that dream felt so real. Su Xiao shyly lowered her head. Received 1 paper helicopter plus 10 yachts. They have been parked at the Tan Palace Villa for you. Grandson, a true rich man can't be without a helicopter and yacht. If you need money down there, just tell Grandpa, and I'll burn it for you anytime. Yen Han swallowed hard. A helicopter and yacht. The standard configuration for the rich. A voice interrupted, pulling Yen Han back to reality. Son-in-law, Xiao, get up for breakfast. Yen Han smiled at Su Xiao, you should pack up and move in with me. Su Xiao nodded with a flushed face. Okay, I'll go pack now. Because it was too late yesterday, young Master Yin also stayed in another room at the Su family. Young Master Yin had to leave in the morning, so he, Yin Han, and Su Xiao happened to be going the same way. Su Yunhao and the Su family came out to see them off. Su Yunhao said to Yin Han, brother-in-law, where's your home? I'll drive you and my sister. From now on, if you need a car, just let me know. Yin Han smiled and said, no need. I drove here. What? You drove here? That Bugatti Chiron at the village entrance, it can't be yours, right? Su Yunhao's eyes widened in surprise. After Yen Han's series of performances yesterday, Su Yunhao knew that his delivery brother-in-law was not an ordinary person. Yen Han calmly took the car keys from the car and pressed a button in front of everyone. The Bugatti Chiron's doors opened dramatically. Under the envious gazes, Yen Han got into the car. Yun Feng's eyes nearly popped out, staring incredulously at the scene before him. He pointed at the stunning Bugatti, his voice trembling. This is really your car? Yen Han calmly nodded, as if it were just a trivial matter. Yeah, just got it not long ago. Boom! The rich second-generation Yun Feng felt as if his head had been struck by lightning. His mind went blank, and he staggered back several steps, almost falling to the ground. This was the night god worth 300 million. There was only one in the world, and it was this delivery guy. For 2 consecutive days, he had been hit hard, and the one doing the hitting was the same person, which made young Master Yin feel like crying from frustration. When did Meituan Delivery get such an impressive rider? Su Yunhao excitedly said, brother-in-law, I knew this car was yours. Let me take a picture. I want to show off in the class group. I want to tell the whole world that I have an awesome brother-in-law. Su Xiao shot him a glare. You're so immature, like a child who hasn't grown up. Yen Han and Su Xiao got into the car. Night God, 1 button start. Yen Han started the engine, the deep roar sounding like a beast's growl, shaking the heart. More than an hour later, the car drove into Tang Palace No. 1. After glancing at his own estate, Yen Han's eyes widened in shock. On the villa's helipad, a brand new black helicopter was parked. Not far away at the dock, 10 luxurious white yachts were also moored. In a moment of inspiration, Yen Han took a selfie and sent the photo to a group chat. In this group were Yu Momo from the bank, real estate agent Su Cheng, and teacher Zhang Yanran, all of whom were his co-renters. In the photo, the handsome Yen Han leaned against the poolside, with the brightly lit ultra-luxurious villa behind him. Xinger, Momo, Yanran, this afternoon, I want to host a yacht party. As soon as the message was sent, the group exploded. Yu Momo was the first to ask in confusion, little brother, did you change houses again? Where is this? It's too luxurious, even has a helicopter and yachts. Yen Han leisurely sat on a swing in the garden, smiling as he replied to the group, this is Tang Palace. The girls in the group could no longer maintain their composure. What? Where did you say? Tang Palace? As locals of Magic City, they knew exactly what Tang Palace represented. Tang Palace was known as the #1 luxury residence in Shanghai. They had dreamed of coming here, but never expected Yen Han actually lived here. Various envious and jealous emojis flew around the group, and hearing everyone call him Mr. Yen made Yen Han feel quite pleased. A smug smile crept onto his lips. As evening approached, Zhang Yanran, Yu Momo, and Su Qing all dressed in cool attire. Yen Han sat on the yacht, savoring fruit-scented red wine, living in the #1 luxury residence in Shanghai, accompanied by planes and yachts. This was the true life of a wealthy god. A year later, Xiaodora returned from abroad. On October 1st, National Day, Dihao Restaurant. 4 helicopters flew overhead, followed by over 200 sports cars on the ground. The 2 young masters of the Feng family were the first to congratulate Yen Han. Young Master Yen, congratulations on your marriage. Following them were young Master Wang, young Master Qin, young Master Bai, and others. Brother Yen, congratulations on becoming a groom. Zhao Yen and his father, along with General Manager Ma, General Manager Yi, General Manager Li, and General Manager Lu, all came one by one. Many Western tycoons also arrived. The bride wore the most beautiful wedding dress. In front of the world, the global wealthy god Yen Han completed his wedding. The end, final conclusion.